Waking up in an unfamiliar place, the first thing that crossed the man's mind was that he couldn't recall his identity, how he had arrived there, or why he found himself on the seashore instead of somewhere else. He had no interest in the sea or any wreckage it held. His attention was fixed on the grove ahead of him as he strove to comprehend why he needed to be in this location. His memory, however, seemed uncooperative in providing any assistance. After a period of reflection, he resolved to explore the ocean, seeking any hint or clues. However, the sea was silent and unforgiving, offering no insights. The absence of any land on the horizon, coupled with his inability to determine his location in the world, only served to deepen his confusion and desperation. Suddenly, the man felt something brush against his leg and began to thrash, attempting to swim past the obstruction. When he lowered his head, he was surprised to find something resembling a small house or booth, though it was unclear what it was doing in the sea. Thus, the man chose to pick it up, bringing it closer to his eyes for a better examination and to personally discover what it was. To his even greater surprise, he saw the word "mail" inscribed on the box itself, indicating that somewhere out there, people were still receiving this mail. Glancing around, the boy noticed a peg that seemed to have been nailed down, and promptly making his way towards it, he positioned the box securely in its designated spot. Voicing his intentions, he mentioned his plan to take a stroll along the shore, expressing confidence in discovering something of interest there. Leaving the mailbox behind, he turned and walked along the shore, hoping to find additional clues that might help him determine his exact location. After some time had passed and darkness had enveloped the surroundings, he returned to the crate and the markings he had made earlier near it. Words failed to capture the extent of his astonishment. He simply halted, silently observing the crate before him. As he approached the crate, he pondered if it was somehow deceiving him, almost like a floating island, given that he'd circled it and yet found himself returning to it again. Not receiving a reply, the boy turned toward the dark grove, uncertain whether he should venture into it or stay put, hoping to be found. The darkness was terrifying, yet what was even more alarming was the absence of the night bugs chirping or any sound at all, save for the sound of the sea behind him. The man continued to stare ahead, contemplating various options, uncertain of how to proceed. He resolved not to linger for assistance at the shore, but instead to venture into the grove in search of answers, making his way through the dense branches and tall grass in the darkness, and he noticed that it was quite painful. Given that the grass reached up to his waist, he surmised that the island might be uninhabited, deducing this from the apparent lack of maintenance. As soon as he lifted his head, a beam of sunlight struck him directly in the eye. It was so bright that it momentarily blinded him, causing him to squeeze his eyes shut and cover them with his hands, despite it being nighttime. In the next moment, however, the man covered his eyes in shock as a torrential downpour began unexpectedly, loudly exclaiming his frustration at this being an unwelcome turn of events he had not anticipated. As he ran further, he noticed a rock in the distance that was bathed in bright sunlight, despite the persistent heavy rain. In the next moment, the sun dipped below the horizon once more and darkness enveloped the scene. Yet, despite it all, the man observed that the rock he had noticed remained steadfastly in place. Choosing to wait out the storm, the boy swiftly sought shelter under a rock, and just in time, as the rain once again fell with incredible force, its end unpredictable. Gazing around, observing his surroundings, the boy knelt and remarked on the weather's unpredictability. He remained unsure of his location as well. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket beeped with a notification, capturing the attention of the man who had seemingly forgotten about it. The man turned his head in his direction, surprised. Perhaps this was his only opportunity to discover his whereabouts and the nature of this mysterious place. However, before he could retrieve the phone from his pocket, it slipped into a puddle, becoming thoroughly soaked and promptly ceased to function, showing no signs of life thereafter. Despite this, the man attempted to activate the device, pressing all the buttons and tapping his finger on the screen simultaneously, hoping that the phone would power on and he would be successful. After it failed to function despite his efforts, he began to loudly curse at the phone. After all, it had been his last hope, and now it was gone. Fueled by even greater anger, the man threw his innocent phone to the ground, indifferent to its fate, convinced it was of no help to him. For a moment longer he thrust his hands into the earth, sinking to his knees and struggling to catch his breath after the violent emotional outburst that had taken him by surprise. Gasping for breath, he shifted his gaze to the phone lying before him. Hope still lingered within him. He was reluctant to easily accept the reality unfolding. So he clenched his teeth until they almost crunched, covered his eyes, and climbed out of his hiding place, still managing to pick up the fallen phone from the ground again. He swiftly took it into his hands, carefully wiping the screen clean of water, and inquired whether drying it and wiping away the water that had dripped onto it would make it functional again. After a moment, he was struck by a bright light that caught his eyes. Turning his head toward its source in surprise, he found himself momentarily distracted from what he was doing. Still in shock, the man could barely finish the sentence he intended to say. In the distance, there was some kind of lantern or something akin to it shining. However, he wasn't certain about what it exactly was. The man was utterly removed from his surroundings, oblivious to the relentless downpour outside, and yet again engrossed in his phone. In the distance, there was a house emitting a bright light that shone persistently in his direction, piercing the deep forest where he stood. Tucking the phone into his pocket, the man approached the house, which, to his surprise, lacked streetlight illumination. However, through all the upper floor windows, a bright light shone, illuminating everything around itself. The TV screen repeatedly displayed a report on the ongoing unsuccessful search for a group of L&C college students who had vanished while hiking in the mountains. The search, as calculated by the police, had reached its 20th day with no signs of finding the boys. Consequently, the police reached out to the public, requesting assistance and urging anyone with information to come forward. Listening to their conversation, the shopkeeper briskly walked over, took the remote control, and changed the channel. He remarked that the world was a beautiful place before inquiring if listening to such content was indeed beneficial for his business. Flipping through the channels, the man grumbled and expressed his discontent with the content being broadcasted. He yearned for some good news for a change, tired of encountering the same frustrations day after day. On another channel, he encountered the same report he had previously dismissed, albeit with additional information. This report disclosed that the investigation into the woman VDJ-TM's murder, which transpired on day X, had been halted due to the involvement of special services and high-ranking officials. The host ceased to pay attention at this point, missing further details about the sole witness who had observed the murder suspect and how the suspect managed to escape justice. In another channel to which he switched, the anchor discussed a famous performer, G, who had come under suspicion for drug use and is now missing. The presenter also discussed how, last year, artist G encountered a drug dealer at a boat party who led him into addiction. With evident anger and disdain, the host switched off the television and remarked, "This country is going crazy." He further criticized, stating that certain entertainers regard drug use as if it were a badge of honor or a testament to courage or talent. He expressed his disappointment, noting that he hadn't come across any positive news recently, all of it only serving to dampen his spirits. As if only just then remembering the presence of the guy sitting behind him, the man turned and asked for his opinion on the matter, and about the news that seemed to be broadcasted everywhere. The man in the cap remained silent, continuing to lower his head while he silently stirred the rice with a spoon in the plate he was holding. Realizing the pause had stretched on and the man was still awaiting a response, the boy, with a thoughtful smile, said he had been thinking the same thing all along. The master sensed that the boy was reluctant to converse with him and was concealing something. He observed the boy closely, attempting to discern the nature of his troubles and the reasons behind his peculiar and dubious demeanor. He, in turn, began to suspect that something was amiss due to his master's hesitation, which was more than apparent. Raising his head, he looked at the man but chose not to utter another word. Deciding against testing his luck and lingering, the guy quickly placed a large bill on the table to settle his meal and began packing promptly to leave the restaurant. After pausing briefly to think, the man turned around to exit the restaurant. He didn't forget to express his gratitude for the meal, and in response to the owner's inquiry about the rent, he mentioned that he did not require any rent, suggesting the owner keep it. However, upon hearing words that seemed familiar, the man halted and turned his head toward the master who had spoken them, eager to see what would unfold next. Approaching quickly from behind, the man gave him a frightening look and grimly inquired if he was the Udian sought by the police and featured on all TV channels. The man opened his eyes in an unfamiliar place before he could complete his dream. The bright sunlight struck directly into his eyes, preventing him from falling back asleep. Suddenly, he leapt onto the bed, casting aside the blanket covering him with a loud cry. He looked at his feet in terror, confused about his whereabouts and the identity of this place. The guy decided to calm down first. Lowering his head to his chest, he began to breathe heavily in and out, trying to normalize his breathing. The sun continued to shine brightly, its rays illuminating the world outside the window where the chirping of birds and the sound of the wind swaying the trees and their branches could be heard. Calming down, the boy turned his head to the side, beginning to survey his surroundings with a glimmer of hope that he would be able to discern his location. When he saw a shelf off to the side with a television set, pictures positioned near it, and a cross hanging on the wall, he fearfully asked what in the world this place was. Nothing around him gave any indication of where he was. After spending some time in fruitless thought, the boy approached the door and opened it, instantly peering into the hallway in search of someone to inquire about the place from. At the far end of the lengthy corridor, he spotted a silhouette evidently preoccupied with scrubbing the floors. Upon closer inspection of her mop, he noticed it was coated in a red substance. This substance, evidently from a woman, was being meticulously spread across the floor by her. He remained silent for a moment, at a loss for words. He couldn't comprehend who this woman was or why she was there. Despite his fear, the boy's curiosity and desire for answers were stronger, leading him to call out to her, drawing her attention toward himself. The silhouette promptly spun around, revealing itself to be that of a rather tall, middle-aged woman. She inquired about his needs with a friendly smile, apologizing for not having noticed him earlier. Approaching her, he confirmed he was awake in response to her inquiry. He then apologized and inquired about his whereabouts, admitting he had no recollection of anything. The woman's assertive response that he was, of course, at her house did not appease the man. Taken aback, he pressed her further, asking what she meant by her answer. The woman, maintaining her smile, inquired in response if he had been in an accident or something similar. This question arose because they had discovered him unconscious in her yard. Noticing that he was still confused, she clarified that her young daughter had discovered the boy and brought him into their home, where they had provided him with a room. Unsure whether the woman's words were truthful, the boy quickly coughed, clearing his throat, and hastened to thank her for the assistance she had provided. The woman, for her part, paid him no heed and, shielding her face with her hand, inquired about his origins. The man quickly elaborated that he believed he was on a ship that had met with a disaster, although he could not recall the specifics. She responded by saying that no one had reserved a room for that day, leaving her puzzled about his origin. Moreover, they operated a modest bed and breakfast on the island, which, while not extravagant, sufficed for their needs. He quickly turned his head to the side, affirming that everything was clear to him. He then inquired about their location, as it was not discernible from the pictures and photos. When she mentioned that he was at her house, the man clarified that he hadn't intended to convey that message at all, as he had already come to that realization on his own. Instead, he was referring to the precise location and coordinates of this island. Upon hearing this, the young man lowered his head, his gaze falling upon the red footprints. Observing the man's gaze as it shifted upwards and downwards towards the floor, the woman confidently stated that he should first get dressed, after which she would inform him of what needs to be done and how to proceed. As though he were just awakening, he looked up once more, his expression turning into a frown as he inquired, unclear about her intentions, attempting to decipher what they expected from him. The woman covered her eyes, then peeked at him with an ambiguous smile, remaining silent before returning to her task. As he caught the direction of her gaze, a swift blush painted his cheeks, and he swiftly covered his torso with both hands in a futile attempt to appear less conspicuous. Then, with a voice trembling from embarrassment, he offered her an apology for his state of undress. The woman, in turn, responded that there was no need for apologies and suggested that he should return to his room. She offered to bring him some clothes to put on himself. The boy quickly expressed his gratitude, surprised by her generous offer. After some time, the man returned and settled on his bed, pondering the nature and purpose of this desert island inn. Now his thoughts were entirely consumed by the peculiar woman wielding a mop, who found nothing odd about him. Instead, she simply advised that he must dress to receive answers to his questions. Based solely on her demeanor, he could readily infer that she had deliberately interrupted him, causing him to return to his room. At that moment, there was a knock at the door, drawing the boy out of his reverie and back into reality. Turning his head towards the sound, he promptly permitted the man's entry. Upon seeing a tall girl adorned in mesh tights and sporting dark makeup enter the room, the guy gazed at her in astonishment, rendered speechless. The girl, maintaining her smile, handed him the clothes she had brought, telling him that this was what he needed to wear. The boy, not paying attention to her words, silently observed her, his gaze sweeping over her from head to toe with an intent look, occasionally lingering on specific parts of her body. Clearly displeased with the attention she was receiving, she asked with visible unhappiness why his gaze was moving up and down in such a manner. Then, without giving him a chance to respond, she added even more sharply that it was actually quite rude. He, as if suddenly regaining his senses, clutched his chest with his hands and shouted fearfully, asserting his innocence and claiming he had merely been lost in thought. The girl clarified that she was only joking, noting that he had given her a peculiar look. Following this, she inquired about his name. The boy paused for a moment and then admitted he wasn't exactly sure of his name. He was aware he had one, but couldn't recall it. Meanwhile, the girl sported an increasingly wild smile, which broadened further as time passed. The following moment, she brought her hand to her face and laughed, expressing disbelief at the situation. She remarked on the absurdity of the idea that he genuinely suffered from amnesia. She incessantly asked if he truly couldn't even recall his own name, all the while maintaining a demeanor that suggested she wasn't making jest of it. She continued to laugh, discussing how fascinating it was, given that she had never encountered individuals with amnesia before. To her, it seemed just like something out of a movie. Suddenly, the girl's laughter ceased, and the smile swiftly vanished from her face as she withdrew her hand from his. Frowning, she swiftly replied, careful not to glance back at the smiling guy, who was evidently quite delighted with this fortunate turn of events in his favor. However, in the next instant, the smile vanished from his face. He hadn't truly believed she was serious, and he hadn't fully listened to her. As he approached the girl, he cautiously inquired how he had arrived there in the first place and whether she knew his name or any other relevant information. Despite not hearing the responses to his earlier questions, the man persisted, insisting that he was certain she was on the island. However, he remained deeply curious about its location. The girl inquired if he truly wished to know his whereabouts. She questioned whether he genuinely desired to understand his current location. The twisted, wicked smile on the girl's face was a clear omen that she would not provide him with all the answers. Without ceasing her smile or turning to face the people standing in the doorway, she inquired about the meaning of where. She informed him that he was at their house, puzzled as to why he continued to ask about his location. Later on, the entire family congregated around the kitchen table, joining their hands together in a gesture of prayer. At that moment, the family patriarch sat at the head of the table, eyes covered, reading the prayer aloud without glancing at those assembled around him. After a moment, he finally finished reading the entirety and said, "Amen," raising his head and gazing intently at the guest seated directly opposite him at the other end of the table. A short time afterward, he smiled and, gazing into the boy's eyes, said that their table might not be overflowing with an abundance of food, but still, he encouraged him not to be shy and to partake of what was available on it. The man promptly selected a plate of hot meat, smiling as he remarked on the abundance of food. He expressed his gratitude for the generous meal and warm hospitality. The man appeared to let the words bypass his ears, instead inquiring about the state of his wounds and whether he was in good health. The individual, in turn, raised his hand, displaying the bandages while laughing. He insisted it was nothing serious, suggesting there was no need for concern. Upon hearing it was delectable, the man took up a knife and fork and commenced slicing into the steak before him. Using his fork to cut a small piece, he promptly placed it in his mouth and chewed it thoughtfully, aiming to savor the steak's entire flavor. As he savored a bite, he found it quite delightful and swiftly speared another piece onto his fork, oblivious to the silhouette of a woman approaching from behind. She inquired about his enjoyment of the food she had prepared. The boy turned towards her, shivering slightly, and after a brief hesitation, he awkwardly admitted that it was indeed delicious. He added that she was a tremendous cook, yet to his astonishment, despite his words, the woman remained beside him in silence, gazing intently at his face as though his compliments had fallen short and she was expectant of further praise. So he prodded the meat with a knife and observed, "This meat is neither raw nor overcooked. One might say it is cooked to perfection." Regarding the sauce that accompanied the steak, the gentleman noted that it possessed a peanut-like flavor. Thus, it was mildly sweet and rich in taste. All of these qualities, ultimately, enhanced the meat's flavor significantly. Ultimately, he admitted that he normally disliked steaks, but he found this particular one to be excellent. He also expressed his surprise at discovering such a delicious meal on such a secluded island. The woman smiled, seemingly satisfied with her answer for once. She then stepped away from the boy, ceased her glaring, and walked back. As she sat down at the table, the man remarked that his wife was indeed an excellent cook. Indeed, he considered himself very fortunate. The boy promptly concurred with him, before swiftly shifting the topic to inquire if they could inform him of his whereabouts. Without hesitation, the man interjected, redirecting to Romy with a request for her to prepare tea for their visitor. Romy promptly complied, swiftly filling a mug with tea from the teapot and carried it over to the gentleman. She placed it before him, announcing that it was his tea. The man, rendered speechless, could only stare in shock at the cup of tea brought to him. It evoked a memory. Its color reminded him of a similar shade of sludge he had seen in the hallway, which the landlady had meticulously cleaned off the floor. Meanwhile, Romy, still clutching the teapot, mentioned it was filled with dogwood tea. Following this, she inquired whether it genuinely tasted good and was beneficial for health. Listening to her describe it as bright red, her sister laughed out loud, saying it was the exact shade of red as human blood. In response to her sister's plea for her to be quiet, the girl only laughed harder and pointed at her, retorting with a demand for silence, followed by an unkind epithet. The man positioned at the head of the table, after slowly wiping his mouth with a napkin, cast a grim look around and then sternly told everyone to be quiet. At that moment, everyone fell silent, plunging the room into a deep hush. It was as if even the birds outside ceased their chirping and the clocks paused their ticking, contributing to the profound stillness. Then the man broke his silence and turned to Yumi, instructing her to apologize to her sister, clarifying that she was not a whore. Yumi quickly bowed her head and offered her sister a regretful apology, visibly distressed that her enjoyment had been halted. The man first instructed Romy to apologize to Yumi and then repeated his direction to Romy, telling her to also apologize to Yumi. Her father, who was listening intently, said nothing. However, his expression instantly darkened further, casting an even eerier atmosphere around him. Romy chose not to tempt fate. Turning from her father to her sister, she offered an apology. Meanwhile, the boy watched the scene in silent astonishment, alarmed by the unfolding events. In the next instant, the clock that was hanging in the kitchen struck precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon and then loudly announced the time. The man dressed in black, seated opposite them, regarded them wordlessly before abruptly standing up. He leaned on the table in front of him, leaving his meal unfinished. With a weary gaze, Minu calmly surveyed the table and noted that it was already 2 o'clock. Then, without awaiting a response, he left the table and headed towards the exit without seeking permission or glancing back. This behavior surprised the boy, who followed him with a look of incomprehension until he finally closed the door behind him. Turning back, he pointed his finger at the closed door and asked if the guy inside was their son and if they were all one family. The woman replied that if he was referring to Mina, then there was still work to be done. He had taken care of the pigs, and now it was time for the slaughter. The boy sliced off another piece of meat and inquired, "So this is where the meat comes from? They actually raise the pigs themselves?" The woman glanced at him and confirmed that Yumi had indeed personally slaughtered them herself. He paid no attention to her words and continued to eat quietly, having now understood what was said. However, in the next instant, the realization struck him. She called out Yumi's name, and it took him by surprise. Looking up, she saw the little girl sitting next to Romy, greedily devouring her steak. He found it hard to believe that this child could actually be capable of such a deed. Although she looked eerie, she didn't resemble an executioner. Later on, the man offered to assist the woman with the cleaning and dishwashing, to which she questioned why he would do so, pointing out that there was no obligation for him to undertake such tasks. He replied that, being penniless, he had no choice but to rely on their hospitality. Therefore, he felt compelled to do everything within his power to repay them. The woman appeared not to have anticipated this response at all, and thus, with a moment of awkward hesitation, simply expressed her gratitude for his assistance. Then she walked towards the stairs, throwing her hands up in the air, declaring that in that case she might as well spend the day lounging around and do nothing in the kitchen. Watching over her, the man suggested that she should take it easy and rest, given her excessive exertions. After watching her until she was out of sight, the boy turned his attention to the kitchen knives positioned nearby. He continued to gaze at them, and an increasing number of thoughts about what he should and shouldn't do in such a situation popped into his head. The sun had already dipped below the horizon, night having enveloped everything, while the boy sat in his room trying to make sense of the day's events. If you reflect on it, without exception, they are all peculiar individuals, and it's not even due to their somber ambience. He recalled how the woman skillfully diverted the conversation each time he inquired about their location. Just as he was about to ask, the man swiftly changed the subject. Upon their first meeting, he had directed Romy to serve tea to his guest. The realization dawned on the man. He understood that he wasn't VJJ teammate going to be told the true location. Their audacity was clear. They didn't even bother to conceal their intentions. He also recalled what had been reported on television. The number of tourists reported missing on the West Coast had recently been on the rise, and the search for the missing students from L and C College was ongoing. The thoughts swirling in his mind made the man furrow his brow. For indeed, as the picture came together, it became quite logical to deduce that these individuals were not who they claimed to be. The man swiftly turned and ascended onto the bed, unzipping the pillowcase to reveal the bandaged kitchen knife he had retrieved from inside. It was hard to believe, but perhaps no one would notice, and he would possess a weapon with which he could defend himself against this peculiar and suspicious family if necessary. Not hearing any sounds behind him immediately, he continued to consider keeping it close at hand so that he might have a chance to sleep. Just then, a voice from behind startled the man by inquiring whether he might enter. Swiftly concealing the knife, the guy hastened to say that she could, of course, come in. A visibly displeased woman appeared on the doorstep and, without uttering a single word, made her way toward him. Taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, the man quickly diverted his gaze and started to mumble under his breath. He then mentioned that it was getting late and inquired what had led her to come there. However, to his horror, the woman did not respond to his question. Instead, she kept walking towards him. When she was close enough, she grabbed his shoulders with both hands, holding him firmly in place. Leaning toward him, the woman peered into his eyes, her voice taking on a creepy tone as she wondered aloud about the whereabouts of one of her kitchen knives. She questioned whether he had truly taken it, thinking she wouldn't notice. The man silently met her gaze, wordlessly pondering his next words. Yet he knew it was crucial not to betray even a hint of panic. In response, the woman gazed deeply into the man's eyes as well, hoping to find a glimmer of panic that would prompt him to confess everything like a nervous confidant, fearful of the unknown consequences that might await him. Nevertheless, he merely inquired softly about the specific type of kitchen knife she was referring to and exactly what she expected from him. Clearly, she had not expected such a response. Her hands quickly slipped from his shoulders and she stepped away from him. With a quick laugh and a smile, the woman apologized, admitting that, of course, it couldn't be true and she had indeed been mistaken. Observing her rapidly shifting demeanor, the man grew even more composed and inquired if she was in search of a missing kitchen knife. The woman replied affirmatively, but speculated that perhaps Yumi had taken it despite her constant reminders not to. The man, who had been listening to her mumblings, smiled in a somewhat foolish manner and inquired as to her meaning, confessing that he had grasped nothing of her words except for her mention of a missing knife. The woman, in turn, apologized for disturbing him so late at night and expressed her hope that it had not caused him any inconvenience. When she said it was all right, the woman opened the door and winked at him, her smile conveying a wish for a good night. They would settle up once his memory eventually returned. The boy, who maintained his foolish smile, stood in front of the door with his hand raised. He remained there until the footsteps on the other side of the door ceased, and everything ultimately succumbed to silence. Suddenly his gaze shifted downward to the doorknob. The smile vanished from his face, replaced by a look of wariness. There was no lock in the doorknob. Instead, there was a hole where it should have been. It appeared as though it had been deliberately removed for a specific reason. Observing the scene, the man found it somewhat eerie. The house was filled with peculiarities, and notably, the doors lacked keyholes, indicating that the rooms couldn't be locked. Engrossed in his thoughts, he hardly noticed the deepening nightfall and how the moon emerged, intermittently obscured by clouds swept along by the wind. Even later, as he lay in bed, sleep eluded him. Thoughts swirled incessantly in his mind, compelling him to open his eyes every few minutes. In time, he concluded that in such a place sleep would forever remain out of reach. Thus, he immediately rose from bed, abandoning all futile attempts to achieve restful sleep and escape from everything that was happening, seeking to lose himself in the restorative slumber. He then moved toward the window and gazed outside, seeking a distraction from the unsettling dream he had experienced. The view outside was delightfully pleasing to the eye, with a gentle breeze causing the branches of the trees to sway. The familiar chirping of insects and the sounds of various animals in the forest in front of the hotel could be heard. However, upon observing all of this, the man merely furrowed his brow. He couldn't afford to contemplate beauty or anything akin to it at the moment. His priority was to remember everything. He remained in that stance, oblivious to the moon ascending in the sky, consumed entirely by the urgent need to recall everything. His identity and the series of events that had led him to that moment. A sudden thought struck him, causing his eyes to widen in shock. He was now recalling all that had transpired since his arrival on the island. He discovered his phone in his pocket, and unconcerned about it getting even wetter in the rain, he attempted to unlock it with all his might, flicking his fingers across the screen. Even in failure, he didn't pause to consider his next steps for activating it, but continued to press the screen frantically, attempting to turn the phone on. Failing to do so, he impulsively cast it aside with a loud scream, in the moment, seemingly indifferent to anything else, his irritation evident from the unfolding events. He now understood that his phone was likely gone forever. Had he not discarded it, but instead dismantled and dried it out, he might have been able to reuse it and locate its whereabouts. The next moment, the lad heard sounds from below, quickly lowered his head, and began to gaze downward. Down there, Minu briskly walked down the path, closely followed at a slower pace by a man carrying a sack on his back. In the glow of the lanterns lining the sides and under the rising moon, they were distinctly visible. The entire scene caused the boy to frown in bewilderment. After all, it was late at night, and all the animals they were raising were asleep. The guy slouching in front, the one in the black sweater, was Minu, known for breeding and tending to the pigs. It was unclear who the man in the plaid shirt following him was. He had never seen him before, making it challenging to discern his identity from behind. After much contemplation, the man hurried to his bed and carefully lifted his pillow, swiftly retrieving a concealed kitchen knife hidden beneath it. A little while later, he approached the door and attempted to open it quietly, stepping outside simultaneously. He needed to act both quickly and silently now. If he were caught, the consequences were unpredictable. Without fully exiting the room, the boy swiftly glanced around, ensuring that the hallways were devoid of any people. He recalled the man he had seen with Minu. This man was certainly not present at dinner. He would have recognized him. Moreover, his appearance clearly indicated he was not a member of that family. Wanting to understand the situation at last, the man moved down the corridor towards the stairs, ensuring first that it was completely deserted. Swiftly rounding a corner, he made his way down the stairs, each step eliciting a creak. Uncertain whether the homeowners had detected the noise, he harbored the hope that they had not. Having navigated past the stairs, he hurried towards the exit door and seized the handle, only to have his pace slowed by overhearing a conversation emanating from the kitchen. As the boy attempted to quietly open the door, he overheard Yumi in the kitchen apologizing to her mother, insisting that this time she definitely had not taken the knife from the kitchen. To his surprise, upon hearing her voice, the woman immediately believed her and asked if it was true. She then inquired if she was so sure who she thought it was. The girl irritably exclaimed that she didn't know who it was, suggesting it was probably the new guy. The woman responded definitively that it wasn't him, clarifying that she had already investigated the matter. The man's eyes widened in shock upon hearing the woman request the girl refrain from mentioning her desire to sweep his room the following day while cleaning. To which the girl responded, "Who knows?" Frozen in front of the door, the man was struck with horror by her next words. She suggested that perhaps he was hiding a knife under his pillow. It was a precise guess, but fortunately they didn't know that for certain. When he regained consciousness, he swiftly pulled the doorknob toward himself, jumped out, and quickly slammed the door shut, moving further away from the house. The moon persisted in casting its glow, illuminating everything in its vicinity. One could argue that its radiance was exceptionally bright. Yet the man paid no heed, his gaze fixed on Minu as she told the companion beside him that they would meet in the morning. This individual seemed to greatly misspeak as he continued standing there, silently gazing at him, as if in anticipation of something more. Then Minu, fixing him with an unnerving gaze, grimly repeated that they would meet again in the morning. Once more, she insinuated that he should gather his belongings and leave immediately. This time, the boy finally heeded his advice. Consequently, he collected his belongings and the boards he had carried along. Then, with a sense of resolve, he returned down the path. Unaware of the onlooker concealed behind a tree, he halted and, with a scowl etched across his features, clenched his teeth. Through gritted teeth, he muttered, "They're all just crazy fuckers." Observing him, the man smiled, suggesting that he too might have reservations about this family. Therefore, he could potentially assist by explaining their current location and the situation at hand. So he immediately stepped from behind the tree and coughed softly, drawing attention to himself. However, the man froze in fear, not turning towards the direction of the sound. He swiftly pivoted and seized the saw, protesting that he hadn't spoken a word, that he was engrossed in his work and not distracted from it. The man approached him gradually, concealing a knife behind his back with one hand. Disregarding the man's awkward attempts at justification, he motioned for him to fall silent and calmly clarified that he wouldn't reveal anything to anyone. After some time, they reached the destination, a small barn he was tasked with repairing and tidying up. The man in the plaid shirt introduced himself as Jin Tae-hee before turning around to attend to his business. The other man acknowledged this with an okay and inquired if he lived there. Jin Tae-hee inquired whether he was familiar with him, to which the man awkwardly scratched his head and admitted that, truthfully, he'd been involved in an accident that resulted in memory loss, hence he did not recognize him. Hearing him ask if they had met before, Tae-hee placed a hand to his forehead and exhaled wearily, casting his gaze downward. Without much delay, he suggested that he might actually know their whereabouts. In response, Tae-hee insisted that he was ignorant of such information and urged him not to pursue the matter further, and particularly to avoid asking that question of that eccentric family. From what he can observe, he doesn't truly recall anything. Determined to disclose everything, Tae-hee revealed that he had seen him on the seashore the previous night, amidst the pouring rain. He followed him out of the woods all the way to the lantern-lit inn and then entered the inn's grounds. From his perspective, the man appeared exhausted and seemingly posed little to no threat to anyone. Approaching the hotel and observing the light within, the man joyfully exclaimed his gratitude to God for the presence of people inside, hopeful they might be the ones to assist him. All of a sudden, a figure cloaked in a dark raincoat and wielding a shovel materialized behind him. This figure was Tae-hee. Without hesitating, he swung the shovel he was wielding at the man, striking him and immediately knocking him unconscious. After sharing this, Tae-hee frowned and declared that the guy needed to prove his usefulness to them. The man, in turn, nervously inquired why he should do so, given that he could leave the island regardless. Tae-hee frowned once more, fixing him with a glare, and then, with a voice brimming with confidence, stated that he simply had to do it because he already was obligated to. Sometime after the man had returned, the woman chose to inspect her hotel by walking through all the floors, holding a flashlight in her outstretched arm. She proceeded along the creaking floorboards, moving past the numerous rooms lining either side of the elongated hallway. The woman first walked past the boy's room, leaving the hallway behind her swathed in darkness, and then I decided to return. The silence was too suspicious, making it worthwhile to check whether the child was still inside or had already escaped. Standing before the door, she quietly inquired if he was asleep and why it was unusually silent. He had never intended to fall asleep, but now, shivering, he lay with his eyes wide open, terror-stricken, his head pressed against the pillow, silently praying that she would quickly depart. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to peer through the void where the keyhole once was, yet the feather remained unresponsive. To her astonishment, through the slit, she could see the figure of the guy lying on the bed. Or at least, his silhouette was visible beneath the blanket. The next moment she smiled, wondering how he could have possibly fallen asleep, especially under these circumstances and in this house of all places. The boy who had been listening to her had his eyes wide with horror once more. Naturally, this was the reason he was awake, and he had no intention of going to sleep. He was terrified. After a while, distant footsteps could finally be heard. It seemed the woman had grown tired of attempting to coax him out and went on with her affairs. Despite this, the boy remained seated under the blanket for some time, with only his head protruding, attentively listening to the creaks of the floorboards. Gritting his teeth from the strain, he started to question how much longer this ordeal would truly last. Cold sweat trickled down his face. Indeed, there were no signs to suggest that this would conclude swiftly. Later, the boy calmed his panic and lay facing the window, yet sleep remained elusive. Forgetting the previous day's experiences proved more difficult than he had anticipated. He found sleep elusive, and after tossing and turning on the bed, he finally returned his gaze to the window, feeling as though more than 5 hours had elapsed. However, no matter how much he gazed out that window, the moon showed no signs of disappearing. It appeared as though it would remain for ages. Shortly after, it gradually began to brighten, and the enveloping darkness of the night finally started to fade, giving way to the light of day. The sound of the sea was audible for many kilometers, despite there being no wind and the overall stillness. And somewhere in the distance, near the treehouse, a silhouette calmly swung on a swing that hung from one of the branches of the tree. It was more than just a silhouette. It was the silhouette of a little boy who, despite the early hour, remained there, busily engaged in some activity. In his hand, he held the cell phone of the man, a device he had long been unable to locate. Clasped in his grip was the man's elusive phone, finally found. Upon clicking one of the desktop icons, the eager child hastily pressed the first button visible, inadvertently triggering the flash feature and capturing a photo. Several hours had elapsed, and the sun had risen completely, casting its light on everything in its surroundings. Seated at the breakfast table, the boy gazed in surprise at the plentiful array of food before him. This time the spread was even larger than it had been the previous day, with a broader variety of dishes as well. As before, the family patriarch sat opposite him, cleaning his hands with a napkin before inquiring if he had a good night's sleep. However, his worn appearance clearly indicated a lack of sleep, despite his denial and insistence that he was well rested. To his astonishment, the man paid no heed to his words, allowing them to simply go in one ear and out the other. Then he firmly stated that he appeared to be very tired. Romy stepped in, suggesting that perhaps this individual was simply someone who struggled to sleep in new surroundings. In response, the man assured them that all was well and there was no cause for concern. The man gave a slight smile and decided to steer the conversation in a different direction. He inquired if the guy's memory had made any return or if it remained as it was before, with him not remembering anything. The man furrowed his brow and responded with unwavering certainty that she wasn't precisely back, or more accurately, she hadn't returned at all. In reply, he was told that it seemed quite serious. Disregarding Yumi, who was engaging in play by tossing food at Romy, the man completed his thought and reassured the boy, promising that his memory would inevitably return. Though he was not a doctor, he understood well enough that ruminating on the matter would serve no purpose. The man, in turn, wearily expressed his gratitude for the concern, agreeing with everything that was said. Abruptly, his eyes widened in astonishment. Only at that moment did he observe the table and its setup. Every dish presented was entirely distinct from those served the previous evening. Yet the table was still overflowing with an abundance of food. The woman chose to smile at him, and with a laugh stated that today all would be well. The man responded, albeit hesitantly, affirming that it indeed would be. Then he glanced at her and, with a thoughtful expression, inquired whether she did all the cooking by herself, without any assistance in the preparation. He barely had time to pose his question before he instantly regretted it. The mood around the table shifted dramatically, turning distinctly different. Now every single person at the table had turned their attention towards him, all eyes fixed on him in utter silence. Yet not a single one chose to break it. This image intensified the young man's horror even further. He had not anticipated that his question would be so thoroughly dismissed, nor that it would provoke such a reaction from everyone. Yumi and Romy, distracted from their tasks, now gazed at him with fear in their eyes. The rest maintained a silent stare, uttering not a single word. The family patriarch, whose gaze remained intimidating, stepped forward. With a faint smile, he inquired if there was an issue. With a hint of hesitation, the man inquired about the meaning behind the question before asserting that indeed it was not the case, and the situation was not as it seemed at all. Upon hearing his words, the man did not respond verbally. Instead, he interlocked his fingers and suggested saying a prayer before the meal. Abruptly, the woman interjected, halting him to mention that she had one more thing to remind him of before beginning. I chuckled as I mentioned that he had expressed a desire to address everyone. The man joined in the laughter, affirming his intention to indeed speak his mind. What was going through his head? I wondered aloud. Laughingly, he reached toward the floor without rising from his seat, pulling something out that the other man couldn't immediately see. Without hesitation, the man placed them directly on the dining table, setting a pair of muddy and damp shoes before the other person. In response, the boy gazed at her without truly seeing, lost in his recollections from the night before. At that moment, his sole focus was on navigating the stairs with such care and stealth that they wouldn't emit any loud creaks. Upon arriving at the bottom of the door, he realized his shoes were missing. However, he couldn't venture outside barefoot or in his socks alone. Thus, he concluded that he must find something to wear on his feet. He chose the solitary pair of boots that stood by the front door, the passage to the outside. Now these very shoes, which had played a cruel trick on him, sat right in front of him on the table, almost as if mocking his foolishness. Suddenly, the man stood up and stated emphatically that someone had worn his shoes outside the previous night. It was obvious because they were wet and dirty. The boy cast a tense glance back at the man, signaling he wasn't ready to make a full confession so readily, especially under the cloak of anonymity surrounding the situation. Abruptly, Romy suggested that perhaps it was Minu responsible. Following this, she inquired who else might have ventured out into the night donning Otsov's shoes. Likewise, Yumi seemed to share her sister's sentiment. With haste, she rose from her seat, pointing at Mina and labeling him foolish. She lamented that the shoes in question were her father's favorites, and now he was no longer alive. Without facing the man, he inquired whether he was the one who had indeed taken his shoes. Minu rapidly shook his head in denial, remaining silent. In response, the man faced his son, and with an intimidating glance, he stated that lying was a sin for them. So he inquires once more, questioning whether his shoes were taken by the other. If so, he seeks an admission of guilt. Nevertheless, Minu shook his head once more, gritted his teeth, and covered his eyes, as though to insist that he truly hadn't done it. However, that did not satisfy the man. Despite his silence, the man with an intimidating tone inquired once more whether he had put on his shoes. Minu shook his head once more, his gesture carrying a profound desperation this time. He remained silent, not because he was incapable of speech, but his reasons for such behavior remained a mystery. The man immediately rose from his seat and strode over to the other, towering above him, while declaring with certainty that he was the one. At that moment, the man leapt up, emitting a loud scream, pleading with everyone to wait. Overcome by terror and fear, he even shielded his eyes. Realizing he had captured their focus, he lowered his head onto the table and, in a soft tone, confessed that it was indeed he who had stolen the boots and was currently wearing them. Unexpectedly, the man turned his head toward him and asked in astonishment what he truly meant. He mentioned that he found himself extremely bored the previous night and was unable to turn on his phone. Consequently, he decided to spend some time outdoors. In reality, he acted solely under the impression that they were merely a pair of old shoes, harboring no ill intentions whatsoever. However, the man merely inquired whether he was feeling bored. In response, the other individual awkwardly questioned what he intended by that. The man approached, fixing him with an intimidating gaze, and explained that he found the place dull. He suggested that she should remedy the situation and entertain him. A loud blast from a double-barreled shotgun rang out, targeting the seagulls as they soared through the sky. Startled by the gunshot, the birds that were flying together in a flock scattered instantly, heading in various directions. One of them, which the man had struck, plummeted down at that very hour with a stone, diving into the water and creating an enormous splash. Without glancing at the boy, the man reloaded his rifle and remarked that gunshots typically signaled danger to them. As soon as it occurs, they scatter in various directions. Yet there always exist those who lack the time to respond. After he concluded his words, he once again raised the gun, positioning it skyward in anticipation of firing at the next unsuspecting bird. The sound of another gunshot made the man momentarily squeeze his eyes shut, yet he persisted, never ceasing his watchful gaze. Meanwhile, the man struck the bird once more, causing it to plummet into the water just as the previous bird he had targeted had done. He examined it and then said, "That's how it actually works." Turning to the man, he gave him a menacing look. The man was not notably impressed and simply narrowed his eyebrows, standing in silence as he stared back, careful not to betray any hint of fear. Suddenly, the man offered the weapon to the astonished young boy, suggesting he take it and attempt to shoot a few seagulls himself. The boy chose not to engage in an argument with the man and silently accepted the gun from the man's hands. Now he stood there, gripping it with both hands. After thoroughly examining him, he thoughtfully admitted that he had never fired a gun before. The man then inquired if he was frightened. With a frown, he confidently declared his lack of fear. Puzzled as to why he was expected to feel otherwise, the man inquired about the precise meaning of his words. The other individual responded, stating that their pursuit was not for sustenance. He then questioned whether the killing was done merely for amusement. The man remained silent in response to the question and instead inquired if he was the one who had expressed boredom with them. Faced with this, the guy found himself at a loss for words. He then turned and gestured toward the newly formed flock of birds, declaring he could hit one from the soaring group with a shot. The area was teeming with birds, prompting the man to question if he truly believed he could manage the situation. After all, it required minimal intelligence. Despite several minutes having passed, the man had neither heard a response nor a gunshot, which made him alert. Without turning around, as though he could sense what was happening behind him, the man asked if the gun had been aimed at his back. The man responded with silence to this, his frown deepening as he questioned why nobody would inform him of his location. Without fidgeting, the man calmly interjected, not specifying his point. Meanwhile, the other individual raised his voice in irritation, inquiring about their current location. "And who is that person in the rumpled shirt, awkward in appearance, resembling someone subservient and frequently running errands for them?" Suddenly the man turned to face the other, shouting questions about their purpose on this forsaken island as he continued to do so. Without hesitation, he moved closer to the man and, with one swift motion, grabbed the gun that was aimed at his chest. Holding him still, she looked into the boy's panicked eyes and said that the island did not have a name at all. "The individual in the plaid shirt isn't subjugated, he's a valued employee. They operate a quaint, small-scale hotel. He is aware, just as much as he understands all else, that he is indeed their guest, permitted to stay at the inn." Perceiving the tension, the man inquired, his voice tinged with fear, about what exactly the other was doing and what he aimed to achieve, without waiting to hear his responses. He continued, disregarding his questions, stating that the cost of staying at the inn was 150,000 won per day, with an additional 11,000 won for food. Moreover, learning how to shoot costs $30,000. Currently, he doesn't pay even a single yen for it. Hearing his words declaring that he still had the audacity to point his weapon at the owner, the boy shouted nervously, pleading for him to release the gun. Nevertheless, the man was not inclined to relinquish the gun and swiftly wrested it from the grasp of the panicked individual who was powerless to react. The man was taken aback by the unforeseen turn of events, never anticipating that the gun would be so effortlessly wrested from his grasp. Without hesitation, she pointed it at the man, continuing to glare at him with a menacing look, all the while remaining silent. He maintained his intense stare, his eyes unnerving, almost as though he was anticipating some action or inquiries from him. However, the boy merely glared back at him, his eyes betraying a panicked and frightened state. Upon seeing the man smile, the boy rapidly closed his eyes. At that moment, the man started to squeeze the trigger of the gun. Upon pulling the trigger and the sound echoing, the man immediately crouched, covered his eyes and head, and let out a loud scream. He remained silent, shivering uncontrollably, terrified that his own folly might now lead to his demise. Fear swelled in his eyes as he realized with certainty that a second shot would be fired, sealing his fate. A second trigger pull resounded, yet the shot did not fire, and the man remained unharmed, surviving what would have been a fatal shotgun blast to the head. Lifting the gun towards the heavens, the man stated with a grin that it was a two-shot firearm, meaning it required reloading after 2 shots. It amuses him greatly, and being without funds himself, he is unable to impart a meaningful lesson. Staring down at the figure at his feet, the man inquired whether he was genuinely aware that the firearm was, in truth, unloaded. When he received no response, he remarked that even if it wasn't true, it remained a perilous jest with potentially disastrous outcomes. The man's eyes went wide as he watched him smile, and he asked if everything was indeed true. Gazing up from his seated position on the ground, the man nodded in agreement, confirming that it was indeed just as the other had said. Eventually, the man returned to the familiar seashore, settling himself down on the sand to face the sea. Gazing out at the sea, he continued to ponder the identity of those mysterious individuals. He also questioned the nature of the hotel situated on this deserted island. He recalled the smile of the man aiming the gun at him, pondering the reasons behind their actions towards him. He unwrapped his hair, perplexed and frustrated. Why couldn't he remember anything? Not how he got there, nor who he was. Suddenly, his eyes landed on an item lying on its side. It appeared to be the same box of mail he had noticed earlier. Without uttering a word, he attempted to understand why she was once again lying on the sand, despite his efforts to keep her steady. He rose to his feet and made his way toward the box that lay on the sand, musing aloud about its fall, given the absence of any wind. However, as he approached her, what he observed made him anxious once more, causing cold sweat to trickle down his face. The end of the stick, to which the box was affixed and had been carefully anchored into the sand by him, was meticulously sharpened to a point resembling precisely that of a pencil. The boy recalled that the night before last he had first encountered this mailbox when it had unexpectedly floated towards him and then abruptly struck his feet, and he in turn carefully pried it open and inspected it from every angle, attempting to discern its true nature. After fully removing it from the water, he also observed the length of the stick attached to the mailbox. It seems he vividly remembered the stick being blunt and painted red during the incident, precisely when he first held the mailbox. Now the stick was not only bare of paint, but its end had once more been whittled to a spike-like point. Moreover, it was not embedded in the sand but merely lay there. All of this presented an even more ominous appearance than it initially seemed. With swift motion, the man tossed aside the mailbox pole the moment he stabbed it into the ground, causing it to fall effortlessly onto the sand. He kept his gaze fixed on the mailbox, eyes wide with fear. Yet the longer he looked, the more a peculiar detail began to capture his attention. The box was sealed, having been securely shut even before its edges became pointed. Now the boy found himself intrigued, eager to discover the contents locked within and the reason for its closure. After a brief moment of contemplation, the boy hesitated, wondering if he should pull open the drawer. Ultimately, he decided to extend his hand and attempt to open it. The door swung open with ease, and upon peering inside, he noticed what appeared to be a piece of paper. Without hesitation, he reached in and retrieved it from where it rested. Gazing at the image composed of pixels, the man attempted to discern its subject and underlying meaning. In the image, something beyond the paper was discernible. The pixelated picture seemed to overlay a sheet harboring another element. That was indeed the revelation. The moment the boy flipped the picture to its reverse side, he discovered a meticulously inscribed number 5. He scrutinized it, attempting to decipher its true significance. Merely jotting down numbers on a sheet of paper seemed nonsensical to him. Suddenly, his attention was captured by Romy, who was approaching him with quick steps, someone he had not expected to see there at all. He glanced at the paper in his hand and, realizing it was something she definitely should not see, promptly crumpled it up. Then he slipped it into his pocket, subtly smoothing it out to ensure it wasn't noticeable that something was hidden there. She walked over to him quickly and inquired about how things had gone. She was especially interested in knowing about his date with her father, given that they had been alone together. With that, the girl gave a mocking smile as though she was ridiculing him by telling jokes that were far from humorous. The man glanced at her with a nervous expression and mentioned that her father was truly one of a kind. He added that many could benefit from following his example. With a subtle smile, the girl agreed, affirming that indeed he was, before proposing a stroll. Without awaiting the boy's response, she proceeded, walking ahead with her hands clasped behind her back. Without a word in response, the boy mimicked her actions and followed, maintaining a slightly slower pace than the girl who herself walked at a leisurely speed. Gazing at her, the boy mentioned that her father had conveyed to him that the island was nameless. The girl nodded in agreement, confirming that it was indeed true. In response to his reasonable question about whether they were still in Korea, she replied evasively, suggesting that perhaps they were. Then the man inquired whether, in that scenario, they had simply taken and unlawfully privatized an entire island in Korea. Upon hearing the question, the girl rose to her feet and became as immobile as if she had been turned into stone, a look of utter astonishment blanketing her face. Then she pivoted towards him and, without uttering a word, swiftly stepped closer. And then, moving even closer, she wrapped both arms around his shoulders, simultaneously leaning her entire body against him. As she leaned on him, the guy was at a loss for how to respond. Thus, he merely remained still, gazing at her with a look of awkwardness etched on his face. Meanwhile, the girl felt utterly liberated there. She then asked him, did nothing else catch his fancy? Had nothing else sparked his imagination? The man's cheeks turned red, and he awkwardly inquired about her age, wondering if she was older than him given the manner in which she spoke to him. She responded by saying he didn't have to inquire, reminding him that they were both adults and implied that should suffice. The girl's words took the guy aback, leaving him even more astonished. His eyes widened further in response to both the sight and sound before him. In that instant, she extended her arm towards his face, gently caressing it. In response, the boy could only offer a grimace, yet he remained silent. The girl continued to flirt with him, seemingly entertained by his reactions evident from her teasing smile. Upon hearing that they were sufficiently aged to engage in a kind act, the man's cheeks flushed a bright red, akin to a ripe tomato. Suddenly his mind was flooded with all manner of inappropriate thoughts. Once he ceased his resistance, he trailed behind the girl along the sandy shore. He was uncertain of her intentions, but at that moment it mattered little to him. Eventually, they arrived at the dock. Observing it, the girl noted that it was equipped for rock fishing. Normally, such equipment would cost 30,000 won, but this time it was offered at no charge. What he heard and saw caused him to stiffen in surprise once more, though this time it was tinged with disappointment. After a brief pause to reflect, he began to wonder if she had actually mentioned fishing initially. The girl turned towards him, and after pausing to think, she laughed and agreed that it was indeed as he had described. Upon hearing her response, the man gazed at the woman once more, his expression brimming with incredulity, as though he hadn't anticipated her acquiescence to be so forthcoming. Seeing his puzzled expression, the girl lifted her hand and covered her face with it, as though she had witnessed something amusing. And then, unable to hold back her laughter, she laughed loudly at the man, completely disregarding his condition. In turn, the person, feeling embarrassed by the laughter directed at her, blushed deeply and nervously shouted, asking what was found to be so amusing. Without pausing her laughter, the girl quickly reassured the panicked boy, telling him he was amusing. Then she inquired about what he had originally expected. Unaware, as they were engrossed in their argument, they didn't notice someone observing them from outside. The boy expressed his surprise, stating he hadn't anticipated any of this, to which the girl retorted, suggesting the exact opposite. She questioned if he truly hadn't expected it, why his anger was so evident. After a bit of time had passed, they had eventually calmed down. Now they both sat on the dock, each with a fishing rod in hand, quietly fishing side by side. As she baited the hook with a worm, the girl broke the silence. She inquired whether engaging in everyday activities like this might help him regain his memory. With a grimace of distaste upon seeing the picture, the boy responded that he hadn't considered it before. Yet despite this initial reaction, he now believed it was quite plausible, and shifted the conversation, noting that while the worms appeared unappealing and repulsive, she nonetheless excelled in handling them. Responding to the girl's remark that he didn't appear to be someone who gets scared easily, the guy replied that he didn't even remember his own identity. Moreover, finding himself completely isolated on an unfamiliar island inhabited by peculiar individuals, it's fair to express quite candidly and transparently that he is indeed frightened. In the next instant, he fell silent, once more perceiving an odd ambiance that brought to mind the aura emanating from the man in the kitchen. Observing the girl and sensing the energy she radiated, the boy worriedly pondered what could have occurred. He speculated whether he might have inadvertently uttered something offensive. In the next moment, the girl exhaled, offering her apologies. She then expressed her certainty that he had formed a negative impression of them, acknowledging that from his perspective they must seem rather peculiar. Let's consider her father. He is a rigid and strict man, a demeanor deeply rooted in his religious convictions. Furthermore, his disdain for city life led him to relocate his family to a more remote area. He chose a challenging path, and her mom remains oblivious to the realities of the world. She is utterly consumed by a princess syndrome. She chose to keep her comments about her brother Mina minimal. Therefore, she simply mentioned that her brother had become deeply introspective. On the contrary, her younger sister Yumi is quite intimidating. Moreover, she is completely uncertain about the kind of person she will become. He mentioned that she often critiqued her own family harshly. Then he encouraged her to share information about this girl, Yumi. He was curious because he had observed Yumi enthusiastically capturing and exterminating insects earlier that day. After pausing to think, he spoke with slight hesitation, saying that children of her age often struggle to distinguish between right and wrong. As a result, they can easily make mistakes akin to squashing bugs without much thought. Surprised, Romy turned toward him, her attention diverted from her book. She inquired what he meant and if he was implying that he had experienced the same thing. He contemplated the response as though he was attempting to unravel what and how, even for his own understanding. He couldn't recall anything, which he immediately shared with the girl, making sure to awkwardly scratch his head beforehand. The girl remarked that this was unfortunate. Upon hearing his inquisitive tone, she explained that she had never encountered someone suffering from amnesia previously, which sparked her curiosity. Additionally, she expressed a desire to assist him by engaging in conversations about his past. Scratching her head, she offered an awkward smile and apologized, acknowledging that she recognized the gravity of the situation for him and everyone involved. The boy remained silent, lost in his thoughts. His mind was still filled with vivid memories from their initial encounter. When he had once asked her where he was, hoping for her assistance, she had merely laughed in response. Now he found himself pondering whether her personality temperament alone was to blame, or if she could truly be trusted after everything that had happened. At this moment, the float twitched once and then began to twitch repeatedly. indicating that an otter was likely nibbling. The girl quickly recognized this and urgently called out to him, loudly insisting that he should hasten to withdraw the rod as swiftly as possible. Observing his comical struggles to gingerly handle the fishing rod, the girl couldn't help but burst into laughter once more. She inquired whether he had any fishing skills whatsoever. Without giving it much thought, she promptly told him to remove his hands from the rod as she would take over and handle everything herself. Romy hastily attempted to approach the man to seize the rod from him, but in a swift moment she stumbled and began to fall. And she didn't just fall anywhere, but directly onto the man who was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. He simply stood there watching her descent, passively undergoing the experience as she plummeted towards him. The rod likewise tumbled and, without lingering on the incline, swiftly plunged into the sea. The girl and the boy remained lying on top of each other for some time, endeavoring to recuperate from their fall. Observing the girl as she stood up, the guy called out to her, inquiring about her well-being. He then advised her to exercise more caution in the future. Romy remained silent, casting glances to the right and then to the left, seemingly searching for anyone who might be observing or listening in on their conversation. And then, with no further delay, she applied pressure on his shoulders, urging him down and to recline once more on the rock he had just arisen from. Lowering herself down, she quietly asked the shocked guy to save her if he could somehow manage it. She continued to descend further, halting only when her hair had fully obscured the face of the man, rendered speechless. Meeting his gaze directly with eyes that seemed to plead silently, the girl once more softly implored him to rescue her. Then she voiced her desire to simply escape the confines of the accursed island. Romy, after expressing her thoughts and taking the desired actions, swiftly departed from the dock, not uttering another word or glancing back. The boy remained in place, reflecting on her actions and her words. His instincts hinted at an underlying issue, yet he was reluctant to accept this possibility. He pondered whether she truly desired to leave the island. He questioned if what he heard was indeed what he believed it to be. Believing that she possibly couldn't manage, the man turned his head and his eyes landed on the book that Romy seemed to have misplaced. Suddenly his eyes landed on the book Romy was reading and had clearly just left it there by mistake. Observing her, the boy's brows furrowed in a frown. He was on the verge of shouting for Romy, but managed to restrain himself at the last moment. To say the least, the book was peculiar. Its cover was entirely white, devoid of wear and tear, and bore not a single mark or inscription. Leaving his doubts and musings behind, the boy quickly walked over and lifted the book from the ground. Despite his numerous attempts to read or find anything within the book, every page he turned was utterly blank. Angry, he flipped through the same pages once more, but just like before, he found nothing useful. After a moment, it dawned on him. This book undeniably was entirely blank, devoid of any words or imagery. After some time, he found himself slowly making his way along the ground, heading back towards the hotel he had departed from. Suddenly, he saw a man in front of him carrying a sack over his back, and he immediately came to a halt. After a moment of head-scratching, the man was the first to break the silence, admitting he had caused considerable trouble that morning and offering his apology. Minu gazed at him quietly, her expression and gaze remaining utterly unchanged. After a while, his attention shifted to the book the boy was holding, a book he recognized well. However, he remained silent about her. Without responding to the boy's words, he continued on his way. Without responding, Minu continued to walk on, treating the guy as if he were insignificant to him. Jin Hyuk was displeased, so he diverted his path and called out once more to Mina, who halted in response. Then the boy attempted to speak, to ask a question, but found himself unable. They remained silent for a moment, exchanging intense stares. Observing that the man had nothing further to say, Minu simply turned around and continued on his path. Watching him, the man realized he couldn't simply approach and inquire whether he was being detained against his will. Eventually, he made his way to the inn, continually clutching the book in his hands. Gazing at her, he recalled the advice from the man in the plaid shirt. He needed to persuade everyone and demonstrate his usefulness. He also recalled the man pressuring Mina to admit it, and even when the man remained silent, he declared that he was the one responsible. And then Romy, gazing at him, asked for his help to escape from the island, conveying her strong desire to do so. Oblivious to Minu's grim-faced approach from behind, the guy mentioned that it actually gave him goosebumps. In the following moment, Minu startled him greatly by asking in a soft, solemn tone if she might pose a question. Leaping back from his position, the man yelled in fear and loudly inquired what the other wanted. Toth, driven by intense curiosity, respectfully sought permission to inquire about something. "This belongs to Romy, doesn't it?" he asked, directing his gaze towards the book that Jin Hyok held. The man responded that if he was referring to the book, he indeed wanted it and intended to eventually return it to the mistress. Minu appeared to grow larger as he inquired in a stern voice whether the man had murdered Romy and was now in possession of that book. Gazing up at him, he was at a loss to comprehend their expectations and what Minu desired from him. Maintaining her gaze with unsettling intensity, Minu affirmed that he had indeed killed her. Holding the sickle, Jin Hek questioned what was being insinuated, perplexed as to why he would ever harm her when everything was fine to begin with. Despite his words falling upon deaf ears, he declared that now he would certainly put an end to him, making it clear there was no escape. Choosing not to attempt speaking again, aware that the risk of death was too significant, the young man hurried towards the house. He dashed forward, fueled by the hope that he could still make it, all the while fearful that the crazed pursuer behind him wouldn't overtake him. Even upon arriving, he discovered that the door was, in fact, locked. Thus, they began frantically pulling the handle, yelling in confusion as to why it was even locked, and questioning what on earth was wrong with these doors in the first place. Minu was steadily drawing closer to him, resolute and unwavering in her approach. She was almost certain that he was the perpetrator behind Romy's death, and she didn't even pause to verify her suspicions. In a final act of desperation, Jin Hek turned towards Minu, his panic evident, and questioned if he had gone insane. He reiterated that he had not murdered Romy, dismissing the accusations as the ravings of a madman. Minu ignored his pleas and warnings for him to keep his distance and refrain from touching him. Despite this, he continued to scream hysterically for someone to get off of him, insisting he was losing his mind. Just then, Yumi approached and with an indifferent tone called out to her brother, mentioning that she had just spotted Romy. With a slight smile, pleased by their newfound attention, the girl explained that she was simply hosting a fashion show in her room. Minu glanced in her direction and inquired about Romy's well-being, to which Yumi responded, regrettably confirming his survival. The girl extended her hand and gestured toward the book, indicating for him to pass the book he was holding to her. As though he hadn't quite grasped her meaning immediately, the man asked her once more to clarify what she was saying. Yumi reiterated that she was referring to the book, maintaining her smile throughout the conversation. She took it and flipped through the pages with a slight frown, giving the impression that she was genuinely reading something. She let out a sigh of boredom and gazed at the guy, her expression clearly conveying disbelief. Then she threw the book back to the man, who stared at her in astonishment, cold sweat still streaming down his face. Meanwhile, the girl approached her brother and offered her assistance with his work. Minu immediately accepted her offer. She then mentioned that Romy was her older sister, implying that she shouldn't be arguing with him. In response, the girl questioned who even cared about that fact. Realizing he had narrowly escaped death, the man lost his temper, his brows furrowing in frustration. And now they were simply departing together without offering him an apology for their attempt on his life. This only served to fuel his anger further. Observing Minu and Yumi gradually moving away, the melancholic man called out to them, urging them to remain stationary. As heads turned in his direction, the girl DJ Tem's mocking smile remained fixed on her face as she faced the guy. At that moment he was glaring at them, insisting they pause and offer him an apology for all the distress they had caused. Following that, he derogatorily referred to Mina as a fuckwit. For a moment, Minu observed the man in silence, her gaze conveying that he was exceedingly fortunate to still be alive. Jin Hek, determined not to give up, frowned in response and locked eyes with him as if throwing down a challenge. Yumi faced Minu and inquired whether he had committed an error, to which Minu rapidly nodded his head from side to side in denial. Turning towards the man, she extended her hands and relayed his words, asserting that he claimed innocence. Irritably, Jin Hek retorted that the man had nearly taken his life. Yumi faced her brother once more, questioning him about the truth of his intentions, particularly whether he truly desired to end the life of the Ajusi. He responded, confessing that he believed he had indeed taken the life of Romy. The guy was taken aback by the girl's assertion that he ought to have been rewarded under those circumstances. He couldn't grasp why she would suggest that at all. In the next moment, the girl burst into laughter and gently patted his leg, assuring him that she was only joking. Observing the situation, the man attempted to comprehend what was troubling the young person. After all, it was clearly not an appropriate moment for humor, as they were engaged in discussing serious matters. Yumi turned towards him once more, smiling, and mentioned that her brother wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. suggesting that it was best to just ignore him. She mentioned that although he might have stated his intention to kill, in reality, he was kind-hearted and never meant any harm. Gently touching her brother, she sought his affirmation of her words. However, Minu responded that if he were to kill Romy, he would do so effortlessly and without much thought. The girl asserted that he was not responsible for her death, and therefore contended that there was no immediate necessity to kill Ajosi. He affirmed, adding that he believed he did want to. Yumi then faced Jin Hek, inquiring if he truly intended to take her sister Romy's life. Confused by her words, the man furrowed his brow and inquired about her meaning. With an unsettling gaze, Yumi asked him if that was indeed the case before repeating her initial question. The boy inquired about what she was discussing and why he would want to kill Romy. Turning to her brother, the girl lifted her fist into the air, reassuring him that all was well and any conflicts had been resolved. The girl suggested visiting the pigs, and together with her brother, they began to walk away. Jin Hek extended his hand, attempting to halt their departure, inquiring what was meant by settled. Dismissing any lingering doubts, the man raised his voice once more, insisting that she offer a sincere apology. He explained that he had been so frightened by her actions that his heart almost leaped out of his chest. Annoyed by his shouting, Yumi turned around and headed quickly in his direction, her hands clenched into fists. With a sympathetic look, the girl inquired if the gentleman suffered from a heart condition. With a creepy smile, she expressed her disbelief and inquired if it was indeed true. Receiving no response, she suggested that perhaps he was being overly harsh towards the ill individual. Ultimately, her brother cannot be considered normal by any standard. Rather than constantly complaining, why doesn't he take action and resolve the situation? The man stated irritably that it wasn't a matter of complaining. It was simply that he was being pursued by someone wielding a sickle. With a mocking glance, Yumi informed him that she had observed the entire scene from where she stood, clarifying that she had no intention of pursuing him. His fear had been his own doing, VDJ. Merely seeing him clutch his sickle had sent him into a panic, causing him to flee. Then her expression shifted to scorn and disdain as she declared him a mere pathetic coward, questioning what fault lay within them. This time the man finally lost his patience and demanded in anger if he was being called a coward. He quickly approached her, shoving her, and loudly demanded, "How dare you speak to me like that?" while referring to her as a little asshole. The girl, unconfused, did not respond with words, but instead loudly shouted at him. Then she collapsed to her knees and began to whimper, oblivious to the man standing nearby, unaware of the events that had unfolded. At that moment, a woman emerged from the house, her gaze unsettling as she peered at the man. She inquired about the cause of the commotion. Observing Yumi seated on the ground, she instantly leaped outside and inquired about what had transpired. The girl tearfully reported that the man derogatorily addressed her brother, targeting his disability, and insulted her by calling her an offensive term. She also mentioned that he exhibited aggression towards her, expressing a desire to physically harm her. The man himself could not tolerate the falsehoods and raised his voice to question what she was alleging and when he had ever struck her. The woman interjected, expressing her surprise at his demeanor, stating she hadn't perceived him to be that way. She then inquired why he was elevating his tone, as it was intimidating. She refrained from offering excuses, expressing her belief in his decency, which, to her disappointment, he failed to uphold. She highlighted the goodness of her children, emphasizing that he lacked any justification to mistreat or verbally abuse them in such a manner. The boy attempted to voice his objections in shock but was abruptly cut off as the girl, overwhelmed with tears and loud cries, hurried to her mother. Disregarding the guy's pleas for her to cease this foolishness, the girl recounted how Ajosi had embarrassed them, insulted her brother by calling him disabled, and rudely remarked that she was a little brat while labeling her sister as a bitch. The woman turned her head toward the man, casting a gloomy look in his direction without uttering a word. The man found himself more intimidated by the situation itself than by the look directed at him, which appeared, to all intents and purposes, to leave him with no escape. The girl gazed at him with a mocking expression, fully aware of the extent of the trouble he was facing, just as he was. The solemn atmosphere that now pervaded was due to the family members present, and the woman, who looked directly at him, indicated that they needed to have a private conversation. Shortly thereafter, the woman entered the living room with tea where the man had been seated awaiting her presence. However, as she served the tea and placed the cup before him, he failed to even raise his gaze, which was fixed in sheer horror on the floor. It took a while before he lifted his gaze and regarded the woman with the same expression as a naughty puppy might. The woman sat in silence, her gaze fixed on him, yet it was evident she had no intention of initiating the conversation. Thus, they remained seated for a moment, simply gazing into each other's eyes. At the same moment, they began to speak. The man explained that it was all a misunderstanding, insisting he would never make such comments about her children. Meanwhile, the woman inquired if he had taken it. Seeing his puzzled expression, she clarified that she was referring to the kitchen knife and inquired once more if he had taken it. With a smile, the man feigned ignorance once more and inquired about her meaning. The woman responded, stating that no matter where she searched for him, he was nowhere to be found. The man was attempting to understand what it was and why she abruptly began discussing a knife without any apparent reason. Meanwhile, the woman mentioned that she had scoured his room, tidying everything thoroughly from top to bottom. The expression on the man's face transformed. He was incredulous at what she had just told him. All the while, the woman continued to insist, her gaze filled with fear, that she hadn't found anything in the end. It was curious, given her conviction that he had indeed taken it. Night had already fallen when the young boy finally discovered the treehouse that he was now destined to call home. Gazing upon it, he grasped his backpack DD/TM strap and, with a frown, declared he had at last discovered the treehouse. Then they started to ascend the mountain, foregoing any further idle chatter. As soon as I opened the door, I found myself in a small room, immediately surrounded by what were clearly antiques and vintage toys. Besides the clutter that filled the house, there was also an overwhelmingly foul odor, suggesting to the man that the property must have been deserted for quite some time. Eventually, he chose to prepare his own dinner as well, utilizing the aged tiles that had been there upon his arrival. Rapidly slurping his ramen noodles, Jin Heck couldn't stop reflecting on the day's events. While they were conversing, the woman apologized and stated that she could no longer allow him to stay overnight at her place. The man was taken aback, prompting him to ask what she meant vdg a reaction to something he hadn't anticipated. The woman expressed her inability to trust him sufficiently to leave him alone overnight, despite the fact that he was the one who had taken the kitchen knife. Jin Heck swiftly rose from his seat and implored her to pause, emphasizing that this marked the second instance he had declared his innocence by stating he had not handled the knife. Nevertheless, the woman paid him no heed and declared that until the knife was located, he would have to sleep in the treehouse. Now, as he gazed dismally at the knife he had stolen himself, the memory came back to him. He was acutely aware of the truth, that the knife was indeed taken by him, but at this moment he was at a loss for what actions to take next with it. Additionally, he was highly intrigued about how the woman could be so certain that it was indeed him. After some time, both his plate and pot were utterly devoid of food, leaving him with nothing else to do but clean them. The man lay sprawled on the wooden floor, arms extended, contemplating the likelihood of making this place his home for some time. Yet, he still believed it was for the best. From the window, he has a clear view of the path leading to the cabin, allowing him to see in advance if anyone decides to visit unexpectedly. Ultimately, the sole path to reach it is by ascending the rope ladder dangling on the exterior. If he obstructs the entrance with boxes, nobody can enter without him knowing. With a smile, both joyful and tinged with fatigue, he looked forward to finally enjoying a restful night's sleep. Sensing a mosquito fiercely biting his cheek, the man swiftly slapped his face with his hand in an attempt to eliminate it. Snugly enveloped in a blanket, the man settled on the floor, indifferent to finding a comfortable spot to sleep. For a moment, he lay silently on the floor, gazing out the window at the moon that shone brightly outside. To himself, he was merely pleading with the moon to at least swiftly conceal itself that night. Eventually, he surrendered to a deep yet fitful slumber, closing his eyes and embracing the long-awaited rest. As the creaking of the swings and their iron chains reached his ears, he promptly opened his eyes. Without hesitating, the man quickly moved to the window and cautiously peered out to identify the visitor. To his astonishment, there was merely a small child idly swinging on a swing, clearly oblivious to his presence. Observing him closely, Jin Heck tried to understand what was troubling this young boy and why, of all places, he had chosen to come here. Suddenly, the child pivoted, glaring unhappily in his direction as if aware of his staring. However, the man seemed utterly oblivious to him, his attention wholly absorbed by the phone in his hands. On closer examination, it became clear that the device he was so engrossed in was, in fact, his own phone. Meanwhile, the little one grew tired of swinging and with a burst of energy leaped off and dashed into the dense thicket of the forest. Jin Heck decided to take a chance and shouted for him to stop and wait a moment since he had his phone in his grip. However, the child did not halt but continued on, oblivious to his presence. He hurried down the stairs, attempting to keep up with the child while continuously shouting for him to wait. The shadowy grove was eerily enigmatic, and I had no desire whatsoever to venture into it. Despite a swift and apprehensive gulp, the man continued in that direction, unwilling to risk losing his phone again due to his fear. The man moved quickly, solely in a forward direction, navigating past the bushes and blades of grass that crossed his path, for none of it mattered to him at the moment. Finally bursting into a vast field, the man paused to regain his breath. At that moment he was certain he had lost his pursuer and that he would never be caught. Yet hope remained, leading him to commence his ascent through the underbrush in the pursuit of discovery. The field was simply vast, rendering it not only impossible to run through, but also making it difficult to even walk normally across its expanse. After some time, the man was panting and meandering across the field, having accomplished nothing. He found himself muttering about his whereabouts. Despite his efforts to look around, the man couldn't spot or locate anything, leaving him utterly baffled. Gripped by a new wave of fear, he swallowed hard, contemplating the unbearable possibility of losing the boy. A sense of worry should have already taken hold of him. The location is eerily unsettling, and he has already lost visual contact with it, so it would be wise for him to return. Simultaneously, he was taken aback by a distant sound emerging from the side. He was frightened, yet he clung to the hope that not everything was lost. He turned in that direction and called out loudly, asking if the child was present, and if so, to come forward. Instantly, he heard a sound to his side, prompting him to turn in that direction. On the opposite side, to his dismay, there was also a sound, almost simultaneous with the previous one. From above, it was evident that the man was soon encircled from all directions by 4 dark figures, who, without a moment's delay, swiftly closed in on him. The boy found himself encircled, powerless to resist or take action. Around him, he could discern nothing but the encroaching silhouettes shrouded in darkness. Gradually, out of the shadows emerged silhouettes that were difficult to decipher. Jin Heck was engulfed in fear, his body dripping with cold sweat as he stared wide-eyed, attempting to discern the nature of what stood before him. His eyes widened in astonishment as he watched one of the shadows rise to its feet, revealing itself to be a pig dressed in a dark suit. The being before him possessed a snout reminiscent of a pig, yet all other aspects, from attire to physique, bore a striking resemblance to that of a human. As he stood there observing one, 2 more emerged from behind him. Oddly, the creatures surrounding him, to his astonishment, bore a disturbing resemblance to the island inhabitants. The very next moment, the man opened his eyes, immediately feeling the bright sunlight assaulting his vision. He lay snugly in his sleeping bag, leaving no doubt that he was not out in the field. He rose from his seat, jaw clenched in fury, muttering curses through gritted teeth upon realizing it was all just a dream. Eventually, he made his way to the swing. Upon examining the area around it, it was evident that no one was there. However, the man distinctly recalled noticing the boy on it, who had given him an indifferent glance and was occupied with his phone. Jin Hyeon noticed that even in his dream, his appearance was remarkably realistic. Everything appeared true to life. Scratching his head, he swore once more, and without realizing there was a man behind him, he inquired aloud where his phone had vanished to. The man approaching drew his notice by speaking about appearing to still be in one piece. The boy turned around and greeted Tae-hee. However, Tae-hee didn't respond with a greeting, but instead inquired why his advice had been disregarded by the boy. Puzzled, Jin Hyeon inquired about the exact nature of his statement and the advice being referred to. Tae-hee began to rile up the doors with words, disregarding the advice he had already been given not to anger them. Essentially, he was also making life more difficult for himself. He lugged the door up the stairs to the cabin, inquiring if it was indeed true that the cabin lacked a door. Affirming that he was there to rectify the situation, the man expressed his gratitude and offered to assist in carrying it. As they were moving it, he shared an anecdote about how the hotel's owner referred to him merely as an employee. Tae-hee considered the final words, then remarked with a smile that if they claimed he was an employee, then he supposed it must be true. Jin Hyeon pondered for a moment, his brows furrowing in deep thought. Eventually, he spoke up, expressing his belief that it was indeed the case. Then he inquired if the person was being detained there against their will. Tae-hee paused, standing still as if frozen, and after a brief moment he asked with a tone of wonder, questioning if, despite everything he had witnessed, he was still inquiring. Thoth remained silent, and all Jin Heck could utter was, "My goodness," as they persisted in carrying the door. After some time, Tae-hee finally drove the final nails into the doorframe. After testing its sturdiness, he began descending the ladder, stating that he had finished and would secure it afterward. His gratitude was readily acknowledged, ensuring she wasn't excluded this time. As Tae-hee moved further and further away, the man called out his name, pleading for him to wait. He paused and pivoted towards him in astonishment, inquiring what was the matter and what had transpired. In response to the boy's question about whether he had considered escaping, he interjected his final thoughts. The man clarified his statement, explaining that by running a boarding house, their family maintained a connection to the outside world. Thrilled by the brilliance of his concept, he trembled with excitement, having shared with Tae-hee the idea of hosting visitors occasionally. This implies that they need to utilize the phone or the internet to reserve a room. Naturally, they must possess a boat to reach the island, which they can subsequently utilize. Tae-hee responded to him without showing any emotion and said that he probably did, and regardless, she wished him luck. Seeing him turn and begin to walk away, the man shouted once more, imploring him to wait and questioning why he was acting so cynical. Hearing him ask if he wanted to escape the island, Tae-hee came to a sudden halt, freezing in place with a look of shock and a frown creasing his brow. At that moment, a man approached him and reiterated his previous assertion, stating, "Like I said before, these people are insane. We should help each other escape from here immediately." He continuously exclaimed that his memory failed him, and having misplaced his phone, he couldn't manage alone. Moreover, given their similar circumstances, shouldn't they assist and support one another? Tae-hee maintained her silence, neither confirming nor disputing the man's statements. This infuriated him, compelling him to demand a response. He inquired about what had transpired with him, noting that yesterday he had been extremely communicative and collaborative. Receiving no response, the man clicked his fingers and with a smile suggested that upon the arrival of the new guests, they should actively seek their assistance, and exclaimed that if it were truly a boarding house, their arrival should be imminent. Tae-hee cut him off before he could complete his thoughts on what they could do next. When Tae-hee received no response, he asserted that he indeed was. Shortly before, a few individuals had made their arrival. The man, wearing a joyful smile, inquired if it truly was the case. Tae-hee responded affirmatively, adding, however, that there was one exception. He pointed a finger at his stomach and said, "They must be in there somewhere now." The expression on the boy's face transformed as he grimaced in horror upon hearing the news. Following a brief pause, the man inquired about the specifics of his statement, to which Tae-hee did not respond. Gradually, he mentioned that it was merely lunchtime, yet he felt incredibly exhausted, suggesting it would be best for him to go and have something to eat. Parn was infuriated by his behavior, seized his arm, spun him around to face him, and shouted loudly, demanding him to repeat his words. However, the moment he did, the sleeve of his shirt slid off Tae-hee's arm, revealing the bluish-yellow needle marks near his elbow. The man was taken aback by the sight before him and merely stood in disbelief, gazing at it, unsure of how to react. Shocked, Tae-hee quickly withdrew his hand from his arm and slapped it. They remained in silence for a moment, after which Tae-hee broke the quiet, softly inquiring if he had observed everything around them. The perplexed man asked what was being said, but he still couldn't hear it. Tae-hee turned towards him, her smile bordering on insanity and her eyes holding a creepy glint, as she inquired if he had witnessed everything. She then labeled him a bastard. Tae-hee turned towards him, a wild smile playing on his lips and a disturbing glint in his eyes, as he inquired if he had witnessed everything, all the while referring to him disdainfully as a bastard. He was at a loss for words, not anticipating that Tae-hee would act in such a manner. It was uncharacteristic of the Tae-hee he was familiar with. This behavior infuriated the man, who clenched his jaw in frustration. Frowning, he inquired why the other was speaking in such a manner. He then asked, with anger in his voice, why he believed he had the right to speak to him in such a manner and call him names. Observing the trembling man, he inquired whether the marks on his arm were from needles, to which the man nodded in affirmation. In the next moment, the man seized him by his clothing, thwarting any attempt he made to break free and escape. The guy lifted Tae-hee, and while accusing him of being a drug addict with harsh language, he inquired if his earlier statements were indeed truthful. He was questioned about what he meant when he said that these people existed somewhere within him. The boy gazed at him with fear in his eyes, unsure of where to begin or how to explain his words to him. Eventually, they both settled down and proceeded to the treehouse owned by the guy to have a conversation. Scratching his head awkwardly, Tae-hee expressed his sincere apologies. The man pondered whether the other was merely jesting, even when he recounted how a blow to the back of his head from a mine had rendered him unconscious. He must also demonstrate his value to them. Is it merely a jest, or does it pertain to the visitors deep within him as well? Tae-hee, who was seated opposite him, sincerely admitted that was indeed the case. He was simply offering an autumn apology because he had been goofing around. Jin-hek swiftly closed the distance and began to assail him with punches, inquiring whether it had been a while since he had endured a beating and questioning who would jest in such a manner. This was pointedly critical, given that the recipient of his aggression was someone suffering from amnesia. After hearing his apology, the man inquired if they truly operated a small business at that location. Tae-hee confirmed that they indeed did. He was deeply intrigued, finding it unusually easy to accept others' words at face value. Jin-hek responded immediately with what the other person should have said and looked at him in surprise. With a grin stretching across his face, Tae-hee slouched down, remarking on the boredom of being stuck in that place. "It's boring as hell," he said, echoing his thoughts out loud. Very few people visit that place to begin with, and those who do are quite eccentric. As a result, he struggles to connect with anyone there. The man made a face of discomfort as he fiddled with his ear and flicked a piece of mucus from his finger. Quickly regaining his composure, he declared that he had the ability to leave the island. Evidently, he's not a captive, so the man is quite intrigued about why he remains. Tae-hee remained silent, while Li Shou silently gazed at the man with a look of fear. He continued to speak, mentioning that he had noticed needle marks on his arm, and now he was curious about their origins. The marks on his hands appeared quite fresh as far as he could tell. Once again, Tae-hee found herself without a response, casting a fearful look at the man, not intending to satisfy his inquiries. The boy inquired once more, pressing for a response as to why there had been no reply. Tae-hee scrambled to regain his composure. Then, gesturing towards himself, he asked if there wasn't even a slight recognition. Jin-hek regarded him with surprise, uncertain of his meaning once more. The man remained quiet for a moment, attempting to comprehend the topic of conversation. Then he inquired how the other even knew of him. Tae-hee released a sad sigh and inquired if it was because he was gaining weight. Scratching his head and not waiting for a response, he mentioned thinking he was quite famous. However, he admitted that perhaps things weren't exactly as he had believed. The man remained silent, attempting to understand both his desires and the nature of their conversation. Tae-hee rose to his feet and solemnly started to execute a series of motions involving his arms, torso, and legs. The man stared at him throughout, both bewildered and amazed, as though he were in the throes of convulsions. After concluding his dance attempts, the man wearing a plaid robe pointed to himself and declared that he was, in fact, an idol. Gazing directly into the man's eyes, he declared himself to be a celebrity, identifying himself as Jin Tae-hee, the former national star and singer. Throughout the entire encounter, the man remained silent, attempting to decipher the actions and intentions of the individual before him, wondering whether he was being deceived. But from what he recalled, from his memories in the restaurant, something similar had indeed been aired on television. The news anchor discussed how Artist G encountered a drug distributor at a boat party last year, leading to his addiction. Subsequently, he disappeared. He also reminisced about the moment when, in a mix of anger and scorn, the host switched off the TV, remarking on the nation's madness. He commented on how these contemptible entertainers treat drugs as if they were trophies for bravery or skill. He voiced his frustration over not encountering a single piece of uplifting news recently, mentioning how it only served to dampen his spirits. Gradually, the realization of what had transpired began to settle upon him. He had just recalled a fragment of something he had previously forgotten. Gazing up at Tae-hee, who stood before him, he started to mumble about a seafood shop and mentioned that he had seen it on TV. In surprise, Tae-hee looked at him and asked, "What other seafood shop and news are you referring to?" The boy sprinted towards Tae-hee, seizing his hand with a shriek, exclaiming in excitement that he remembered him. Ignoring the warning to back off, the guy cheerfully responded that he remembered him well. VDJ, he's Jin Tae-hee, the idol and performer, though also known as a drug addict. He chuckled, mentioning that according to the news, he had gone missing when in fact he had been there hiding the whole time. Tae-hee also chuckled and attributed the gradual return of his memory to mere luck. The man clasped his head, silently mouthing that if he were to recall his memories gradually, they would all eventually return. Tae-hee scratched his head, stating that since he had done him a favor, he believed he could overlook a small joke. However, the boy's attention was entirely captured by the sound coming from the radio. Through the static, a voice broke into the radio, calling out for Taehi to respond at last. The man gazed in astonishment at Taehi, who delved into his toolkit and proceeded to unlock a drawer. He quickly pulled open the drawer, and within it, there indeed lay a walkie-talkie, seemingly beckoning to him with his name. The man wearing the checkered shirt picked up the phone and mentioned he was at the machine, inviting the caller to go ahead and speak. After being instructed to inspect the public restroom in Guest B, he agreed to do so. Slipping the walkie-talkie back in place, he murmured under his breath, noting that it had been a while since he last did this. Indeed, it was nothing but a hassle. In response to Jin Hyun's query regarding the situation, he mentioned that she had already arrived. The man remained perplexed, inquiring once more about the identity of the individual and the reason behind his obligation to go to work. He replied, asking if he thought they were new guests. The new guests had just emerged to be welcomed warmly by the inn's exceedingly cheerful and smiling proprietors, who quickly offered a respectful bow to the newcomers. The guy hurried over to where the guests were arriving and concealed himself behind a tree to observe them. Eventually, they proceeded to the boarding house, guided by a man and a woman who were the owner and the hostess. Gazing upon them, the man was astounded. The visitors had truly arrived, and he hadn't been deceived. Without hesitation, he darted into the grove, searching for a boat or anything alike that could transport them to the island. As he dashed through the woods, he learned with relief that a boat had finally arrived, offering him a chance to escape from that place. He was indifferent to whether or not the family actually operated the boarding house. Regardless, he had no interest in prolonging his stay. After a while, he eventually found a path that led him to the inn, though it clearly did not originate from there. So he resolved that by tracing those tracks, he might discover what he sought VDJ the boat. Upon spotting a distant boat, he hurried towards it, eager to leap aboard and set sail immediately. Suddenly, he recalled a moment when Romy, speaking in a disheartened tone, expressed her desire to leave that place. Shaking his head, he covered his eyes, telling himself not to dwell on it, knowing all too well that he shouldn't. The moment he opened his eyes, to his surprise, he found Romy walking just ahead of him. He ran up to her, calling her name loudly, not even attempting to pause and catch his breath after his run. The girl, visibly frightened, excitedly asked if he was in a hurry. He attempted to convey one thing but implied another. However, the girl quickly understood his intentions and inquired whether he planned to flee. The man stated that he believed the visitors had arrived by boat. He listened as the girl spoke with confidence, declaring that in such an instance they would venture together. Surprised, the boy gazed at her. In a moment, Romy quickly moved closer to the boy. Staring directly into his eyes with a sorrowful expression, she pleaded with him to allow her. He considered what she had said, finding it hard to truly believe her words about family. Yet he was unable to offer any assistance. So I inquired whether it was indeed factual that they were bullying her and if what she claimed held truth. The girl paused, appearing to be at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Jin Heck brought to her attention the book she had seemingly left behind intentionally for him to notice, and then inquired about her reasons for doing so. After a moment of reflection, the girl's expression darkened, and in response to the initial question, she revealed that they were not her true family. Soon they found themselves sprinting along the shore in search of a vessel that would carry them across the ocean. Turning toward Romy, the breathless man inquired if she was all right, to which she responded that she was fine and capable of managing the situation. Seeing that she was already stumbling, the man reached out his hand to her and she extended hers in response. Eventually, they clasped hands and ran together, holding on to each other. The man was pulling Romy along, assuring her that she would reveal everything once they left the island. And now they needed to distance themselves from this cursed place as swiftly as they could. Eventually, they arrived at the wharf, both the guy and the girl panting yet continuing on their way. Jin Heck halted abruptly, his eyes widening in surprise at the sight before him. Indeed, the boat he had been searching for was there, but accompanying it was something entirely outside of his plans. Minyu, who was on guard, unfortunately failed to notice their approach. They took cover behind some rocks just in time, while the man swore at Mina, who was present. Suddenly, the girl made a comment that caught him off guard, prompting Jinhek to ask her, astonished, "What did you say?" He turned his head towards her and inquired if she was certain she would be all right. Romy responded by stating that should anything go awry, he would be forced to make his escape solo. As she departed, she implored him to promise that he would return for her by any means necessary. Advancing, she lifted her hand and called out to Mina, beckoning him to come closer as she had something she wanted to show him. Gradually, Minyu rose from the seat in the boat where he had been seated. As he approached Romy, he inquired why she had come and warned her that she'd face consequences if her father discovered her presence. Romy responded emphatically that she didn't plan to stay long in any case. Rummaging through her purse, she retrieved a lipstick and started to apply it to her lips. Then, with a bright smile, she inquired whether he had noticed. "This is the lipstick my dad bought me recently. It's the newest trend in fashion," she explained. Minu remained silent, gazing at her with a look of unhappiness. Observing her flaunting demeanor, he attempted to compliment her lipstick and make a remark about it, but his attempt didn't quite hit the mark. Glancing at the man standing behind her brother, she laughed, then remarked that he was, in actuality, quite dull. Meanwhile, Jin Heck silently approached from behind and swung a rock towards Mina. However, it appeared as though the mine had anticipated his movements, turning around and capturing his hand mere centimeters from his head. Feeling his arm squeezed forcefully, the man let out a growl of pain, unaware of what was happening behind him. With a gloomy gaze, Minu inquired about the true purpose behind the man's desire for the stone. And then, grabbing him by the arm, they caused him to lose balance while their other hand swung in for a punch. He struck him in the neck, then tightly grasped his throat, forcefully choking and restraining him. Romy dashed towards them, calling out to Mina in an attempt to distract him from the man and enlist his help. However, with a frown, he forcefully told her to stay out of it and to run away on her own, emphasizing that her involvement wouldn't be helpful. At that moment, Minu hurled the man, who flew several meters across the ground, landing far from the girl before rolling on the dirt. Eagerly, the girl called out for Minu to halt, explaining that he had acted upon her request. The man was shouting at Romy, urging her to leave him behind and flee as swiftly as she could. The minuet loomed over Romy, uttering her name with a somber countenance, and then informed her that she simply couldn't flee. Suddenly, a man rushed up from behind, seizing Mina by the chest. This unexpected action caused Mina to momentarily lose his balance and kept him firmly rooted to the spot. Disregarding the unsettling gaze Minu directed at him, the man forcefully told Romy it was time to leave immediately, and she vowed that, no matter what, she would return for him one day. The girl faced him and declared her promise to undoubtedly return for him. He quickly ran up and leaped off the dock, jumping directly into the boat and untethered it from the dock. Watching her start the engine, Minu, who was initially held back by the guy, quickly shoved him aside and rushed in her direction. He raced down to the dock, shouting at Romy that she shouldn't proceed with her plan, warning her of the significant trouble she'd face with her father. Despite it being ineffective, he persisted in shouting at Romy, insisting that her departure would only exacerbate the situation. However, Romy was already too far away, simply unable to hear his shouts or discern what he wanted from her. Suddenly, the man behind him, who was lying on the ground, burst into loud laughter. Minu turned around to face him. Gazing directly into his unsettling eyes, the man called him nothing more than a foolish fool. A smile unfurled across the guy's face as he admitted he didn't know why he was reluctant to let them leave the island. Yet he was intrigued to see what his next move would be. All this time, Minu had been glaring at him with an unsettling silence, her creepy gaze speaking volumes in his opinion. The man surveyed everyone around the table and affirmed that it indeed was true. He glanced at the man sitting across the table and inquired if he had assisted Romy in escaping from the island. He met his gaze confidently and stated that his daughter had wanted to leave and he had merely assisted her. The man responded without pausing to look back, stating it was his prerogative to determine what was in his daughter's best interest and her course of action. As the man informed him that he had no right to meddle in their family matters, the boy's frustration simmered to a slow boil. A woman stepped in, her voice tinged with regret, informing them that Romy had commandeered the island's soul boat. She then posed the question, "What should we do now?" She turned to the man and stated that his actions had caused them harm. She added that if Romy didn't return, the guilt would rest on his conscience. Suddenly, Yumi burst into loud laughter, hastily covering her mouth with her hand, unable to hold back her amusement. The man looked at her, shock written all over his face, puzzled by what had just occurred and what had triggered her laughter. The man could narrowly contain his loud laughter, evidently finding the topic amusing. Out of the entire family, only Minu sat stone-faced and silent, not laughing, as was her usual demeanor. All of them, gathered around the table, simply sat there, laughing loudly as if they had all inhaled something peculiar. Observing them, the man felt a sense of gloom. He couldn't quite grasp what was happening or why it was seemingly so humorous. Tears mingling with laughter, Yumi shared with her mother that she had crafted an exceptionally good joke. Chuckling and with a smile, the man remarked that her wit was truly something special. All of this ultimately infuriated the man. Initially, he approached the situation with a calm demeanor and was somewhat surprised, but later his feelings escalated to anger. With an angry glare, Gene Heck demanded to know what they found so amusing, questioning if they weren't the ones who had been bullying Romy all this time. The table fell into an immediate silence, with every gaze turning towards him in a somber manner, particularly Mina's, who had not long ago given him a beating. Meanwhile, the man continued speaking, revealing that Romy had confided in him, saying they weren't her true family. Following her claim, she then presented them with an empty book, and he mentioned that perhaps he was unaware of what lay behind the empty pages of that book, but he believed she was certainly seeking his assistance. Every member of the family quietly observed the book before wordlessly turning their attention to the boy, who gazed back at them with a look even more sorrowful, yet never ceased to frown. Placing his hands together on the table, the man wore a confused look and expressed regret, saying he must be losing his senses. With an unwavering frown, Jin Heck glanced at him in surprise, readying himself for a counterattack. A woman chimed in, laughing as she shared that Romy had always been a free spirit, ever inclined to playfully tease everyone. Yumi playfully twirled her finger at him and stated she had previously mentioned that Romy was intensely wild at heart. The woman interjected, cautioning her not to speak about her sister in such a manner. The girl responded, stating she was already aware. Gazing at the gentleman, the man remarked with a smile, "I didn't plan on going to such lengths, but I believed anything less would have been discourteous." Yet he remains eager to engage in an honest conversation. And then he inquired whether he could share his opinion on who he deemed the craziest among them. The boy stood frozen, shocked and silent, unsure of what the man was implying. Rising from his chair, the man asserted that he was not the individual who had unexpectedly materialized before them, professing to have lost his memories, and who could neither understand his origins nor his identity. Following his arrival, the kitchen knife vanished. The same individual, to his knowledge, donned his shoes without authorization and roamed the house during the late-night hours. Ultimately, his daughter, who had longed for a serene and tranquil existence, unexpectedly left home when her boyfriend made an appearance. Approaching the man, he placed his hand on his shoulder and remarked, "That last one was about the journey, not the destination." On one occasion, the same individual attempted to severely injure his son by forcefully striking his head with a rock. Yumi feigned a look of fear and exclaimed, "This can't be happening, it's terrible, is it really true?" Minu confirmed that it was indeed true. With a defiant and sinister grin, Yumi faced her father and remarked, "What else? The guy wanted to hit me, so it wasn't surprising." While the man was attempting to understand the unfolding situation, the other individual stared into his eyes, inquiring about the truth of the matter. He questioned her once more about the truthfulness of her words. The boy remained silent, pondering over how he found himself abandoned in the cold. Yet he was certain of one thing. He must not allow their words to sway him. Releasing the man's hand from his shoulder, a gesture that seemed to surprise him, he stood up and expressed his gratitude towards everyone for their assistance, being so kind to someone homeless like himself. He extends his profound apologies to the family for any inconvenience he may have caused, acknowledging his responsibility for the incident involving their daughter. Yumi listened with boredom as he spoke about his desperation to leave the island by any means necessary, pleading for permission to use the phone or the internet. He explained that his situation was dire, not merely as a victim of a shipwreck, but as someone in urgent need of medical attention. Furthermore, he emphasized that he could not remain in his current location any longer. Despite there being no responses, the man insisted that as they've claimed he's insane, they ought to release him soon. Hearing the man murmur about the absence of anything, the guy halted and inquired about his meaning. He explained with a smile on his face that there was neither phone nor internet service on the island. Yumi burst into uncontrollable laughter and declared that there was absolutely nothing there, finding the situation utterly hilarious. The man spoke in a thoughtful and embarrassed mumble, indicating that it was impossible. Subsequently, I opted to inquire of the man regarding the guests' whereabouts and whether they had chosen to remain there. Then a woman interjected into the conversation, inquiring what he meant by innkeepers. Jin Heck furrowed his brow and inquired whether they were going to feign ignorance once more. Then he claimed that he witnessed them firsthand, truly seeing their essence with his own eyes. He recalled Taehi receiving instructions via the radio to inspect the communal restroom and the window ledge in Guest B. Gazing ahead, I concluded that attempting to prove anything to them was futile. He then vacated the spot on which he stood and sprinted ahead. He sprinted up the stairs without hesitation as soon as he reached them. As soon as he reached the room, he quickly opened the doors and, panting, entered the space. He looked around and realized that he was in the wrong room. It was utterly vacant. After pausing for a minute in the corridor and giving everything another thorough look, the boy resolved to explore the other rooms too. He hurried to the room across the hall, hoping he might find something of use there. He opened the door, stepped inside, and cast a quick glance around, but found nothing there either. He hurriedly dashed towards the rooms that flanked either side of the corridor. Despite having searched all the rooms, he had yet to find living room B. Weary, he leaned forward and surveyed the area before him. No matter how many times he searched, the last room held nothing suspicious. It was empty. Hearing him quietly inquire about the location of the guest room, the man asked him what he was looking for. The man shouted, claiming he had spotted the guests on the beach. He seized another by his clothing, urgently inquiring about the whereabouts of guest B. With an expression of boredom, the girl remarked that she believed the guy was crazy, adding that they do not assign names to their guest rooms. Upon hearing this, the man looked at the woman in disbelief, failing to comprehend the words she had just uttered. Upon hearing a voice from outside reciting lines from books, the boy released his hold on the man. Minyu read aloud, an intelligent expression marking his face from a book that appeared completely blank to the observer. The man continued to stare at him, visibly shocked, unable to comprehend what he saw or what he was reading. Meanwhile, after finishing her reading, Minyu said, "It's Seabreeze, Romy's favorite book." Minyu extended the opened book, positioning it directly in front of the guy's eyes to ensure he could see everything clearly. Gazing into his eyes with a somber expression, he declared that the book was, in fact, not empty. The man with the wildly intense gaze absorbed the words, telling him he was a lunatic, blind and oblivious to what was plainly apparent. The guy laughed, gesturing towards Mina, and remarked that he must indeed have special needs, given his surprising ability to read a book so well and his unique way of speaking. Grabbing the book from his grasp, he presented it to the others, questioning if he was indeed suggesting that he was the one who had lost his sanity. With a furrowed brow, he inquired whether it was truly his intention to declare that the book was not blank. Turning his head, he shifted his attention to Yumi, who was standing apart from everyone else. Extending the book towards her, he encouraged her to reread the section her brother had previously gone through. The girl didn't take the book. Instead, she simply inquired about why she would do so. The man inquired whether she was able to read it, only to immediately respond to his own query, asserting with conviction that she couldn't, given he was improvising it as he proceeded. Yumi crossed her arms over her chest and declared it untrue, insisting she simply didn't want to read, nothing more. With a look of surprise on his face, the man listened as Jin Heck corrected him, asserting that the book was indeed empty and thus he was correct. Gazing at the individuals before him, he asked with trepidation, "Who are all of you anyway?" When there was no response, he raised his voice, inquiring if, upon finding an accident victim, it wouldn't be appropriate to contact the police. He also questioned the plausibility of them claiming to operate a boarding house. As he approached the man once more, he persisted in questioning whether their intention now was to portray him as insane. Thus, were they planning to employ him in their service, just as they had done with that addict? The man probed further, challenging the other drug addict, Guy, to cease feigning ignorance whenever he posed the question. Gazing directly into his eyes, the man shouted, demanding to know the identity of the island, as he refused to be anyone's slave. The man interjected, inquiring whether he was aware of the count of uninhabited islands within their nation. Failing to grasp his point, Jin inquired about the specific meaning behind his words. Furrowing his brows, the man asked if he believed every remote island possessed a name. Cutting him off with another outburst of righteous anger, the man argued that it was utterly futile. He turned his head to the side and remarked that the young man's condition was far more severe than he had initially believed. The boy also turned his head, surprised to see Tae-hee standing there, gun in hand. Tae-hee stared directly at the approaching man, yet chose to disregard the boy's efforts to catch his attention. As the man strolled by, he discreetly slid an envelope from his pocket and, with a cunning grin, tucked it into Tae-hee's shirt pocket. Then, with a stern look in her eyes, she asked him to separate the man from the group. Without glancing back at the departing man, Tae-hee spoke softly, expressing his willingness to oblige. Jean's gaze was fixed in disbelief on the gun aimed at him, understanding the true gravity of the situation. In the next moment, he made up his mind to inquire about Tae-hee's activities. Tae-hee responded, saying he had already informed him. He advised him against angering this family, warning it would come at a high price. Observing the man's face contorted with anger, Tae-hee commented on how truly gullible he was. He led the boy to his treehouse and, using a nail, he securely fastened the door shut. Inside, the man had already passed the night wrapped in his blanket, attempting to sleep as he replayed the day's events in his mind. However, sleep eluded him, for he was consumed with anger towards himself and everyone around him. He compelled himself to cease dwelling on it, not attempting to understand the situation, but his efforts were futile. The more he attempted to comprehend them, the deeper he became ensnared in their complexities. He simply couldn't afford the luxury of waiting patiently and leisurely for Romy to return to him. His mind was occupied with a singular concern. How to escape the island tormented him, yet he knew mere contemplation wouldn't suffice. He had personally witnessed the arrival of the innkeepers that very day, so he was certain of their presence. But he pondered whether it was aware that more buildings existed on this island, given that there were none within the house. Alternatively, it's possible that this family is concealing something else beneath the primary structure. He rose from his resting spot and began sifting through the old items stored there. Throughout the ordeal, his mind was fixated on finding an object to unlock the door. Escaping was imperative if he was to rendezvous with those awaiting him. Extracting the pipe, he remarked that it appeared to be a significant amount, internally considering that those individuals were likely in jeopardy. Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to a box of darts that appeared almost new, judging by their condition. He instantly let go of the pipe he had in his hand and moved toward her. Holding the board, he started inspecting it, noting the numerous signs of wear on its central area. Flipping it over, he discovered a card affixed with adhesive composed of pixels, identical to the ones he had previously encountered in the mail. His eyes widened in shock. He hadn't anticipated witnessing something like this once more. Swiftly removing the paper, he started to examine it, but the pixels yielded no clarity. Then the man chose to flip it around as well, in hopes of discovering something different. On the reverse side, he found the number 9. Gazing at her in utter bewilderment, the feather voiced its thoughts into the void of the room, pondering emphatically what on earth was going on. Upon hearing some noises outdoors, he lifted his head and peered out the window. The sounds persisted, and it appeared they were emanating from the swings in motion. As soon as he approached and peered out the window, he spotted the boy with his cell phone sitting on the swing. Observing him, the man believed it must be yet another dream. However, upon closer inspection, I recognized that this time it was undeniably not a dream. Everything was palpably real. He tapped on the window and began summoning the boy, who remained unresponsive to his calls. Despite this, with a friendly smile, the man asked if he could come up and unlock the door, explaining that he also lived there. He spoke about being confined by his family due to a misunderstanding. However, he emphasized that he is not at all a bad individual. Regarding the phone, he is under the impression that he has picked up his own phone. Thus, he desires its return. Alternatively, the boy might be interested in exchanging it for something else. The boy remained silent, simply rising from the swing and making his way back to the grove. He raised his voice once more, insisting that this time he wouldn't allow him to leave. Picking up a pipe that had dropped to the floor, the man swung it forcefully and struck the window, effectively breaking it. He then climbed onto the windowsill, scanning with his eyes for something to grab onto when he leaped. Without hesitation, the boy jumped towards the swing, eager to grasp its chains. However, he missed and, fortunately, was able to grab the post to which the swing was attached with both hands. His hands, slick with sweat, gradually lost their grip, and he found himself unable to maintain his stance on the counter, starting to slide down. Taking a moment to orient himself, he continued to flip in the air before grabbing the chain of the swing. Swinging from it, he dared a glance downward and took a deep breath, still shaken from the fall and filled with fear. After some time, he eventually dismounted from the horse and leaped onto the soil. As he massaged his back and stretched his limbs until they popped, the man remarked that he had believed he was on the brink of death. However, things didn't go as planned, and he reclined on the swing, declaring with determination that he absolutely had to retrieve his phone now. He is indifferent to whether or not he can make calls with it. For him, the true value of that phone lies in its ability to help him remember his true identity. No sooner had he moved further away from the swing than a peculiar white smoke started to accumulate around it. Gradually, the entire space around was enveloped, and something gray materialized on the swing itself. Yet the imprint of the guy's hand remained undisturbed. The man sprinted through the grove, following the trail left by the boy, continuing his search. Even though he was long gone, the guy still hadn't given up hope of finding something. He sprinted, exerting every ounce of his strength and then some, because it was crucial that he wrest the phone from his mom's grasp at that moment. Finally, he returned to the exact field he had seen in his dream the previous night. He halted, surveying his surroundings, soaked in perspiration. Hearing a sound ahead, he instantly turned towards it. Just a few meters ahead of him was the very boy he had been pursuing. As though aware of his presence, the Malik halted, ceasing to walk further. The man, wearing a smile, started navigating through patches of grass and called out, suggesting they stop the playful antics and return his phone to him. When the boy remained silent, he suggested that he was indeed a good boy, confident in his belief that the boy was not a bad person at all. As he approached him, he conveyed that all he required was for him to hand over his phone, and upon doing so, he would cease to bother him. The boy glanced at his hand and eerily pronounced the word phone, each syllable distinctly enunciated. To the man's astonishment and dismay, he stated that he couldn't return it and continued on his path. Confused, the man inquired what the other meant and what the subject of conversation was. In a disconcerting tone, the boy insisted he couldn't return the phone as he had never possessed it to begin with. These words caused the man to freeze in surprise. He couldn't comprehend why he was saying that, despite the fact that he could see him clearly. He looked at it and asked what it was meant to be, as he claimed he had never seen it before, despite fidgeting with it. In the next instant, he sensed the presence of another's breath on his back. Someone was undoubtedly there. Glancing back and lifting his gaze, he beheld enormous pigs that had emerged from places unknown overhead, and numerous heads of these pigs were turning in his direction. Without uttering a single word, the man continued to gaze at them, his mind having already drifted away from the boy and the phone. The pigs approached the boy with loud crunching sounds, eyeing him intently as if they could sense his fear. As soon as one approached him closely, the man shielded his eyes, resigned to his fate. Yet the creature merely sniffed him. He remained with his eyes shut for a moment, as though anticipating something. Yet when nothing unfolded, he gradually opened them. As soon as his eyes fully opened, he was struck with such surprise that both his eyes and mouth widened instantly. He was utterly alone in the field, with neither a boy nor pigs in sight around him. Lifting his gaze, he spoke with a frantic tone, saying that judging by everything happening to him, he was actually schizophrenic. Some time later, he made his way back to his cabin and ascended the stairs, where the doors were secured with nails in place of locks. He gradually opened each one, little by little, creating a passage for himself to come and go. He pushed the door open and collapsed inside, wearily, without even bothering to remove his shoes. The look on his face was indescribable. He had utterly lost all comprehension. Suddenly his gaze landed on a shattered pipe on the floor with something protruding from it. Without hesitation, he lifted it from the ground and drew forth a piece of paper that had not been present previously. He unfolded it, once more observing a pixelated picture that differed from the ones he already possessed. He turned it back and was surprised to see a number there. This time it was the number 3. At that very moment, the guy burst into laughter. The entire situation was utterly absurd. Gazing upwards at the ceiling, he pondered whether this situation was a jest, questioning if things had escalated beyond what was reasonable. Suddenly, he raised his voice, demanding to know who was responsible for this and which individual thought it amusing to play such a prank on him. As he flung the door open, he raised his voice, demanding that the scoundrel reveal himself, insisting he cease fooling around and step forward. Suddenly, he ceased speaking and started to reminisce about the past, a picture gradually emerging in his mind. He recalled his conversation with Tae-hee and observed the needle marks, which seemed suspiciously new. He also recalled the small envelope the man had slipped into Tae-hee's shirt pocket. Then, with a wild look in her eyes, she instructed Tae-hee to keep the man isolated. It now seemed to dawn on him that perhaps it was all simply a consequence of the drugs. Moreover, it seems that they had laced his food with drugs, which is deeply troubling. After some time, he resolved to understand the significance of these numerically labeled images, so he spread them out before him for closer examination. With a contemplative look, he recited the numbers 593 in that exact sequence over and over again. He picked up one of the papers, frowned, and although he wasn't sure what it was, he felt it had to mean something. Perhaps it was a kind of mosaic or similar. Or perhaps it's a picture merely viewed at a greater magnification. The man lingered, attempting to untangle the mystery before him. However, failing to grasp any revelation, he swore audibly in frustration and abandoned the thought. He continued his search after a brief pause, making an effort not to dwell on any thoughts. Ultimately, it seems illogical. Nevertheless, it might all simply be the result of hallucinations. Peering through the binoculars, he realized that his next priority was to focus on making his escape. He aimed his binoculars squarely at the boarding house, which he deemed the epicenter of malevolence, as close as one could possibly get. After some time, he positioned himself opposite the knife and the pipe. attempting to discern through complex logical deductions which of the two he should choose. Carrying a knife was risky and bold, as he could encounter a member of the household. Taking the pipe in hand, he promptly made his way to the exit. Casting one final glance around the room, he closed the doors behind him. The knife lay abandoned on the floor directly in front of the entrance door. Sneaking between the trees, the boy edged closer to the house, making every effort to remain as quiet as possible. He adjusted himself into a comfortable position, took out a pair of binoculars, and looked at the house through them. He observed that the upper windows were all shut and there were no lights on in any of them. Through the office window, a man was visible, meticulously cleaning his gun with a cloth. Observing him tenderly cleaning it and inspecting it closely, the man asked with a vacant expression what kind of lunatic he was, given that his conspicuous devoutness had no real value. After reaching his limit and becoming aware of his actions, he redirected his attention towards the windows of the other houses where the lights remained illuminated. Nearly all the windows opened onto vacant rooms, yet here he stumbled upon Yumi's room. Gazing at her, he remarked that she was merely a child whose upbringing had been overlooked. Yet he pondered her presence there. From all appearances, it clearly wasn't for lessons. The girl seated at the table meticulously plucked off, one after another, the legs of the beetle cradled in her hands. Then, gripping his nose, she held him in place, observing his squirms with a smile. The man gazed at her, shocked, unable to comprehend the reason behind such cruelty towards the insect. In a swift movement, the girl casually detached the bug's head, seemingly indifferent to the fluids that spilled from its body. Unable to bear the sight of the repulsive image, the boy swiftly turned aside and shielded his eyes. Gazing at the girl's window, he mused to himself that she was unquestionably mad. After pausing briefly to catch his breath, he lifted the binoculars once more and resumed observing the girl in her room. In the very next moment, though, the girl turned her head and seemed to stare directly at him, her smile driving him to distraction. He was shocked, unable to believe she had actually noticed him. Yumi lingered in contemplation, gazing into the night beyond the window before her, then resumed her previous activity. Sheltered behind the rocks, the man paused to catch his breath and thought it was improbable, but realized the little one was truly audacious. Hearing the door open the next moment, the guy quickly turned the binoculars in that direction. There, illuminated by the light emanating from the house, the silhouette of Minu could be seen, carrying something in his hands. The man glanced at him and remarked that he was merely a thoughtless fool, expressing keen interest in where he was headed this time. Suddenly his gaze landed on a sack brimming with meat and sausage. He surmised they were likely preparing for a barbecue. With a smile full of anticipation, he expressed that everything had become clear to him and he was certain about his destination. Unaware, Minu strolled down the alley, oblivious to the fact that the man was there and had spotted him. Jin Hek discreetly concealed himself behind the trees, cautiously trailing Minu while ensuring he neither revealed his presence nor lost sight of him. Observing him, it seemed certain that he was making his way toward the couple's residence. Eventually, they arrived at a cabin together, and the guy believed that was Guest B's location. Evidently, she's so stunning that the man is moved to tears. Unaware of his presence, Minu approached the door, opened it, and carrying the bag, stepped inside. Observing the door being forcefully closed, the man confidently anticipated the moment the other would leave the premises. It took a while, but eventually the sound of the door opening signaled Minu's departure. Thus, as he moved away from the rock against which he had been leaning, the guy cautiously observed Minu walking away. Believing that all was in order and seeing an opportunity, the boy grabbed the pipe and made his way to the cabin. Upon reaching it, he promptly opened the door, only to find the interior engulfed in darkness, a shade even deeper than the outdoor night. Gazing at it, the man pondered why it was indeed so profoundly dark. Opting not to tempt fate, he paused at the threshold and inquired if anyone was present, could hear him and understand his words. He remained quiet for a moment, attuning himself to the stillness that the dark ahead offered. Hearing no response, he seized the frame and entered, a look of terror etched across his face. Gazing around, the boy maintained hope of discovering something, yet it was all for naught. No one answered his call or responded to it. However, the man held on to hope, calling out for anyone who could hear him to respond. Abruptly halting his conversation, he gazed in terror at a sight he had only just observed. Before him on the illuminated table lay the most ordinary-looking phone, unguarded and seemingly innocuous, which only added to the peculiarity of the situation. Without hesitation, he gradually approached to confirm that it wasn't an illusion. Abruptly, the phone powered on, emitting a ringing tone. Without hesitation, the man answered the phone, greeting the person on the other end with a simple, "Hello." To his dismay, a tearful voice on the phone beseechingly pleaded with him for rescue. Jin Hyung inquired about the identity of the speaker and whom he needed protection from. The voice replied with a chilling admission of wanting to take his life, indicating that Jin Hyung required rescue. The man inquired about the speaker's identity, but the only response was the voice expressing its suffering and a desire not to meet death in such a manner. He inquired if she was the woman who had arrived a few days prior with her boyfriend. Yet the voice persisted, pleading for rescue. The man hadn't abandoned hope of getting an opportunity to converse, so he raised his voice and shouted into the phone, inquiring about her and her boyfriend's current location. Abruptly, the voice ceased, and the phone emitted a beep signaling the call's conclusion. The man stared at his device and muttered, "What the hell?" For a moment, the man peered at the phone apprehensively, as though debating whether to use it. However, I later changed my mind, realizing I wasn't, and began to swiftly dial numbers on it to place a call. After dialing the number, he pressed the phone to his ear and listened to the tones. A moment later, to his delight and astonishment, the sound of the phone being picked up filled the air. The man inquired whether they were the police and expressed his need for assistance, explaining that he was stranded on an island with no means of escape. A voice on the phone inquired about the island's name and its location. The individual mentioned that he was uncertain of the exact name and also lacked precise knowledge of their location. However, there is a family residing on this island. They are somewhat unusual, and it's difficult to articulate exactly what it is, but there's something off about them. The voice mentioned that it didn't fully comprehend his situation and requested further clarification regarding what had transpired. The man reiterated that he had experienced an accident, resulting in his arrival on the island and the loss of his memory. Nonetheless, he emphasized his immediate need for assistance. The voice requested his precise whereabouts. He responded that he was uncertain of his location, questioning why they couldn't simply trace the call or determine the coordinates. The voice responded, mentioning that he had previously noted a family resided there and inquired whether he had sought their assistance. The man lost his patience and gestured in frustration, signaling that they hadn't acknowledged his previous statement about these individuals being strange. After refusing to explain what the issue was, the voice went silent. Exhausted, he then asked if it was possible to trace the call. Once more, there was no response. The individual repeated the question multiple times and inquired whether the person was present. Just as he was on the verge of assuming the call had ended, the voice on the line re-emerged, inquiring whether he was aware of the number of deserted islands in Korea, and does he truly believe that each one possesses a distinct name and that they can swiftly deduce it from the coordinates in their possession? Upon hearing this, the phone receiver slipped from his grasp, dangling and swaying in the air. Placing his hand on his chest, the man attempted to steady himself and regain his composure. He now realized that he was in a space resembling a dining room. Glancing around, taking in the chairs and tables, he wondered if perhaps it was all just a hallucination. Suddenly, his eyes landed on the trash can right before him, which had already surpassed its capacity, spilling over. Without hesitating, the young boy, driven by curiosity, moved toward the bucket, ignoring the warnings from his instinct for self-preservation as if he were spitting on them. He extended his hand, drawing a garbage bag from the container, and opened it to discover its contents. He dropped it on the floor and then noticed that the trash bag wasn't really overflowing. Inside the trash can, items stained with blood were found concealed beneath this bag. Gradually, the man came to understand the situation and everything that was happening with these matters. He recalled the moment the guests had arrived, noticing then that he had been trailing behind them. It seemed the attire he wore matched that of the guests. Upon this realization, the man recoiled in horror from the musty bucket, falling onto his rear in front of it. Overwhelmed by terror, he simultaneously let out a loud cry of fear. He decided not to linger in the house any longer and eventually walked outside. His face was a portrait of utmost fatigue and exhaustion as he made his way back along the road. Suddenly, he recalled Tae-hee mentioning that his stomach was home to numerous lodgers. Merely the thought of it induced vomiting, and he scarcely managed to press his hand to his mouth in time to prevent himself from spewing onto the pavement. Retreating to a tree, he vomited there and began attempting to catch his breath, contemplating ending them and their family for good. Frustrated with himself and others, he gritted his teeth, retreating into his past memories. He recalled Tae-hee advising him that it was crucial to convince the family of his usefulness. This caused the man to grit his teeth once more and audibly swear, venting his frustration on himself and all those around him. Later on, as the daylight began to intensify, a man wearing a plaid shirt arrived to see how Jin Hyok was doing. However, the latter also set out in search of him, and upon meeting halfway, both stood facing each other, glaring for a while. After some time, Tae-hee mentioned, affirming his earlier thought, that the bindings were indeed too flimsy. Observing him, the man remained silent, contemplating the likelihood that he was aware of the family's reputation for killing their guests. Despite everything he has done for him, he still isn't on his side, so there's no point in telling him. Suddenly, he turned to Tae-hee and said, "You were right." Tae-hee looked back at him in surprise. The man repeatedly expressed his desire to be of assistance to them, pondering on what actions he should take. To Tae-hee's surprise, he mentioned that the hostess had merely expressed her admiration for his work, saying she liked it very much. Surprised, the boy inquired about his meaning, not fully comprehending the situation. Tae-hee pressed on, stating that he simply had to demonstrate to them why they needed him. He suggested that if the other person comprehended this, they should depart, as he didn't have the leisure to converse with them. Suddenly the man halted him and requested that he hand over the toolbox. Tae-hee let out another surprised noise and turned towards him, uncertain about why he required the tools. The boy expressed his desire to show how he could be useful to the family. Tae-hee provided him with the tools, and shortly thereafter he was already outside, busy repairing the fence. The family members passed by him, filled with astonishment, unable to comprehend what had come over him. Observing a man passing by, he diverted his attention from his job and greeted him, inquiring if he was headed to the morning shoot. The man neither responded to the greeting nor the question, but simply inquired who had allowed him to leave. The man had nothing to respond with and thus remained silent for a moment, and then, with regret, admitted that he had acted too harshly the previous night. Now, with his head lowered, he offers an apology to the man for everything he has said and done. The man remained quiet for a moment, observing his trembling hands. He then smiled, expressing his decision to rectify his mistake through diligent work. His dedication is commendable, yet he remains convinced that it's insufficient. Seeing the confused look on the boy's face, he inquired if the boy had forgotten something significant. Upon reflection, the gentleman bowed his head and confessed to having taken the knife from the kitchen, promising to return it to the mistress. He claimed to possess a truly sincere heart, which was precisely what he aimed to convey. With an awkward smile, the guy sheepishly mentioned that he had a small favor to ask of the man. Surprised by his request for prayers, the man inquired if he indeed had faith. He responded that he couldn't recall anything whatsoever, but based on his feelings, he believed he was one of them. The man mentioned he would pray for him under those circumstances, reflecting on the situation's impact. He feels they could have been kinder to him. The man quickly exclaimed that everything was all right and asked to be notified if anything else was needed in the future. The man agreed wholeheartedly, offering his best wishes for good luck before proceeding to the location of his shoot. The man watched him for a moment longer, then returned to his task, content for the moment that things were satisfactory. All he needs to do now is stay calm to avoid irritating the unpredictable individual. However, in one way or another, it's essential that the bottom maintains connections with the outside world, particularly since Romy took the boat, which was the sole means of leaving the island. In that moment, she vowed to surely return for him. He now began to wonder what Romy was doing at this very moment. In the next moment, a loud cry rang out, accusing Romy of being an ungrateful girl, upon hearing which the boy immediately lifted his head. Before his eyes, a scene was unfolding. A man inquiring of his daughter if she had genuinely ventured out again. Before him stood Romy, clutching packages in her hands, adorned in luxurious attire. The man, nevertheless, expressed that he had repeatedly warned her against yielding to temptation, emphasizing that failure to resist would undoubtedly lead her to perdition. As she walked toward the house, the man informed her that a sermon was planned for the evening and advised her to prepare accordingly. The girl remained silent, only laughing and calling him an old fart after he turned and walked away. Throughout this, the boy stared at her, mouth agape, rendered speechless by her words. As she walked by, the girl offered him a smile and a wave, expressing her deep gratitude for the wonderfully refreshing journey she had experienced. The man remained silent, so overwhelmed by shock that he was at a loss for what to do next. He finally understood why the whole family had laughed uproariously at the woman's words regarding what would ensue if Romy failed to return. Ignorant of the girl's singing, he focused solely ahead, unable to turn or utter a single word. At last regaining his senses, he turned to the girl and requested her to wait. She spun around, inquiring about the issue and the event that had occurred. In response, the man questioned her about her own experience. However, her desire to leave the island remained unchanged. He was infuriated when he questioned if the actual reason was merely to linger at the spot. Suddenly, a few drops of saliva shot out of the guy's mouth and flew directly at the girl. She was taken aback by his behavior as it landed on her glasses. After a brief wait, she removed them to clean off the unpleasant liquid and respond to the man. After wiping them, she closed her eyes briefly and then asked, "What else?" She lifted her head grimly and met his gaze directly. And then, to his astonishment, she calmly stated that she had also gone shopping, among other pursuits. The man was confused by her point, and with a puzzled expression he inquired about what she meant. The girl delved into her bag, retrieving an item enclosed in a wrapper, which she promptly extended towards him, noting it was intended for him. The man took the box and found himself at a loss for words in response to her gesture of remembering him and deciding to purchase something for him as well. Having expressed everything she intended to, the girl felt no need to respond to his inquiries and made her way towards her home. As though a memory had suddenly surfaced, she paused midway and mentioned that there was something more. The man gazed at her, perplexed, unclear about what she sought since she had already provided an answer. Without turning to face him, the girl warned him not to dare raise his voice at her again. Upon hearing her say that he would otherwise be punished, the boy grew gloomy and retreated into his memories. He recalled finding the blood-stained clothes in the container and the fear that had gripped him upon witnessing such a sight. Disregarding his condition, the girl inquired whether he comprehended everything. He paused for a moment, considering how best to reply without further angering her. Then he responded, "Yes, ma'am." Upon returning to his home at night, he discovered a note affixed to his door. Apparently, the message was from Yumi making a request for a new closet. She had heard that, for the time being, he was taking over Taehee's responsibilities. Without uttering a word, the man dropped the toolbox he had carried with him to the floor. He swiftly tore the paper from his door, crumpling it angrily in his hands. With a fierce tone, he declared that those bastards should just wait. He would escape and ensure they ended up behind bars. Casting the crumpled paper to the ground, he leaned forward, resting his head on his knees as he attempted to catch his breath, overwhelmed by the surge of emotions. The unfairness of the situation brought him to tears as he pondered how he had found himself in this terrible predicament. He turned his head and noticed the very gift that the girl had given him. He vividly recalled her words as she departed on her journey, promising him that she would return for him. She was cunning and untrustworthy, while he was naive to have believed in her. He eagerly took the gift from her, starting to rip open the wrapping as he inquired about what she had actually purchased. When he unwrapped the package, he discovered a plain box devoid of any inscriptions and casually tossed it aside. Unwrapping the most significant item enclosed, a bottle of herbicide was revealed. However, the gift did not bring him pleasure at all. Instead, it only served to sadden him, rendering the whole situation rather absurd to him. Thus, gazing upon the bottle, he burst into loud laughter, tears streaming down his face. Occasionally, a loud burst of laughter would emanate from the cabin, echoing throughout the surrounding area. Resting his forehead against the bottle, the man continued to laugh, incredulously stating that he couldn't believe he'd been handed a weed killer. Suddenly, he ceased his laughter, furiously hurled the bottle across to the far corner of the cabin, and loudly uttered a curse. And then again, overwhelmed with anger, he screamed, accusing her of wanting him to drink it and meet his demise. He remained on his knees, tears streaming down his face as he gazed at the spilled bottle of herbicide on the floor. Suddenly, he halted his tears and thought perhaps he had been too hasty in verbally judging her actions. What if her intention was entirely different and she had a specific reason for giving him the bottle? The unsettling thoughts that crossed his mind caused a cold sweat to break out across his back and trickle down his neck. His face twisted into a shocked frown as he visualized this scene. A photograph showing his deceased family members, whom he reportedly had to kill using these herbicides. The somber mood pervaded even his thoughts, with the imagery of corpses sharing his table casting a pall of tension over him. Ultimately, he remained, terrified by all that had transpired, while Romy embraced him, her smile tinged with a sinister edge. While embracing him, she glanced at the table and reassured him that he had truly accomplished a commendable job. For some time, the man remained deep in thought, absently poking at the wall in front of him before finally raising his gaze. He gazed at the immense pig, a creation of his imagination that had materialized seemingly from nothing directly before him. He rummaged through a box of old artifacts, stating that she must have been among those items at some point. The moment he discovered something he could handle delicately, his smile turned sinister, filled with anticipation of his next actions. Now, all that remained for him was to quietly enter the kitchen and utilize this object to incorporate that secret ingredient into the meal for the entire family. With confidence, the boy raised his hand and knocked loudly on the wooden door before him. He silently observed as the door gradually creaked open, revealing a slim gap of darkness. Then a woman appeared at the door, gazing at the man with astonishment. She remarked that it seemed to be him arriving. After a moment's hesitation, the man extended his hand towards the woman, offering her a knife. It was meticulously wrapped in bandages, and with a sense of relief, he informed her that this was the kitchen knife she had misplaced, and he was merely returning it. The man bowed deeply, apologizing profusely, and exclaimed that he must have lost his senses. The woman gazed at him in silence, the knife still gripped firmly in her hands. His actions were truly unforeseen. After pausing for a moment, the woman expressed that she viewed it as a result of the trauma from the accident. She hoped such an incident would not recur in the future. Upon hearing his earnest apology, the woman pivoted and retreated into the home. The man raised his voice, inquiring whether she was headed towards the kitchen. The woman, surprised, turned in his direction and confirmed that it was indeed so. The boy exclaimed quietly, adopting a veil of sincerity. He smiled and expressed his willingness to assist, asking if there was any way he could be of help to her. After some time, the woman, donning gloves, started to efficiently clean the fish by swiftly removing its head and innards. At that moment, the man was also engaged in cleaning fish. He momentarily considered how meticulous and challenging the task is, and found it remarkable that she undertakes this arduous task by herself every single time. Whenever she cooks, she always puts maximum effort into cutting and preparing the food. While carefully slicing a piece of meat from a fish bone, the woman explained that she engages in this activity purely for leisure. She added that if it weren't her hobby, she wouldn't be doing it at all. And indeed, it was evident to her, as well as to the others, that she had no further purpose there. The man listened to her and at some point turned toward her with a mischievous look in his eyes that clearly indicated he was up to something. For a few moments, he simply stood there, staring at the woman with an expression of horror that went unnoticed by her. And then, ultimately returning to his affairs, he resumed the conversation, inquiring whether the woman frequently had visitors at her home. Amidst the continuous chatter, his true intention was to divert the woman's attention away from him, ensuring she harbored no suspicions. Concealed within one hand, he possessed a vial of poison, plotting to stealthily incorporate it into the meal he was in the midst of preparing. However, the woman did not share the young man's enthusiasm for conversation, and tersely responded that she already had enough tenants. At that moment, the man retrieved some pesticides with the intent of lacing his food, aiming to poison his entire family in one fell swoop and eliminate them. The only thing he uttered aloud was, "This is what it's like." A wicked grin spread across his face as he observed a single drop of pesticide slowly emerge from the flask. Suddenly, however, his hands began to tremble, making it impossible for him to proceed. He realized he couldn't go through with it. He couldn't take their lives in such a manner. An image flashed before my eyes of the entire family being poisoned by this meal. Indeed, the very thought of it was unwelcome. The scene and imagery conjured by my mind were far from pleasant. Clenching his teeth tightly and shutting his eyes, he was certain that he couldn't go through with it VDJJ. He couldn't poison the food. Breaking the silence, the woman turned to him and said that he had been a great help to her, and turning towards him, she inquired if he would be interested in joining them for dinner at their inn. The man remained silent, not anticipating that the woman would turn and address him. Feeling her gaze upon him without the need to glance back, the man experienced a shiver accompanied by a chilling sensation coursing through his spine. In response, the woman maintained her stern gaze at him, clutching a piece of paper in her hands without ever ceasing to smile. He paid no attention to her, nor did he turn in her direction. Hidden behind the massive bowl, the flask of pesticide was out of her sight, giving him no reason for concern. Yet he remained inexplicably afraid. After pondering for a few moments, the man responded to the woman, apologized, and expressed that he wasn't feeling well at the moment, hence declining for this occasion. Swiftly making his way onto the street, the man's expression darkened, his mind awash with a tumult of thoughts. He brought his hand to his face, cursing himself under his breath. Believing he was merely unwell, he was appalled at his own thoughts. VDJ, he had nearly caused their deaths. He lifted his gaze after a moment, observing the sun as it sank below the horizon. He kept staring at it, bewildered by the thought that the mere presence of the island alone was enough to drive him mad. Eventually, he arrived at the swing, seated himself, and then, bowing his head, he emptied the pesticides onto the earth. It was the correct decision, for the condition of the crops was irrelevant. He has always believed and continues to believe that murder is wrong, regardless of the character of the individual involved. With his gaze fixed on his feet, the man pondered whether there was truly no other choice but to end their lives once and for all. The man reflected on his memories with Romy, considering their past relationship. He had long concluded that she was truly malevolent, convinced she had been attempting to manipulate him. Even the woman who had invited him to share their dinner, they were all alike, though it wasn't immediately obvious. Placing his hand on his face, he gazed upwards and mused aloud about whether dinner was being served at that moment, which indeed it was. The boy made his way to the house and, from a vantage point on a small hill, observed the activities below using the binoculars he had brought along. Peering through the window into the man's office, illuminated from within, he observed that it was unoccupied. This confirmed his earlier suspicions. The lights remained on in the adjacent rooms as well, yet they stood empty. Thus, the boy remarked that it appeared as though everyone had gathered at the dinner table, and then, without a moment's delay, he hurried towards the house, hoping to arrive unseen. As he approached the house, he meticulously made his way along the walls, ensuring his head remained low while casting occasional glances toward the front door. Finally arriving at his desired location, the boy raised his unadorned head and gazed upward, exuding a quiet confidence. Eventually, he mastered ascending the stairs and managed to open the office window single-handedly. Observing that the office was unoccupied, the man swiftly entered through the window and made his way inside without any hesitation. Then he silently leaped to the floor, carefully avoiding the nightstand in his efforts to remain utterly noiseless. The first thing that caught his eye and what he had noticed from the window was the cross hanging on the wall. He slightly turned his head and noticed, besides the cross on the wall, a shotgun was also hanging. It was indeed an astonishing pairing. He had never imagined witnessing the cross and the gun resting peacefully together. Resolved not to waste another moment, the man turned around to search for his phone, convinced that it had to be somewhere nearby. To his surprise, instead of the phone, he discovered a laptop sitting on a small coffee table. Pern stared at him shocked, unable to believe his story and how fortunate he was. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the laptop and powered it on, harboring the belief that if it lacked any power, he would instantly become a believer in a higher power. As soon as he opened the laptop, he realized there was actually no password required, and he silently said a prayer in his mind. Relieved that he had finally made it, he smiled at his laptop, mindful of the fact that he now needed to secure an internet connection on top of everything else. As he moved his cursor over the internet icon and saw it was indeed present, he exclaimed excitedly, marveling at how amazing he found this to be. But now he needed to grasp the main point. Who exactly to reach out to, since he couldn't recall anything? Abruptly, the sound of footsteps echoing through the corridor and the ensuing creak of floorboards reached his ears, sending a surge of fear through him. For a moment, the only noise was the creaking of the floorboards underfoot as the man approached. Then the sound of the lock being opened followed. The head of the office himself emerged at the doorway and proceeded silently into his office. Without uttering a word, he continued deeper into the office, his gaze fixed straight ahead. He then turned his head in the opposite direction, gazing at the laptop that remained just as it had been left. Throughout this ordeal, the boy had been concealed beneath the bed, casting stern glances at the man while beads of cold sweat broke out on his brow more than once. The man stood closely to the other, who was puzzled about his presence and wondered if it wasn't time for dinner. Observing how intently he was gazing at the laptop, the man began to think that perhaps he had aroused suspicion. Internally, he urged him to cease his staring and to simply leave the area. As though responding to his presence, the man turned around, only to find him appearing increasingly aggressive, repeating his demand to leave with a harsher tone. Suddenly, the man flashed an erratic smile and mused loudly to the void of the room, questioning if the window was ajar. The man's gaze abruptly shifted forward, where he was met with the sight of a window wide open despite his certainty that he had securely closed it earlier. Almost instantly, his expression softened into a subtle smile as though he had just come to a realization. The person in hiding, however, did not catch sight of that smile. As the man drew nearer to the window, his smile subtly broadened, inquiring whether the window was ajar. The man hiding under the bed looked ahead fearfully, trying not to make any kind of sudden noise or anything similar. With a tempting glance, he eyed the feet of the man who passed by the window. He was overwhelmed with fear that he might be found out, losing his chance to discover anything. For a period, the man approached the window and quietly stood there, gazing out in hopes of spotting something unusual. Unaware of anything amiss, he asked again in sheer bewilderment whether he had opened the window, as he had no recollection whatsoever of doing so. The words frightened the man even further, causing him to cover his mouth with his hand to stifle any loud breaths that might betray his panic. Nevertheless, despite any suspicions he might have harbored, nothing had been disclosed as of yet. After a moment of reflection, the man's smile reappeared, his features softening as he concluded that he probably had opened it for some fresh air and simply forgotten about it. Shortly thereafter, he shut the window with a loud bang, and the man breathed out in relief, withdrawing his hand from his face. The night had fully descended, and the entire household had turned off the lights in their rooms. The only remaining light was in the man's study. The man had long since succumbed to sleep, his hand lying on the Bible that was placed on the armrest, while his loud snoring reverberated throughout the office. The boy stealthily emerged from his hiding spot and grasped the laptop, which was resting on the table beside the man and connected to the charger. Observing him closely and noticing the subtle shifts in his expression, he gently began to lift the laptop's lid, making every effort not to disturb the man with his movements. However, the moment he shifted his gaze towards the laptop that had switched on, his expression quickly turned into a frown. The image displayed on the screensaver suggested quite conspicuously that the man was seemingly affiliated with a sect. Swiftly, he navigated the cursor across the desktop and launched the installed browser. It opened instantly, but the screen presented the user with nothing more than a blank page. VDJ, no downloads, bookmarks, or any other content was visible. A chill of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he clenched his teeth. The unexpected action of the man turning off the internet caught him off guard. Hovering the mouse cursor over the browser's address bar, the man attempted to click on it a few times, but to his surprise, it didn't respond, adding to his astonishment in that moment. However, his attention abruptly shifted to a corner of the browser where he noticed several distinct icons, and alongside them there was something saved. The man navigated his cursor and chose to explore his favorites. After all, he was certain something of interest was there, even though he was yet to grasp what it might be. Following his manipulations, a single tab appeared, displaying merely one file, adorned with a smiley face. Intriguingly, the file bore a signature, "Our Happy Family." He became so absorbed in the activity that he ceased to be aware of his surroundings. His curiosity was now piqued by the contents and nature of the file. Abruptly, the man ceased his snoring and his breathing lightened as though he were gradually awakening. Hearing it emit a sound of some sort, the man quickly slammed the laptop shut, not concerned about the noise level due to his fear. Without seeming to notice anything, the man nevertheless opened his eyes wide and stretched, emitting a prolonged sound as he extended his back and arms. He then rose from his resting place, carefully leaving the Bible on the arm of the chair where he had been reclining. Then he began, among other activities, massaging his own shoulders. Meanwhile, the man concealed behind the chair silently prayed, hoping he had gone unnoticed. Craning his neck with one hand, the man spoke into the emptiness, remarking that time was truly speeding by. Unfastening the belt from his trousers and holding it with both hands, the man said with a smile that this Romy was merely a minor nuisance, and he intended to teach her a lesson she would remember. The boy sat, teeth clenched, casting a fearful glance across the chair at the belt. The man, twisting it, took hold with one hand this time. The man ceased his standing in the middle of the room, concluded his contemplation, and promptly moved towards the doorway. He opened it and stepped outside. Hearing the floorboards creaking, which became fainter as the man moved further away, the boy finally allowed himself to breathe normally again. Peering at the door, he furrowed his brow in confusion, unable to understand why the eccentric old man, known for his sect-like beliefs, had stolen the belt to begin with. However, he didn't dwell on that or give it much thought. Instead, he went back to his laptop, opening it up once again. And then, once more, they clicked on the favorites icon, ensuring to open the browser where it resided. Without hesitation, he navigated his cursor to the tab marked Our Happy Family, and opened it with a swift click. However, what he witnessed was beyond his expectations. His jaw dropped in astonishment, and beads of cold sweat cascaded down his face. Upon opening the tab, a picture named Sweet Home appeared, seemingly drawn in a child's hand. Observing her, the man reflected on the undeniable resemblance she bore to her peculiar family, truly embodying their distinctive traits. However, he observed another detail. Secluded from the rest, there was an additional figure depicted. Although the illustration was merely outlined, he instantly recognized that it was the boy. The boy studied the picture repeatedly, each time discovering details that had previously escaped his notice. All of this made the man ponder further why the child's face was depicted so ambiguously in the sketch. He also wondered what the child was doing in such illustrations. After a moment of reflection, he concluded that it appeared they simply disliked the child. Suddenly, as he hovered the cursor over the painted face, the guy noticed something and declared, "It seems like this child is referencing something." Naturally, he found it odd, and without much hesitation, he clicked his tongue at it, driven by a desire to discover what it was. However, what unfolded next was completely beyond his anticipation. He had not initially foreseen such a turn of events. The computer appeared to be frozen, as it was unable to move the cursor or perform any other tasks. However, it still displayed an indication that something was loading. Suddenly, it shut off, displaying only a black screen. This unexpected turn of events sent the man into a panic, prompting him to question what had just occurred. Gazing at him, he attempted to make sense of the situation, but only one explanation crossed his mind: the outage of power. Suddenly, the laptop emitted a ping from a notification, and an odd red lettering manifested on the black screen, bearing the title, "A Tale of Six Pigs." The text suggests that the first pig possesses remarkable intelligence and has the uncanny ability to defeat anyone using just a single finger. The second pig, with enough effort, has the talent to create exceptionally beautiful bouquets. Meanwhile, the third pig has a penchant for dominating others, yet it also possesses the capacity to serve as a protector. Pondering the nature of what lay before him, the boy continued to read. The fourth possessed a profound darkness, akin to that of a shadowy tunnel. The fifth pig, a naive character, waited interminably for a lover's return. Meanwhile, the sixth was something else entirely, not truly a creature in any traditional sense. After reading the entire message, it transformed and was replaced by a timer counting down from 60. The man gazed at him in disbelief. This was not precisely what he had anticipated, but somehow it felt like a setup. Meanwhile, the timer had advanced to a new number, but it remained indifferent to the boy and his concerns. Now it displayed 59. Gene Heck pondered the nature of the countdown, questioning what its purpose was and why there was a need to act immediately. His eyebrows knitted together in frustration. Despite his efforts to think, his mind remained blank. It was all in vain. The timer continued its beeping, piercing the room's quietude with a volume that displayed 52. The man spun around, scanning the room in search of the paper he required. A man reached for his Bible, immediately flipping through it in search of blank pages on which to jot down notes. To his even greater astonishment, however, like Romy's book, the Bible was entirely devoid of text. Not a single page bore any writing. Despite understanding the risk of drawing attention to himself, he felt compelled to jot it down, and from it he swiftly tore out a page of the Bible without harboring any remorse. Next, Jin Heck scrambled to find a pen, so overwhelmed with panic that his sole focus was to get everything down on paper. He went so far as to rummage through the man's drawer of socks and underwear in hopes of finding a pen, but it remained elusive. Finally, upon opening the next drawer, the boy discovered a pen inside, which filled him with boundless joy. Seizing it quickly, the man hurried back to his laptop. After all, time was of the essence, and he had precious little of it remaining. He attempted to write with utmost speed, aiming to finish before the time elapsed. He was convinced that within those words, something of significant importance was concealed. As the timer dwindled, the man's writing pace accelerated, fueled by the hope of completing everything in time. He had only a little bit remaining, with the timer displaying 8 EVJJ, the exact number he had left. The man's writing pace increased rapidly. He didn't have the luxury of time to ponder, he simply had to get it written. The moment the Markin timer hit 0, the laptop instantly powered off, casting the surrounding area into complete darkness. Jin Heck let out a weary sigh as he gazed at the darkened screen, having barely managed to finish writing everything down before he could forget. Now, as he gazed at the paper, he was attempting to decipher its meaning, wondering if it was some sort of riddle or puzzle. In the following moment, he attempted to power up the computer by pressing the on-off button. Despite his persistent clicking, the laptop refused to turn on. Realizing this, he voiced his thoughts aloud, suggesting that perhaps he ought to connect the power cord to a wall outlet. He lifted the laptop, and taped beneath it was something resembling the picture he already possessed. No sooner had he set the laptop aside than a pixelated picture landed on the table in front of him, instantly capturing his attention. He looked at her, shocked, as he recognized the familiar features in the picture. However, this time something about her was different. Although the drawing was composed of pixels, it was markedly different from those of the past. Curious about what it might reveal, the man hastily flipped the picture over to see if there was anything written on it. After flipping it over, he set it down on the table, observing what seemed to be the numeral 2 inscribed on it. Before the sun even rose, the boy made his way back to his cabin, hoping he had remained unnoticed. The man began his task, wearing gloves as he hammered nails into the wooden frame of the cabinet. Immediately after, he failed to hit the nail's cap and instead drove the hammer directly through the fingers that were holding the nail in place. Taking his hand away, he let out a loud whine of pain, annoyed with everything and everyone. Referring to Yumi as a troublesome individual, he opted to address the matter later and take a momentary respite from all current concerns. He spent some time sprawling on the wooden floor, arms wide open as he pondered over the day's events. Indeed, a great deal had transpired. After some time, he delved into his pocket, retrieving a piece of paper that bore both a sketch and a number. Seated on the floor, he glanced at her and voiced out his feeling of being watched, leaving him feeling utterly foolish. He was unclear about who had initially left him those cards. What is the significance of the first pig, the second pig, and others in line? Furthermore, this implies that with just one finger, he possesses the power to take anyone's life. Suddenly, it all dawned on him, his face twisted in shock as he grasped the full extent of his realization. He was in disbelief. In his view, it simply was inconceivable. Concluding that additional rest was unnecessary, the man returned to work, his thoughts still preoccupied with the ongoing situation. These descriptors aptly fit family members if they excel in their roles or, alternatively, can form a very attractive bouquet. Having completed his task, the man stepped outside from his treehouse. With a frown, he turned, casting another stern glance around the room. And then, maintaining his displeasure, he exited, forcefully slamming the door behind him. As he descended the stairs, he contemplated his newfound understanding of the resources and opportunities available to him. The tale's meaning was as unmistakable as the bright sun on a sultry hot day. The clever pig, capable of killing a man merely with his fingers, is also the same individual who serves as both a pastor and the head of the household. This pig is profound, akin to a shadowy tunnel that eludes complete conventional examination, a pipe brimming with darkness entirely void of anything else. He made his way down the stairs and walked toward the swing that was hanging beside his cabin. Observing her, he contemplated the paradox of love, how it could oppress yet also serve as a protective shield. Surprisingly, the solution to the riddle, much to his astonishment, turned out to be an iron chain. As he neared the swing, he was instantly taken aback to discover something protruding from one of its links, resembling a piece of paper. Without any hesitation, he immediately went over and extracted the piece of paper from there, despite the risk of it potentially being a trap. He unfolded the paper and then, opening it further, revealed a different pixel pattern from the two prior instances. Flipping the paper, he observed that on the reverse side, the number 6 was present, but this time it was distinguished by an underline. As he stared at the paper in disbelief, a voice behind him offered congratulations, its tone brimming with a smile. Instantly, the boy faced the direction and was astonished to discover the boy from the picture, his features exactly as sketched. After carefully observing him and confirming that he had nothing further to say, the man inquired about his identity. The child did not respond to his question, only stating somberly that it seemed he was truly prepared now. In surprise, the addressed inquired what was meant and what preparations had been made. The boy gestured towards his pocket and suggested taking a look at what was inside his left pocket. The man quickly extended his hand into it, attempting to discover its contents. However, much to his astonishment, as he fumbled, he discovered a cell phone within it, which he promptly extracted. Meanwhile, the boy, observing the reaction grimly, stated that his phone had been in his pocket all along. The guy was merely pretending to be oblivious of his phone's whereabouts, claiming he had actually lost it. In disbelief, the man gazed at the phone he held, struggling to accept the reality unfolding before his eyes. Beside the locked phone, he clutched the paper that bore all the information he had read from the laptop. The initial riddle suggested that the first pig is intelligent and capable of defeating anyone with a single digit. He also recalled the picture taped to the underside of the notebook, which fell out and landed neatly in front of him. When he flipped over the picture he had found, it surprisingly revealed the number 2 on its back. Therefore, keeping this in mind, he initially chose to include the precise number 2 at the beginning of the password. The second riddle hinted that with enough effort, the second pig could create a beautiful bouquet. Realizing this, he flipped the dartboard, discovering the picture concealed behind it. He swiftly removed the picture from her and immediately flipped it over, discovering the number 9 written on it. That's the reason he chose to make 9 the second digit in his password. Everything was falling into place, and up to that point, everything had been proceeding quite smoothly. In the third puzzle, it was stated that the greedy pig delights in dominating others, yet it can also transform into a protector. He also took the piece of paper, unfolding it to look at the pixelated image it bore, and then, flipping it over, they looked at the back where the number 6 was written, underscored. Pausing momentarily, he then entered the number 6 as the next digit. The fourth riddle described the fourth item as having a profound aspect which resembled a shadowy tunnel. Recognizing its nature, the man drew out a sheet of paper similar to the rest. He unfolded it and instantly turned it over, observing the number 3 inscribed on the back. The fifth riddle suggested that the fifth pig was merely a fool, forever awaiting the return of his beloved. He discovered his very first pixel paper right from the start. When I flipped the paper over, I saw the number 5. Without much thought, he keyed in 5 as the second to last digit of his password. There was only one number remaining and a single riddle implying that the sixth was merely an illusion. This puzzle left the man thoroughly baffled. Trembling, he extended his finger towards the number 0, believing it to be the number he needed. The man's excitement was palpable as he clenched his teeth and hurriedly entered the code, all the while shielding his eyes just in case he had input the wrong password. However, to his surprise, the phone immediately sprang to life, illuminating the shocked man's face as he gaped, mouth agape, at the bright light emanating from the screen. For a moment, the man stood opposite the boy, intently observing his phone, which suddenly lit up. He gazed at the screen, which was rather plain, pondering his next move. This, however, wasn't part of his original plan. However, what came as no surprise was the complete absence of a signal. Suddenly, his eyes landed on a folder labeled Photos on his phone's home screen. Immediately and confidently, he clicked on it without a moment's hesitation. A mischievous smile instantly spread across the face of the boy who was observing him, yet he remained silent. Meanwhile, the guy browsed through the photos, noticing that each album had been signed in one way or another. He clicked on the folder labeled My Photos. Upon opening it, he was immediately greeted by a few selfies he had taken himself. He gazed upon the images, attempting to decipher the subjects depicted and their possible locations. His attention was abruptly captured by a photograph clearly taken during his time in the military. The name tag visible on his chest bore his name, Sung Jin Hyuk. A joyful smile illuminated the boy's face as he realized this was what he had been searching for. Now he was certain that his name was indeed Sung Jin Hyuk. Turning toward the child, he shouted joyfully, announcing that he was Sung Jin Haek, revealing his true name at last. Exiting the previous catalog, the man turned his attention to the next one, titled Food. There was a vast array of food pictures, including burgers, pizza, sushi, meat, and more. Gazing at it, the man smiled with nostalgia, announcing cheerfully that, judging by its appearance, it suggested he was a food enthusiast. He was frustrated because he couldn't recall anything else. So far, all he had been able to obtain from the phone was his name. Meanwhile, the boy simply stared at him in silence once more, saying nothing and merely observing from the sidelines. After pausing to reflect for a moment, Jin Haek chose to open a photo too. Upon doing so, he realized there was an abundance of them, precisely 218 in total. Upon opening the first vodka bottle, he spotted a picture of himself and a girl. Instantly, he exclaimed that she resembled his girlfriend and noted how adorable she looked. Jin Haek ultimately remarked that it appeared they were merely embracing. Ultimately, the joy evident in those photographs made it clear they were truly happy. The next moment, he was taken aback and puzzled to discover a sequence of photographs showing his girlfriend appearing as though she was fleeing in terror from something. The subsequent photos revealed his girlfriend's face too, albeit twisted in horror. And the series ultimately concluded with an image capturing the act of someone strangling her. Gazing upon it, the man was stricken with horror. He couldn't discern who had committed the act or why it was appearing on his phone. He started rapidly flipping through more photos, hoping to discover some explanation. Subsequently, he encountered another collection of photographs that also featured him, evidently a companion with whom he had ventured to the mountains. He displayed hazardous locations, always smiling while posing for the person filming him. The series concluded with an image capturing a hand and a hat soaring high into the air. The man was utterly terrified, unable to comprehend what it was or why it was even on his phone. Then, a series of photos appeared of the taxi driver who was transporting him to his chosen destination. This time he opted for a hammer as his choice of murder weapon, as evidenced by the photograph. In the very next moment, he attacked the cab driver mercilessly until death ensued, oblivious to the bloodshed surrounding him. He then proceeded to rapidly browse through more photos, hoping to uncover some sort of explanation. Despite his fervent searching and flipping through pages, he found nothing, which led him to shout in panic, confused and frustrated by the elusive information. He soon encountered another series of photos, with the first depicting a man bound. Gradually regaining his senses, he leaned back in his chair and gazed at the camera with astonishment. He then began to squirm in his chair, twisting so fearfully that he was virtually rolling over in it. Finally, with a loud rumble, he collapsed onto the floor, still bound by the restraints. The subsequent photo depicted him making a zany-eyed expression, pressing a finger to his lips while wielding the saw in his opposite hand. Horrified, the man quickly dropped the phone from his hands, unable to look past the photo. The phone dropped to the ground, and its screen protector forcefully collided with it. The man collapsed to his knees, his breaths loud and uneven as he struggled to regain control and prevent another panic attack from overwhelming him. Meanwhile, the child approached him, raising his voice to inquire whether he found it amusing. Leaping up from the ground in anger, the man snatched up his clothes, demanding to know what sort of foolish prank this was supposed to be. The following instant, he requested him to pause and, with a smile, revealed that the family had drugged him. Attributing it to the drugs, he began to laugh uncontrollably as if he was losing his sanity. The boy took great displeasure in it and, with a stern voice, firmly instructed him to compose himself. When the man redirected his focus towards him, he inquired about how much longer he intended to tolerate the family's bullying. And then she reminded him that he had always wanted and still wants to escape from this place and this island. With a frenzied expression etched on his face, he spoke unceasingly, not pausing for any responses. He urged him to demonstrate to these novices who the true king indeed was. Upon hearing those words, an identical maniacal grin unfurled across Jin Hyok's face, albeit appearing decidedly more unsettling than the boy's smile. The child addressed him directly, using his full name, Seojin Hekem, and encouraged him to demonstrate his leadership and prove who truly was in charge on the island. Immediately, Jin Hek seized him by the nape of his neck, clearly irritated by the mocking expression on his face. However, in the next instant, a wild smile spread across his face, indicating his agreement. Interpreting that as consent, the boy disappeared as if into thin air, urging his companion to simply hold tight to the kuak without letting go. Now the man began to recall the incident when, back at the restaurant, another individual had summoned him. Jin Hek was on the verge of departing, having left a substantial amount of money on the table. However, before he could leave, he was called back and requested to make change. The man chose not to glance back and simply responded, advising him to keep it. The man walked up to the boy, placed his hands across his chest, scrutinized him, and remarked that he seemed both familiar and suspicious. Upon closer inspection, he moved even nearer, flashing a grin at the man, then declared with a booming voice that he was indeed correct. The boy glanced at the notice on the wall, which displayed his photo and unique characteristics. However, to his astonishment, the man revealed that he was the second son of Captain Han from the Seabreeze. Upon being questioned if he was correct, he was reminded of how the individual had left school and traveled overseas for his studies. In response, the person succinctly answered that he was not. In response, the man awkwardly scratched his head and inquired if it was truly not him. The individual replied that he had never even visited this city before. Hearing the man say that he reminded him of someone and expressing absolute certainty about it, the boy slipped his hand into his pocket. The man had ceased speaking and was now gazing into the other's face, attempting to discern who he resembled. Without giving it a thorough visual examination, but rather sensing him scrutinize and assess the object, the man withdrew a clerical knife from his pocket. The man appeared unaware of the boy's state, persisting in his silent gaze that left the boy feeling uneasy. The next instant he smiled and corrected himself, acknowledging that while he had believed himself to be correct, he was actually mistaken. As the man chuckled and awkwardly scratched his head, giving him a pat on the back, the other, not sharing in the amusement, just began to saunter toward the exit. The man attempted to intervene, inquiring if he required change. However, the other man requested him to keep the change, stating he had no need for it. Without uttering a goodbye or acknowledging the man with his hand raised in gesture, he hastened out, exiting the restaurant swiftly. Observing him intently, the man thoughtfully brought his hand to his chin and remarked that the face seemed familiar. Yet he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. Glancing sideways, he finally spotted a wanted poster hanging in his diner, featuring the image of the sought-after individual. Suddenly, the man was engulfed in shock and horror upon realizing the true identity of the child who had dined in his restaurant. Glancing back through the window apprehensively, the man hastily phoned the police to report the situation and to notify them that the individual was still lurking in the neighborhood. His eyes widened with fear and his heart pounded furiously in his chest as he listened to the buzz of his phone. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him and a question was heard asking where he was calling from. The man turned towards him and mentioned that he had recently chosen to have a conversation with someone he knew. Hence, he had made the call. Jin-Hek gazed out, attempting to discern whether someone was present. All the while, his entire body trembled. In the next moment, he forcefully slammed the door shut, ensuring that no one was nearby. He approached the man from the opposite side, now standing at full height and directly gazing into his frightened eyes. Opting to feign ignorance, the man looked at the individual and asked in a quivering voice whether he had decided to return for the rent. He remained silent but activated the speakerphone feature, through which came a voice identifying itself as the police and inquiring how they could assist him. Jin-Hek answered the phone, a mischievous smile playing on his lips, and assured in an unsettling tone that all was well and nothing was amiss. After some time, he eventually stepped out of the restaurant, staggering slightly as he went. Then he began walking towards the trash can, but paused to examine his hands and clothes, which were entirely smeared with blood. Without much thought, he swiftly removed his soiled clothes, briskly rubbed his hands together, and then tossed them into the trash can without any remorse. After completing all these tasks, the boy headed to the seashore, where he awaited the arrival of his ship, expected at night. Therefore, opting not to remain standing, the man chose to sit. He admired the breathtaking sunset and the birds, fully immersed in his thoughts. Removing his cap, he offered a weary smile and let out a sigh, sharing that he had just managed to complete everything in time for the boat's arrival, despite the difficulty. Long after the sunset, deep into the night, the boat finally arrived, making its way to the shore to pick up the man waiting there. Having completed their preparations, the crew reversed their direction and navigated along the prescribed inland route. He discovered that he was seated in a cabin, surrounded by individuals similar to himself. Although he was not fond of the situation, he recognized that there were no alternative options available, compelling him to endure the presence of the others. Besides the odd individuals around him, he also detected a horrendous smell, so intense that breathing felt nearly impossible. Suddenly, a series of strange noises emerged from above, indistinguishable yet too loud to ignore. The man glanced upward, his brow furrowing in astonishment, curious about the nature of the disturbance and the reason behind its loudness. High above, the ship steered directly towards a massive column of water, and amid the clamor of the crew, they stood no chance against such a formidable force. Jin-Hyuk walked across the land towards the sea, recalling a conversation with a man who had mentioned the numerous uninhabited islands in Korea. Standing by the sea, he stretched his arms wide, contemplating the reality that these islands remained unknown to all. Only the peculiar family that operates the quaint inn is aware of them, and it's fortunate given that the individual who has come into their lives is a serial killer. Facing the serene sea and extending his arms, the man contemplated and expressed how no one would ever realize that he was precisely there. His shoulders trembled as a sudden bout of hysterical laughter engulfed him, washing over him like a wave. Clasping both hands over his mouth, the man attempted to suppress the uncontrollable laughter erupting from him, accompanied by tears. Halting his attack abruptly, the man withdrew his hand from his face, revealing a wild smile, uttering words that only they understood, indicating his presence was known only to them. Suddenly, a man quietly approached from behind, shotgun in hand, noting that he appeared to be in a good mood. Without recognizing the individual or knowing how he should react, the man maintained a wide smile as he gazed out at the sea. However, as soon as he recognized the voice, the man instantly wiped the expression off his face and turned his back. The first detail he noticed was the firearm in the man's grip with his finger already positioned on the trigger. Observing the situation, the man inferred the purpose of the visit and inquired if the intent was to hunt saikas at such an early hour. The man lifted his rifle higher, affirming with a yes, and then, gazing into the sky, declared they would soon arrive. In response to what was said, the man decided to inject some humor. With a smile, he jokingly asked, as the saying goes, "Who gets up early just to receive a bullet in the forehead?" The individual addressed simply gave him a stern look, remaining silent and fixing him with an intense, expressionless stare. Scratching his head awkwardly, the guy realized he had misspoken. He then asked if it wasn't funny, considering he found it amusing himself. Eventually, the man fired at a group of birds, swiftly striking one that lacked the speed and agility to escape. Under the observant eyes of the boy and the man, the bird's body plummeted from the sky like a stone, diving into the sea. It hit the water, creating a small splash. He stared at the man, expressing his belief that the sounds of gunfire reaching the mainland were improbable. Otherwise, the police would have already arrived. He also believes that this island must be quite distant from the shore. After hearing him speak, the man lifted his rifle once more, yet he paid no mind to the words spoken and remained silent, persistently aiming at the birds. Quickly, a mischievous smile spread across the boy's face. Glancing down at his feet, he declared that he actually enjoyed it. The man gazed at him, taken aback, puzzled as to why he'd made such an unexpected statement. Following a moment of surprise, he inquired whether he truly held such fondness for it. The man quickly returned a light smile and responded by asking, "Didn't you mention that there were many uninhabited islands in Korea?" He also mentioned that they are almost always deserted, with hardly anyone paying any attention to them. This is precisely why he is so fond of it. He believed that an island like that couldn't possibly exist, yet there it stands. Once again, the man quietly regarded him with a suspicious gaze. The change in behavior of someone who used to fear them was indeed odd. However, dismissing all distractions, the man once again took aim at the birds. Meanwhile, the boy shielded his eyes from the sunlight with his hands, intently observing him. This time, he struck one of the birds again, causing it to begin tumbling beak first into the sea. As the man reloaded his gun, he mentioned understanding everything. Curiously, the boy inquired about what exactly he had come to understand. Without turning to face him, the other replied effortlessly, expressing that sometimes they all yearned to escape somewhere. After loading the ammunition into the shotgun, he proceeded to explain how sometimes they act on impulse, doing so without any forewarning. He faced the boy and extended a loaded gun his way, startling him significantly. Noticing the man seemed both irritated and taken aback, he asked in a grim tone if he was interested in shooting. After all, it would provide a distraction. For a moment, they remained standing face to face, and the boy sensed that the man saw right through him. It was this very reason he believed the man was trying to trap him by handing over the gun so readily. After some consideration, the man decided to take the gun from the other's grasp, and it was relinquished without any resistance or intent to cause harm. After waiting for some time, he chose to delay further and started examining the shotgun he had received for the purpose of shooting at the seagulls. He remained perplexed about the unfolding events, uncertain of the reason behind the significant shift. As if suddenly recollecting the events of last time, the man hastily inspected the muzzle for ammunition. When everything appeared to be as expected and the ammunition was indeed present, he softly exhaled a sigh of relief. Without hesitation, the man once more directed his attention to the birds overhead and, pointing his finger upwards, instructed them to target that specific spot. He pointed out one of the birds, suggesting it as the ideal target to aim for, stating that it was the perfect choice for our shooting practice. He then proceeded to provide a succinct summary, stating that the weapon in question was a double-barreled shotgun featuring a dual trigger mechanism. When he pulls both triggers simultaneously, he fires both barrels at the same time. Pulling just one trigger will result in firing only a single barrel. Utilizing both barrels enhances firepower, yet concurrently the recoil becomes overwhelmingly strong. For a novice such as him, he would recommend firing with a single barrel instead. As the boy focused on his aim, the man continuously advised him to carefully observe the seagull's flight path and to focus intently before making his shot. Upon hearing the man's instructions to shoot now, the guy fired and the sound echoed in the man's ear. Yet despite its minimal size, the shot zoomed past the bird, which serenely continued on its flight. The man mentioned it was merely some sort of prank, expressing his surprise that it came from him. The man acknowledged it was understandable, given it was his first attempt at shooting. He agreed, noting that it's common for everyone to miss initially. He didn't turn to face the grim figure as he stated that now he was down to a single cartridge and just one more shot remained. The man grinned and chuckled softly, then remarked that indeed he had only one shot remaining. His expression twisted into a mischievous and sinister smile as he declared he had another chance. Subsequently, he addressed the man, referring to him as Mr. Boarding House Owner. The man promptly turned towards him. With a somber expression, the man gripped his weapon, lowering his gaze as he inquired whether prayers were still being offered for his well-being. The man lifted his hand and responded that he certainly had prayed. Moreover, the previous night he had specifically prayed for the restoration of his memory. The boy responded tersely and with clarity. Yet the man's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to inquire whether the boy recalled any details that could be of assistance. Jinhek didn't respond to the question. Instead, he offered another mad smile and softly uttered his prayer in disbelief. Observing the surprised expression on the man's face, the guy remarked that he recalled his name, confirming it to be Seo-jin Hyuk. The man appeared taken aback by the occurrence, letting out a surprised exhale. He introduced himself as Seo-jin Hyuk and announced that his memories had, at last, returned to him. However, the man swiftly interjected, inquiring once more if he was truly certain that he was indeed praying for him. Observing his gradual ascent into panic, the man, wearing a manic smile, disclosed that the previous night he had visited Romi's house with the intent of exacting punishment. Asked if it was identical, he discharged a firearm at close range and the man was pierced completely. The force of the shot didn't merely knock him to the ground, it propelled him backwards, sending him flying through the air. Watching the massive splash in the sea created by the falling body, the man gradually lifted the muzzle of his gun. He then approached the cliff and peered down to observe the situation below and to verify if the man had indeed succumbed to his fate. Letting out a sharp curse, he bitterly remarked, "This is exactly what happens when you foolishly arm your enemy." Gazing at the lifeless body of a man with glazed eyes sunk in the water, he remarked that the sight, paired with the man's foolishness, had somehow rendered him somewhat bored. After the gunshot echoed, the man reloaded the firearm. He expended 2 bullets on the victim, a wasteful act, but it ensured the victim's demise. Empty shell casings dropped to the ground as the man gazed into the gun's muzzle with a frown. The gun was entirely out of ammunition, rendering it completely unusable. It had now become useless. Peering down, the man contemplated that perhaps it would have been wiser to remove the ammunition first before taking his life. However, what was done, and at this point it held no significance. Without hesitation, the young man examined the weapon once more. Then, without any regret, he threw it into the sea. A mischievous grin spread across his face, and he declared in a somber tone that there was no enjoyment to be found in killing with firearms. After some time, he arrived at the seashore and sketched the faces of every member of this peculiar family onto the parchment. The man's face, save for the ears which closely resembled his own, was instantly crossed with the notion shared by their pastor, that he had already ascended to heaven. Therefore, he needed to decide on his next target from among the remaining family members present. In the following moment, he gestured towards the portrait of a woman with his stick, suggesting that she might be Mrs. Cook. Despite the queasiness he feels under her gaze, he maintains that she won't pose a problem. Next, he jabbed a stick toward the image of Yumi sketched in the sand, beside which were inscribed the words, "And then comes this little brat." Sitting there, he began to recall the creepy girl herself, which actually sent goosebumps down his back. She infuriated him beyond measure, and he yearned to give her a lesson at the earliest opportunity. However, he knew it was wise to postpone such satisfying endeavors for a later time. The boy's expression morphed into an unsettling smile, picturing how the little rascal JTM's face would contort, gradually overtaken by fear. Choosing not to linger on it, the man shifted his focus to a picture that captured Minu's face. He remained silent, reflecting on the past incident when he had almost strangled him single-handedly. After some contemplation, he remarked that this was indeed the man with whom he should exercise utmost caution. Having concluded his reflections on Minu, he spent a few moments seated, gazing intently at the lone picture that lay before him. Gazing at Rami's name etched in the sand, he pondered how she truly was the most troublesome person imaginable. He also recalled how she had disappointed him when he had assisted her in escaping, but rather than returning with help as expected, she had gone shopping and come back empty-handed. He was genuinely irritated by the casual tone of her voice and the way she expressed her gratitude, stating she had experienced a pleasantly light and refreshing ride. At that moment, she provided the man with nothing of use, only supplying him with pesticides, suggesting that he would shortly be employed by them, unbeknownst to him at the time. Describing her as merely trashy, the guy sketched the image before him, continually refining it with overlapping lines. His annoyance with her intensified with every moment. As he looked at her face, he found himself growing increasingly angry, both with her and with himself. The man found himself repeatedly glaring at her in anger, his voice escalating both methodically and intensely. as he kept belittling her by repeatedly calling her trashy. After some time, in a fit of anger, he cast aside the stick he had been using to draw and dropped to his hands and knees. Having completed that task, he allowed himself a moment to pause, his gaze fixed intently on the consequences of his actions, his body quivering with sheer anger. He persisted in breathing heavily for some time, his face flushed with intense anger and rage directed at the girl. Then he placed his hand on his chest, nearly exhaling in peace, and smiled, despite the words that made him seem extremely worried. He remained seated in that spot for a while longer, unnoticed so far, which was fortunate. Meanwhile, the sun continued its gradual descent toward evening. Besides sketching the key family members, he also included the portrait of that celebrity struggling with addiction who had frustrated him greatly. Observing him, he circled around, labeling him merely as a degenerate stoner and a false idol, all of which he found immensely irritating. Yes, and in addition to possessing not just knives, axes, and saws, which he uses in his work for the family, he also owns a hunting rifle. Recalling the moment he spotted the gun in the man's grasp, he concluded that maybe he needed to act first in self-defense. Elated by his decision, the boy leaped to his feet with a joyful smile, excitedly kicking the sand before him. He shouted, affirming that he was indeed happy with his choice. Without glancing at the setting sun, he turned his back on the shore and began to walk away, speaking out loud to himself as he pondered where the junkie might find shelter and sustenance. As soon as the word food left his lips and the thought of it crossed his mind, his stomach rumbled loudly, prompting him to place a hand over it. He paused, pondering his next move. Finding no better course of action, he resolved to walk back to the inn run by the family he intended to kill. As he neared the door, he instantly raised his hand and knocked on it forcefully. Suddenly, a woman opened the door, stepped out to greet him, and remarked, "It seems to be you." The boy, without any hint of confusion, admitted that his request might come across as rather shameless. However, he asked if she could possibly provide him with some food. After pondering for a moment, the woman offered a smile and agreed. Then she welcomed him to come inside and read with her. A smile broke out on the boy's face, as though he hadn't anticipated that everything would proceed so smoothly and she would consent so readily. He trailed behind the woman, ensuring the front door was closed securely as he entered. Without glancing back at the man trailing behind her, the woman expressed regret that he couldn't make it to their gathering the previous night. She then inquired about his well-being, wondering if he was feeling improved. The man smiled, confirming that he really had, and expressed that he was indeed feeling significantly better than the day before. He then inquired if everyone had made it to the dinner the previous night. After a moment of reflection, the woman responded that everyone had arrived, but she admitted to having made an error in the preparation of the fish stew, rendering it less appealing to some. Tom appeared uneasy with the response and thus regarded the woman before him with skepticism. He was fairly certain that at the time of dinner the man had fallen asleep in his office while he was fervently working on his laptop. After pausing for a moment to think, he decided to seek clarification and asked whether her husband had attended the dinner or if, in fact, he had not been there. Upon hearing the answer, he was rooted to the spot while the woman once again responded effortlessly and concisely. Now he was certain she was lying, and this realization angered him. It also meant that he still knew absolutely nothing about this woman. Observing her as she walked into the kitchen, the man found himself contemplating the notion of simply ending her life then and there. Shortly after, the woman faced him and requested his assistance in cooking, followed by an invitation to join her at the table. The man, who was staring at her with unsettling eyes, realized he should relax. After all, in a situation like this, there was no need to rush. After she finished cooking, the guy began to assist by setting the table, carefully placing food and dishes upon it. The woman expressed her gratitude for his assistance, stating that his help had significantly eased the breakfast preparation process. She then informed him that everything was ready and invited him to join her at the table. The man continued to smile and responded, affirming that he indeed would take a seat just as soon as he completed setting everything up. With a sweet smile adorning his face, he was the picture of innocence. Anyone would be convinced of his good intentions. Despite planning to harm the family, he had no intention of letting his disdain show. However, he remained unnerved by the recollection of the first occasion they had cooked together. Her eerie smile etched forever in his memory. As he took his seat at the table, he turned his head towards Romy. She, however, kept her gaze fixed straight ahead, not once turning in his direction. Observing the bruises on her arms and face, he eagerly inquired about what had transpired and what had caused the injuries to her face. Without facing him, the girl responded with confidence and brevity, stating she had merely tumbled down the stairs. Yet nothing grave had occurred to her. The woman and Minu observed with solemn expressions as the man inquired about what she had said. It was hard to believe that merely falling down the stairs could result in such severe bruises. He reiterated his plea to have a glance, but the girl consistently rebuffed him, emphasizing that she had already assured him everything was in order and there was no issue at hand. Inquiring whether she was certain of her words, the man reportedly brushed against a juice glass positioned near a section of her meal, supposedly by accident. With an ouch, he kept his gaze on the juice as it spread across his plate while Romy, feeling chagrined, exclaimed, "Not again." In the next moment, the man started apologizing to her. Romy responded in a calm manner, saying that it was all right and she understood it wasn't intentional. Nevertheless, this did not satisfy the man who, with exaggerated loudness and earnestness, proclaimed that her breakfast was soaked in juice. Hence, he insisted she should take his portion instead. He slid her plate of food toward himself and said with a smile, "If you take my portion, I'll take yours in return." Romy remained silent, fixing him with a grim look, unable to comprehend his true intentions or desires. The girl handed the guy a plate with a smile, making sure to express her gratitude. In response, Jin Hyuk insisted that her thanks were unnecessary. In the next moment, the woman turned to the man and mentioned that if needed, she could serve him on a different plate. Upon hearing the boy's reply that he had no need for her help and his reluctance to impose such a task on her, the woman paused to think for a moment. Eventually, everyone began to eat their food without waiting for the man to arrive. Meanwhile, the guy observed the girl closely, noticing even the subtlest shifts in her demeanor and expressions on her face. Nonetheless, the girl continued to eat quietly without uttering a word. It appeared as though there was nothing amiss with the food, suggesting he was merely being paranoid. The man was in disbelief as he watched her begin to eat. Perhaps they had simply forgotten to administer his medication today. Abruptly, the girl slammed her fist on the table, raising her voice in frustration as she demanded to know the whereabouts of her father and the reason for his delayed return. The table was engulfed in dead silence following a question that took everyone by surprise, except for the guy who seemed to be the only one who hadn't considered it. The man ate in silence, oblivious to the others around the table and indifferent to the inquiry about the absent man's whereabouts. With her mouth full, Romy turned to Yumi and suggested that maybe he was still firing. Yumi replied that the gunfire had ceased some time ago. This made Romy fall silent, filled with fear as she gazed at the man who was quietly enjoying his meal. The woman remained quiet for a moment before suggesting that he would likely return shortly, encouraging them to continue with their meal. Unhappy about her father's continued absence, the girl in turn didn't listen to her and instead looked towards the boy. He consumed his meal in silence, refraining from physical contact with others and appearing indifferent to the man's fate. Gazing at him intensely, Yumi inquired about the possibility of him already being deceased. The boy's expression shifted in response to what he had heard, yet he continued to fill his mouth and chew the food he was consuming. Romy, pointing her fork at Yumi, asked how she could even say such a thing. Yumi replied, saying she was just joking. With a reluctant tone, her mother declared that it was NVDJJ the least bit humorous, prompting the girl to instantly apologize and cease her laughter. She turned to Min and instructed him to check on his father at the beach to ensure his well-being. Without hesitation, he rose from his seat and gradually walked toward the kitchen door, seeking out his father. However, as he walked past Jin Hyuk, he paused, while Jin Hyuk, in turn, continued to serenely enjoy his meal. Seeing that he wasn't departing, he shifted his gaze towards him and looked at him questioningly, inquiring about his desires. Minu remained silent, merely standing there, casting a shadow over the man like an ominous cloud, all while fixing him with his signature glare. Then, incredulously and distracted from his meal, the boy wondered aloud what was wanted from him. However, Minu remained silent once more, continuing to fixate on the man with his devastating stare. Having had enough, the Minyu turned and calmly continued walking towards the kitchen exit. Throughout the encounter, the man observed him with a sullen expression, attempting to understand what exactly was troubling the other individual. He opted to assist the woman with the dishes, and when she inquired about his opinion on it, he expressed his approval by stating he enjoyed it and found it to be very good. Then I inquired whether she had teriyaki sauce today. Given that it wasn't purchased from a store, she must have prepared it herself. Upon hearing her compliment about his excellent taste and knack for sauces, the guy could-noured a smile. Before he departed, he mentioned that he also considers himself a food enthusiast. The boy stepped outside and began walking towards his home, deep in thought about the events unfolding around him. He couldn't understand what was wrong with this man or why he harbored such intense dislike towards him, especially since they were strangers to each other. Upon hearing the girl call out, he quickly turned toward her wearing a look of surprise. Then, with a face reflecting boredom, she wearily asked if she could refer to him as Big Brother instead of Uncle. With a tone bordering on mockery, the girl questioned whether he truly lacked any sense of shame. Barely pausing for a response, she proceeded to inquire about the status of her request. The man mentioned he was nearly finished and inquired if she would like to accompany him to the treehouse to observe. The girl quietly averted her gaze, her expression revealing a mix of fear and uncertainty. Then she spun around and proceeded to walk away, mentioning she might return later. Jin Hyeon, unbelieving, inquired if she was heading somewhere. Yumi paused, then declared with confidence that she was now going to catch pigs. The man asked with a smile if she intended to stab anyone. Turning towards him, the girl gave a wicked smile and inquired if he was interested in seeing it. She then mentioned that it was somewhat mischievous. The man didn't respond verbally, yet his entire demeanor conveyed that he was quite open to accompany her and observe, regardless of the numerous cautions. Eventually, they reached the barn where the pigs were housed, and from its appearance it bore no resemblance to a stable. Jin-Hek paused for a moment, observing the girl as she opened the barn. He contemplated her capabilities and pondered her true nature. The girl captured his interest and gestured towards the side, requesting him to pick up a bolt gun. In response, the boy inquired about the specific type of bolt gun she was referring to. Yumi clarified that by opening the valve and aiming at the pig's forehead, it could be sent to piglet heaven painlessly. That's simply how the process operates. With a smile, the man gazed at the gun in his hand and noted it resembled something he had seen in a movie. The girl inquired about the veracity of the statement, mentioning that she doesn't watch films and therefore was unfamiliar with the subject he was discussing. Jin-Hek mentioned that they employed something similar for lethal purposes there, but it was evident that Yumi disapproved of his statement. With a slight smile that didn't quite erase the frown from her face, she spoke in an interested tone. Then she swung the doors open, her smile broad and welcoming, as she called for drinks to celebrate the introduction of their little pigs to him. The smile that had been on the guy's face vanished, and he looked at himself in shock. Then he staggered backward, a look of terror on his face as he asked what it was. Meanwhile, Yumi watched him with a questioning gaze, unsure of what the problem was. Ceasing to smile, she turned to him and inquired if something was amiss or if anything troubled him. Abruptly, the man let out a scream, both loud and hysterical, without pausing to glance at the pigs that were standing in the stable. And then, with a loud cry, he turned and ran away, leaving the girl behind with a surprised look as she did not immediately grasp what had just happened. However, the man remained oblivious to her, his heart furiously pounding in his ears, leaving him with a single desire: to find refuge. Upon reaching his treehouse, he instantly leaped inside and hurried up the steps, promptly lying down on his back. Lying on his back, he aimed the gun at the door as though he genuinely believed the pigs would chase him and he'd need to fend them off. Realizing the apparent absence of pursuers, the man remained unconvinced of his solitude. Thus, with his breath coming in heavy gasps, he continued to hold the gun at the ready. It took some time, but he eventually began to understand that the hold on him was all in his imagination. As the man regained consciousness, his trembling hands steadied and his heavy breathing began to subside, gradually calming down. Eventually, the gun dropped to the ground as the man let it slip from his grasp the moment it reached him. Placing his hand on his head, he desperately inquired about what had just transpired. Following that, he mentioned that he could afford to remain under the influence for an extended period. Preoccupied with his worries and thoughts, the man failed to notice Minu, who was standing to the side watching him. It was only then that he suddenly realized his father was missing. Startled, Jin-Hek spun around to face him, not having anticipated anyone else's presence. Minu, disregarding his own state, stepped away from the wall and mentioned that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't locate him. Jin-Hyuk, not heeding Minu's words, inquired about what he was doing there. Without uttering a word, he started walking towards the boy who had a gleaming sickle clutched in his hand. Drawing nearer, Minu hovered over the frightened boy, speaking of the scents he detected. In response, Jin-Hek asked with a fearful tone, "What exactly do you mean by that?" Minu started to remember how in the kitchen his mother had instructed him to go to the shore to check on his father. As he began to walk past the guy who was chewing, a familiar scent arrested his motion, causing him to halt and stand frozen. Upon detecting that distinct aroma, he recognized it as a sign that the man was unequivocally entangled in matters concerning his father, unmistakably concealing some undisclosed information. Peering down at the man below, Minu spoke in a chilling tone, remarking that he could detect the distinct scent of gunpowder emanating from the cartridges. Jin Hyeon looked at him in shock but did not respond to his words. Gently and with discretion, she picked up the gun that lay on the wooden floor. Gradually, he started to rise from the spot where he had previously been seated in fear. Furrowing his brows, he asked if he believed the man had truly killed him. Without taking his eyes off him, Minu replied that indeed he had, in fact, killed him. In a swift motion, Jin Hek had his gun drawn and aimed it at Minu, warning him to keep his distance or risk getting shot again. Minu responded that he couldn't have done it regardless, as the valve was closed in any case. Jin Hek twisted his neck aghast and saw that the valve was truly shut, realizing this was far from a laughing matter. Simultaneously, Minu swiftly ascended and brandished his sickle towards the man, aiming to fell him with a single strike. Barely had the man time to advance the tank and block the attack. They remained in that position for some time, with Minu persistently applying force to the sickle against the cylinder. In the next instant, the man surreptitiously twisted the cylinder open and mustered all his strength to shove Mina away from himself using it. Minu was propelled far back by the force of his blow, but managed to slow down in time to stand before the guy once again. The person, gazing directly into his eyes, loudly inquired what on earth a godforsaken scoundrel like him thought he was doing. In response to the man's inquiry about whether there was evidence he had committed the murder, he gave him a chilling gaze and asserted confidently that he indeed had killed him. Then the boy furrowed his eyebrows and said that his affection for his father knew no bounds. Even during the meal, when he attempted to coax a confession from him, he was visibly trembling. It was evident that Minu was truly frightened of him. Then he inquired whether he was aware that his father was indeed abusing Romy. Minu's expression transformed, revealing a look of shock. Yet he loudly proclaimed it was Romy's fault for having done something improper. Jin Hek somberly responded that the motivations behind violence are irrelevant, as violence remains violence regardless. That night he witnessed his father. Removing his belt, he proceeded to Romy's room, declaring his intention to impart a lesson. He personally witnessed her this morning and observed all the marks himself. And if that doesn't signify violence, what else could it possibly indicate? Minu appeared not to be paying any attention to him. With a frown, he explained that this was the reason he had killed his father. The man responded by stating that he had not killed anyone, explaining that the scent of gunpowder was simply a misunderstanding. Jin Hek mentioned that the reason he carries the strong scent of gunpowder is because he was with his father at a morning shooting session. With a stern expression, Minu aimed his sickle towards him and declared him a liar, vowing to bring an end to him shortly. After a moment of silence, Jin Hek asked gloomily, "Isn't he ashamed of saying and doing such things?" And then, with an air of surprise, Minu asked what made him believe he was superior when he too was drenched in lies. Dropping his gaze, he spoke with a heavy tone, affirming his awareness of everything. He was also acquainted with the fate that had befallen the newly arrived vacationing couple. They insisted there were no guests, attempting to discredit his sanity. Yet he witnessed their blood-stained garments firsthand. Somewhat cunning how a group of individuals are uniting to label an outsider as a madman. Minu found herself at a loss for words in response to that. In reply, he aimed a sickle at Jin Hyuk, inquiring how he came to know of it. The man inquired further about the specifics, seeking to understand what was meant by where. He elaborated that he had encountered him the previous evening, equipped with barbecue tools. Jin Hek described how he trailed the individual to an aged storage room. Within that space, nestled in a trash can, he discovered the remains of blood-stained clothing. Remaining silent, Minu gave no response as the man reproached himself for foolishly holding onto the hope of finding those who had already passed away. He doesn't understand why they bothered to barbecue when they intended to kill them anyway. However, because of this, he is now thoroughly convinced that they are indeed a family of murderers. He assured Min, who was already overwhelmed with shock, that he had not killed his father. He questioned who, in their right mind, would dare to provoke a family known for murder. Since he cannot leave the island, much like Taehi, he is eager to persuade anyone who might be useful to them to stay, and merely to survive, for he has no desire to be consumed or perish at their hands. Minu gazed into his eyes and stated that they do not consume humans. Jin Hyeon responded by saying that if that was the case, it was indeed very good, while Minu remained silent for a moment. And then he appeared to hold a belief in himself for directly labeling them as murderers to their faces. The man responded calmly, noting that the individuals in question were not making much effort to conceal their actions either. Finally, the man lowered his sickle and, with equal calmness, responded promptly. The man frowned, expressing his gratitude for the belief in his words and for not being told he was wrong once more. However, Minu remarked that his attitude leaves much to be desired. She suggested he take a moment to reflect on himself. He also mentioned that his mother, in particular, despises rudeness. She simply cannot stand rude people. He pondered the implications for her as well, believing she was an exception. However, it seemed he had mistaken. He told Min to wait out loud and immediately turned to go there. Watching Minu slowly exit his cabin, the boy expressed his desire to assist in locating his father. Looking back at him, he nodded in agreement and allowed him to join in the pursuit of his father. Ascending the stairs behind Mina, Jin Hyok took the opportunity to inquire how he selects his targets. What about Taehi? He pondered, considering the possibility that his survival could be attributed to the madam's fandom, which might have spared him. However, Minu did kill the couple upon their arrival, so why didn't he kill him as well? Minu paused and responded, clarifying that in fact he wasn't the decision-maker in their household. And that's precisely the reason he prepared the barbecue, unaware that it would be their last day. Without facing him, Minu warned that he would be dealt with severely if any suspicious behavior was observed. All of a sudden, the Minu leading the way stopped in its tracks just before reaching the staircase's end. The man behind him halted as well and called out his name, inadvertently drawing attention to himself. In reply to his statement that everything seemed weird, the man responded by asking what precisely he found weird. Minu expressed his firm belief that they were consuming and slaughtering individuals. Jin Hek affirmed it was the case, while Minu himself contradicted this, asserting it was untrue. At that moment, Minu turned to face him, her expression stern, and asked, "If you truly believe that, then why are you eating with us?" If you look at it from that perspective, he had always consumed his food using both cheeks without giving it much thought. Jin Hyuk gazed back fearfully, at a loss for words and unsure of how to reply to such a request. Nonetheless, the truth remained firmly with Minu. In the next moment, his expression shifted first to something sinister and then to outright madness as he declared with a coarse intensity that he was indeed smarter than initially perceived. He then started to approach him gradually, keeping his gun poised for action. Aiming the firearm at Minu's abdomen, he exclaimed nostalgically about his longing for it and all the associated feelings. Disregarding his surprised expression, which clearly indicated his lack of expectation, he proceeded to open the valve. A hissing sound was heard, spreading throughout the area. After some time, Minu's lifeless body with a pierced abdomen was found lying face down at the bottom of the stairs with blood pooling beneath it. Gazing down, the boy recalled the times he had been genuinely scared of him, believing he was dangerous. He was clutching a blood-stained gun, with which he had stabbed Minu in the stomach before ultimately taking his life. To his astonishment, he managed the most difficult individuals very effortlessly. He carried the body to the shoreline, and from there he cast it into the sea, a stone tethered to its feet to ensure its descent. The body landed beside his father's, who was similarly bound to a stone by his feet. Gazing into the depths of the sea, Jin Hek announced that he had successfully relocated both objects to the bottom, a task that proved to be rather challenging. Without hesitation, he also threw Minu's sickle into the sea, thereby disposing of any evidence. The man applauded, his thoughts drifting towards the remaining family members and Taeho. After all, Taeho was armed and had served the family loyally. Reflecting on the situation, the man concluded he would have an easy time of it. After all, aside from considering the strength of the women, there was only the issue of a troubled celebrity remaining. For a while, he sat on the shore, lost in his thoughts and considering his next move. Suddenly, thoughts of Yumi sprang to his mind, accompanied by the peculiar images he had encountered throughout the day. He was immersed in a memory that began with Yumi seeking permission to introduce their pigs to him. His smile vanished instantly when he saw what was inside, specifically the expressions on the pigs' faces. Taken aback by Yumi's astonished expression, he retreated, inquiring about what had just happened. Yumi inquired about his distress, but he remained silent. The pigs before him bore the faces of everyone he had slain. Thus, he raised his voice and quickly fled the moment they approached him. The one thing he couldn't determine was whether it was guilt he felt at that moment, It turns out he's not actually insensitive and unscrupulous. In reality, he is. After some time, he proceeded to observe Yumi as she engaged in bee hunting in the field. Observing the largest one, which also had its back facing her, the girl exclaimed that it was simply a jackpot. All of a sudden, a man emerged from behind the trees and made his way across the field toward the girl. He came to a stop in front of her, startling her pet bee in the process. She instantly yelled in anger, cursing him for his actions, which caused the bee boss to fly away solely because of him. The man quickly offered an apology, promising to rectify the situation. However, Yumi disregarded his remarks, instead questioning what exactly he had witnessed in the barn and whether he harbored a fear of pigs. He responded, saying he could indeed tell her, but he doubted she would believe him. Thoughtfully, the girl replied that it was because of him she found herself bereft of pork. She's about to be reprimanded by her mother because of someone else, and if he hopes to avoid problems, he ought to inform her. Moreover, she had never encountered such a wasp before, and she missed it VDJ once again due to him. The man remained silent, under the impression that this bothered him. Scratching his head awkwardly, the guy responded to Yumi's inquiry about what was wrong. He said it was nothing, and added that he actually had a question he wanted to ask. He wanted to inquire if she knew Taehee's place of residence, that guy in the plaid shirt. After a moment of staring at him with a blank expression, the girl responded that she was unaware of Taehee's residence. Gazing at his astonished expression, she confidently clarified that Taehee's true residence was a mystery to everyone. For a moment, they both remained silent, staring at one another. The man believed it was some sort of prank. It seemed impossible that no one knew his address. Surely someone did. Then he questioned why they were uninformed, given that he works for them, and logically they should be aware. The girl confirmed that she did, yet she truly didn't know. The guy questioned her further, asking if she remained in the dark about everything despite her affirmation. Ta responded by saying she didn't have much knowledge about Taehee's uncle, adding that in any event it was unclear how long he had been present. The man furrowed his brow, inquiring what exactly that signified and what she was referring to. Mockingly, the girl inquired, and upon further reflection wondered when exactly he had arrived. The man's demeanor abruptly darkened, and he loomed over her like a massive, sinister cloud, his eyes glowing red with irritation as he expressed his growing frustration with her foolish jests. Nevertheless, the girl remained unfazed, gazing at him with indifference as she inquired about his intentions. However, he remained silent, merely starting to open the valve instead. At that moment, she grasped the entirety of the situation and, for the first time, truly feared him. With the gun aimed in her direction, he moved closer, declaring he would no longer tolerate her bullying and labeled her a little shit. The girl, with a look of surprise, then confirmed that indeed he was the one who had killed her father. The man swiftly turned towards her, but she dodged the incoming strike and reached for the honey. She promptly and skillfully hurled the unopened can directly at his face, then swiftly made her escape. The man attempted to open his eyes in order to discern what had struck him. To his surprise, as he touched and smelled it, he realized it was actually honey that spread over his hands and face. No sooner had he carelessly tipped the jar of bees upside down than they swiftly escaped, buzzing into the air. The girl dashed off, ignoring the guy who was inquiring about the situation and attempting to fend off the bees by screaming. The man continued to yell, shielding his face with his hands, questioning why the bees had suddenly started to sting him. As she ran, the girl continued to hear the distressed cries from behind her VDJ, the sound of someone in pain because of the bees' stings. As she made her way, she anxiously reached out to Romi's mother and Mina, pleading for their assistance to rescue her from the man. Clutching his eyes in agony, the man hastened after her, his vision blurred and barely able to discern what lay ahead, yet he vowed with every step that she would not escape him alive. Glancing to the side, he saw a man in a plaid shirt staring at him in shock. As he ran past, the man exclaimed that it was indeed him, expressing surprise at their unexpected meeting. Upon realizing the situation, Taehee looked at him and immediately cried out loudly, overcome with fear. And so, without wasting a moment, he fled, harboring hopes that the other wouldn't catch up to him. The man observed with frustration as he attempted to escape and assist everyone else. Taehee sprinted forward without glancing back, driven by the sudden realization that he needed to arm himself to protect his life. Jin Hek resolved to leave at once, intending to seize the opportunity while the man pursued the girl to retrieve the weapon. Then he turned his head away, casting a glance at the girl fleeing for her life, the very one he was on the verge of killing. He pondered privately that she would reunite with her family and draw him into the same situation. where he would struggle to confront the trio simultaneously. He spoke in a hushed tone, acknowledging that besides their current company, Taehi would surely come to their assistance armed with a gun. Without much deliberation, he chose to alter his route and, with eyes ablaze, hurried after Taehi. Jinhek pursued Taehi. However, the latter outpaced him significantly, compelling him to discard his weapon to hasten his speed. The boy pursued him as if he had never run that fast before, disregarding the sunlight that blinded his eyes and the bothersome sting. Therefore, they arrived at the hill, which Taehi commenced ascending at an unparalleled pace. This urgency was comprehensible, considering it appeared to guide him toward his home. Shortly after, the man also entered, panting and struggling to find his footing. Glancing around, he realized that the man in the plaid shirt was no longer in sight, having taken too long to climb up. As his eyes darted around in a state of panic, they abruptly fixed on a cabin standing slightly apart from the rest. It appeared to be the cottage where Taehi resided. Despite it being apparent, the man still found himself uncertain whether this was indeed the right place for him. However, just to be safe, I opted to approach the cabin quietly and take a closer look. Having accomplished that, he silently opened the door, peeking inside without immediately entering, first surveying the area. Peering around to ensure the coast was clear, the man quickly stepped inside, discovering he was in a compact space outfitted with a table, a chair, and a bed. The man, observing everything, was speechless, marveling at the surreal situation unfolding before him. It seemed that the individual in question indeed resided there, but where exactly they were at that moment remained unclear. Suddenly, the man's eyes were drawn to the wall above the bed where a gun rack hung. However, the gun that should have been there was missing, leaving its whereabouts a mystery. The man's sole intact eye widened in surprise, indicating that either the man in the shirt had already claimed it or it was located elsewhere. Realizing this, he instantly crouched down on the floor to avoid getting shot. Glancing up at the window, the boy realized he must have taken the gun. He knew he should have been more cautious. As the man was engrossed in observing the window, the basement door beside him began to gradually open. Eventually, the cellar door creaked open, swaying back and forth as it drew attention with its noise. However, the man ignored him, focusing solely on the window. Understanding that he wouldn't be seen, Taehi emerged with his gun ready and, with eyes ablaze, moved towards the man at the window. Just in the nick of time, they noticed him and the gun, which had vanished from its usual spot. And at that moment it was being swung around to strike him in the head and render him unconscious. Before he could even comprehend what was happening, a blow struck his head, abruptly casting him into the depths of unconsciousness. Meanwhile, in Korea, the subways had already emptied, devoid of the usual crowds rushing about and the clamor of the rails. The old man, seated on a bench beside another individual, listened as he was reminded that he had already been told multiple times it was not for sale. He remained silent, continuing to keep his head and chin down. Then, without uttering a single word, he opened the suitcase he had carried with him, capturing the man's attention. The box was brimming with cash, potentially amounting to several $1,000,000. The man abruptly fell silent, and immediately he consented despite his prior statements. Eventually, the man sat down smiling, with a suitcase full of cash, without so much as a glance at the elderly gentleman. He turned in his direction and offered a smile just as deranged, as though he himself stood to gain more from the deal than the man. Meanwhile, on the island, the man finally awoke, having slept there for an extended period. He glanced around, and before him stood a rack filled with saws and discs suitable for an electric saw. In the room's corner stood a knife and a sledgehammer, both evidently serving a purpose yet unclear. The man was found kneeling before a malfunctioning washing machine with both of his hands shackled to the ceiling above him. Suddenly, a girl standing in front of him raised her voice, inquiring whether he was conscious. Then, with an indifferent expression on his face, he extended the plate towards him, asking if he was hungry and, if so, inviting him to eat. The man disregarded her words and wondered if she would simply end his misery. And then she said she really ought to kill her while she had the chance, or else he would kill them all. Before he could finish speaking, the girl inserted a tube into his mouth to funnel food through it. Ignoring his attempts to resist and the sounds of his distress, they continued to pour it in. Shortly thereafter, a maidservant approached and stood beside him, gazing down upon him. He greeted her with a hello, affectionately addressing her as Auntie. With a pained smile, he then inquired if he was still among the living. The woman agreed, maintaining her composure as she clarified that it was a temporary arrangement. The man continued to smile and questioned the purpose of the chains, remarking that they too were killers just like himself. His smile morphed into a wild one as he declared that in some inexplicable way he and he were one and the same. The woman, surprised, remarked that it seemed he had finally remembered everything, to which the man responded not everything, but quite a bit. Calmly, the woman inquired about his name, given that he recalled everything after all. Upon learning that his name was Sung Jin Hyok, she inquired about his reasons for being there and the manner in which he had arrived. The man responded by saying he was a fugitive and his desire was to flee to another country. However, the plan went awry when the ship he was aboard sank. Suddenly, he found himself pondering why he was so inclined to share everything with her so openly. He wondered if it might be because the woman had added something to the food. Realizing he had overlooked her initial query, the woman inquired whether he wished for them to end his life. With a smile, the man replied that perhaps if they were to end his life without causing him any pain, then yes, he might agree. When she asked why she should do it, the man looked up, a wild grin on his face, and responded that she should because he had done the same to her husband and son. After gazing into his eyes for a moment, the woman turned and started to walk slowly out of the room. And she halted the moment the guy noticed her and asked her to wait. Then, with a crazed look in his eyes, he declared that if he escaped, he would eliminate them all. The woman responded, suggesting he give it a try regardless, as no one would stand in his way. The man glanced at her, taken aback, uncertain of her implication. The woman, donning a creepy expression, turned towards the man and remarked that despite being available since Nail, he had yet to succeed. The entire meeting was continuously streamed and recorded by an online camera. Tahi, who was seated on a chair, hosted the stream herself, capturing and confining the individual in that space. He took the microphone and signaled that it was finally time to place a bet on this fellow. He mentioned that they have the option to place a wager on whether Sung Jin Hyuk will manage to escape or not. Bets were placed and opinions voiced, with some believing in his ability to succeed and others doubting it. Tahi remained silent, observing the scene. Silently, the elderly gentleman unlatched the door and entered the room where the man he had scheduled to meet was seated, already waiting. Silently, he entered, lowered his head, and sat down opposite the astonished man without uttering a single word. He took a sip of tea from his mug and stated that he had already informed him of his inability. Hence, he should cease to trouble him further. The elderly gentleman produced a suitcase filled with cash, yet the other man declared his indifference. Regardless of the offered sum, his response would remain unchanged. However, the old man was not perturbed by his response. Instead, he found it amusing, for he already had an ace up his sleeve. He set the suitcase aside, then extracted a photograph of some sort from the inside pocket of his jacket and laid it on the table. Holding the photograph in his hands, the man looked on in shock. It depicted him and a woman in bed, an image he wasn't expecting. For a moment he remained silent, simply gazing at the picture without uttering a single word. The man had been slumbering throughout, saliva pooling on the floor, seemingly indifferent to his disheveled state. Romy, entering the room, called out to him with her arms folded across her chest, urging him to wake up. The man awoke and stretched, mentioning he'd lost track of time. He then requested my help with the troublesome washing machine, expressing that it was driving him to the brink of insanity. Throughout its operation, the machine emitted a tremendous noise, steadily impairing his hearing. Silently, Romy walked over and turned off the machine, prompting the man to express his relief with a grateful "thank you" to her. Observing her, he felt compelled to offer an apology, expressing his regret for never having utilized the pesticides. Surprised, the girl inquired about the pesticides he mentioned and sought clarification on his statement. He claimed he was referring to the exact pesticides she had provided him to eliminate her family. His expression grew somber as he claimed it was nothing significant, though he had succeeded in taking the lives of 2 individuals: her father, who subjected her to abuse and beatings for every perceived offense, and her brother, who had developmental challenges, supported their father. Romy remained silent, gazing at him with unsettling eyes. The boy inquired about her strange look, reminding her that she was the one who had given him the gift. With a horrified expression deepening on his face and laughter in his voice, he asked what was wrong, remarking that she was doing it again, VDJ, pretending not to understand what he was talking about. Without pausing for a response, he exclaimed that she would not bid him farewell again, asserting that he wasn't truly insane. Rather, it was they who were convincing him of his madness. Meanwhile, Romy took the floor and clarified that providing him with the pesticides wasn't for the reasons stated. With a sinister and taunting sigh, she crossed her arms over her chest and inquired whether he still hadn't grasped it. The man burst into laughter, understanding her implication, and then assured her that she would be the last one he'd conclude with. He let out another loud laugh, and drool escaped from his mouth, landing on the girl's soda. With a stony expression, she mentioned that she had previously cautioned him against raising his voice at her. Without hesitating, she activated the washing machine once more, this time setting it to its maximum power. Hearing the unpleasant noise of the washing machine, the man turned towards the departing woman and shouted at her to switch it off, using harsh language in his frustration. Without turning around, the girl paused near the light switch amidst the soft rattling in the room, ignoring the guy's pleas to leave it on and his expressions of fear towards the darkness. The girl nevertheless turned off the light. After some time, the man opened his eyes, his ears caught the rumbling sound of the washing machine. He frowned, gaze fixed straight ahead. Gasping for breath, he gazed at the puddles and murmured under his breath, reiterating his dislike for it. Gradually, the image became clearer and clearer, and the boy felt this was a positive change because his eyes were adapting to the dim light. Without pausing to scowl, he pondered over the madness of these individuals. Considering he had slain members of her family, how could she possibly react in such a manner? Shutting his eyes, he compelled himself not to dwell on everything and his family as well. Upon opening his eyes once more, he contemplated and resolved that the only way to put an end to this was to eliminate them all. However, in the next moment he was shocked to see a considerable number of large pigs surrounding him. Gripped by fear and terror, he let out a loud scream as everything around him suddenly felt intensely real. He began to swing the chains, attempting to escape from the pigs and find a distant place to hide from them. Clutching the chains more tightly, he pulled with his arms and legs, shouting loudly in an effort to remain off the ground while yelling at the others to stay back. Ultimately, the stick that bore the weight of the chains could no longer endure the strain and started to gradually give way. Then she and the guy collapsed onto the ground together, creating a massive cloud of dust in their wake. From within the swirling cloud of dust, a hand gripping one of the boards emerged first. Subsequently, the man in question arrived and attempted to extricate his leg from beneath the debris, continuously proclaiming in his shouts that all of this was, in fact, untrue. Taehi, observing him, gazed at the screen in astonishment and inquired what else was false and what he was referring to. Suddenly, a voice from the speakers questioned him on how the boards had broken so easily, and whether he had been the one to tamper with them after all. The voice also declared that intervening at such a moment would be considered cheating, making everything immediately clear. Then I inquired what he was dispatching along with the boards. Taehi responded that he no longer engaged in such activities. Taehi remarked that those were things he did not partake in anymore. Watching the man attempt to yank the chain from the board with both his arms and legs, he silently mouthed that it was incorrect each time. At that moment, Jin Heck's eyes darted around, seeking aid. They settled upon a saw. However, given that the saw was positioned quite a distance away, it proved challenging for the man to reach it. But upon succeeding and holding it in his hands, he instantly exclaimed joyfully. He promptly began to saw through the chain, quickly dividing it into two, thereby liberating himself from the board. Ultimately, through sheer exertion, he succeeded in cutting the chains into two segments, which then promptly dropped to the ground. And swiftly, the man sprinted towards the light switch, extending his arm to reach it. Then he proceeded to turn the washing machine on and off. Having completed this task, the man continued to hold the saw in his hands, declaring that everyone was a damn pig, yet it was because of them that he managed to escape. Subsequently, he mentioned that it appeared he was causing a significant amount of noise. Yet since the building was situated quite a distance from the house, he believed it was NDJTM a major issue. He glanced around and commented that, after expending considerable effort to saw through the chain, he was hopeful there would be something worthwhile to sink his teeth into. Suddenly, his eyes landed on the jars of canned fruit lined up on the shelf before him. One of the cans had a small camera attached to it, which was tracking the movements of the guy with discernible clarity. The man appeared genuinely shocked and could scarcely believe his eyes or his fortune. Voices echoed once more from the speakers, some proclaiming that he was now finally destined to die. Another voice chimed in, complaining his whining was insufferable and suggesting he should be silenced. However, Taehi paid no heed to them, fixating straight onto the screen monitor with a look of shock. The man's expression had transformed, becoming sinister and unsettling as he gazed straight into the camera mounted on one of the jars. Taehi confidently took the microphone, looked around, and announced that the betting was about to start. The speakers emitted a sound that resembled the cheers of an enthusiastic crowd, as if all present were celebrating what had been said. Meanwhile, Taehi asked with a smile, pondering whether Song Jin Hyuk would uncover their existence or continue to be unaware. Despite many counting on him, the man reached for a can of food and simply took one. He gazed at her with a voracious look and then exclaimed both loudly and joyfully that he would only consume one. From the speakers emerged the jubilant voices of those who had bet against the guy, alongside the disheartened voices of those who had bet in his favor. Unaware and impervious to their insults, the man didn't register being called a mere fool, and thus he carried on as usual, eating directly from the can with his hands. Tohee's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at the figure of the guy reflected on the screen. After some time, the individual managed to consume all the food and liberated himself from the chains that had been constraining him. Now he was sifting through ancient belongings in search of an item to aid his scheme. After thorough searching, he eventually discovered a hammer, which he quickly retrieved and brought into the light. After brandishing it aimlessly in the air, the man observed that its handle was intact and, fortunately, its weight felt appropriate as well. Deciding that this was exactly what he needed, he ceased his search just as the streetcar beside him sprang to life. The man's expression quickly darkened, and he ceased to glance at her from the corner of his eye as though genuinely fearful something might actually be there. Upon hearing a knocking sound coming from within the car, the man turned his head toward it, seemingly undecided about whether to approach. After remaining in that position for some time, he eventually spoke up, asserting that he had indeed turned it off, hence questioning what exactly was happening. Finally approaching the closed lid and overcoming his fear, the boy quickly opened it, swinging a hammer. To his astonishment and puzzlement, he found nothing there but a toy piglet, somewhat resembling a bee. After observing him for a moment longer, it appeared as though the man suddenly had a realization. He immediately lifted the toy to eye level for a closer look. Flipping the piggy bank to face its other side, the man read an inscription indicating that it belonged to Jinnu. Unaware of the significance, he inquired about the name once more without pausing to glance at the piggy. Shortly thereafter, his eyes widened in astonishment as he inquired about the identity of this Jinnu. Immediately around the boy began to reappear those pigs which had lately filled him with fear. He tossed the toy aside on the floor, no longer paying it any attention, given it was no longer of any use to him. Gazing down at her, the boy clutched his heart and struggled to catch his breath. Subsequently, he grimaced and inquired about the purpose of this situation. He began to kick and stomp on the toy, loudly declaring what it was. At the same time, he shouted insults, calling the present family members sons of bitches. After completely crushing the toy, the man started to catch his breath again, overwhelmed by a surge of intense emotions. Gritting his teeth, he glared relentlessly at his feet. Now, after all that had transpired, he felt no remorse for the toy or the individuals involved. He placed his hand against his chest once more, taking slow, deliberate breaths in an effort to soothe his nerves. With a final breath, the man smiled warmly and, still smiling, reassured that it seemed he had been too worried. Grasping the pig by the ear, he declared that it was all part of their clever scheme in the first place, and he was tired of these manipulations. Gazing forward, he pondered whether everything would conclude once he annihilated them all. Laughing heartily, he tossed the toy back into the washing machine. To Taihee's amazement, he declared that he would no longer experience any hallucinations as a result of these drugs. He extracted a tiny roll from his pocket and scrutinized it. Then, with a smile, he exhaled and said that, of course, it's drugs he firmly believes in. Meanwhile, he was already making his way up the stairs, attempting to escape from that location. He cautiously opened the door and peered inside, intent on not repeating past experiences. Shortly after, he encountered several items on a table in the room, looking at them with astonishment. Observing the phone and papers, he remarked that they had merely transported all of his clutter into the room. Subsequently, he grabbed the TV remote and began pressing the buttons. But regrettably, the television failed to power on once more. Gathering the cards from the pixels, he contemplated that it might be wiser to carry the cards along with him. Thus, without delay, he placed them in his pocket and shifted his focus to the antique betrayer clock stationed in the corner. He saw that it was now 5:34 as he walked toward the stairs that led outside. As he emerged from the hatch onto the street, he remarked that it was time for his dinner. He surveyed his surroundings, unfamiliar with the area, yet he knew he must somehow learn his way around. Gazing at the boarding house, he uttered with a somber tone, expressing his hope that they were savoring their meal and thriving in their endeavors. Clutching the hammer more tightly, the man spoke in a sinister tone, expressing his hope that this might be their final dinner, thinking it would indeed be so. After some time, he left that area and arrived at his treehouse. Gathering everything that might be of use, such as binoculars, pipes, and the like, the man packed it all into a backpack and slung it over his shoulder. He then proceeded to cross the field towards the boarding house, planning to first take a closer look at it. And so he did. After a moment, he concealed himself behind a tree, peering in its direction. He understood that if he were to be seen, the entire plan would fall apart because of it. He took a pair of binoculars from his backpack, aimed them at the house, and observed the occupants. All the windows are missing, so he's hoping to go unnoticed if he enters. Suddenly, he moved the binoculars away, and to his horror, he spotted a man in one of the windows. Fear and panic seized him. This simply couldn't be true. The man had to be dead without a doubt. Yet here he was, seated calmly in his chair, eyebrows furrowed as he read the Bible. The man's jaw fell agape, stunned by the thought of how and why. After all, he was utterly certain he had killed him. There was no doubt about it. Throughout this period, he was so engrossed in his anxieties that he failed to realize when Minu, cloaked in gloominess, emerged from behind and gradually began to draw nearer to him. Minu, maintaining a quiet posture, crept closer and then swung his sickle, which he had also brought along. At that instant, as though instinctively aware, the man swiftly turned, his face etched with a blend of confusion and bewilderment. Just in time, darting out of the way of Minu's kick at the very last moment, narrowly avoiding it. Minu pressed the sickle against his neck, prompting him to freeze in surprise at the notion that he might cease his resistance. To his astonishment, the man quickly ducked under his arm, attempting to retaliate with a swing of his hammer. That was the moment Minu raised his foot and forcefully kicked him, sending him soaring a considerable distance away. They gazed at one another for a moment as he clutched his stomach, overwhelmed by a fiery sensation. Gazing at Mina, his breaths coming in heavy gasps, he asked with a glum tone, "VDJNJ, who the hell are all of you anyway? And why is this happening?" JK. Minu merely gazed back at him with a gloomy expression, remaining silent and not responding to his questions. Jinhek stared at the man, contemplating the fact that he had killed both individuals in question. Then he couldn't help but wonder, VDJ, why on earth was this one still standing before him? He pressed the barrel of the gun directly against his stomach and fired. Min had absolutely no physical chance of survival. Even as he tumbled down the stairs, droplets of blood were flung in every direction, culminating in a pool of blood at the bottom. Now he pondered whether his pursuer, intent on his demise, was a ghost or a zombie. Casting a shocked glance in his direction, the man wondered if he was experiencing his schizophrenia symptoms once more. Ultimately, he realized that their demises were merely figments of his imagination. Seeing the sickle headed his way, the man figured it couldn't possibly be a hallucination. At that moment, Minu slashed at his shoulder with her sickle, yet the boy's thoughts continued to race unabated. Ignoring the blood streaming from his shoulder, he was convinced that the figure standing before him was indeed real and alive. The boy, frowning, fixed his grip on the man's shoulder in front of him. When he removed his hand, he stared at it in shock, realizing it was stained with blood. His shoulder was utterly shredded, from which blood flowed incessantly. As he gazed upon her, his heart began to beat with increasing frequency. He then placed his hand on his head and burst into loud laughter, not even glancing at Mina, who stood before him. Mina frowned and gave him a questioning look, but there certainly was no cause for laughter. Approaching, he confessed with difficulty, suggesting that he, in fact, had not killed them, particularly because he is aware that the pain in his shoulder is genuine, as is the blood. Gazing at Mina with an intense look, the man absent-mindedly scratched his chin with his hammer before stating that if he were to kill him at that moment, he would indeed meet his demise. Without waiting to hear what he was about to say, Minu rushed towards him without delay. Subsequently, he swung once more, striking the sickle against the already wounded shoulder, thereby enlarging and exacerbating the injury. However, in the next moment, Minu tensed in surprise, locking eyes with Jin Hyoku. Thoth seized his sickle and, glaring back, inquired whether the customary method was to strike from top to bottom. With a smile that never left his face, he swung the hammer and struck Mina on the head. He straightened up and inspected his shoulder. The injury was superficial, not reaching the bone. Sacrificing it had been the correct decision. Shortly after, he stumbled away from the body that lay in the clearing which he had left behind. And then he returned, stating he needed to confirm with certainty that he was indeed dead. He grabbed a hammer and began striking Minu on the head, all the while hurling insults and calling him derogatory names. Despite his claims, the assault was truly painful. Beside his lifeless body, the man taunted him, inquiring mockingly if he could rise now. He laughed loudly, barely dodging the incoming shot that grazed the rock behind him. After ceasing his laughter, the man turned around to look behind him, eager to discover the source of the noise. To his astonishment, it was a man who had flung both sashes of the window wide open and was now gazing in his direction, wearing an expression of surprise. Without hesitation, the man reloaded his gun, approached the windowsill, and promptly leaped out of it. The man swore audibly as he glanced over, yet he lacked the time to proceed with quietude. Meanwhile, a man armed with a shotgun ventured through the woods in the park, searching for him. Eventually, he arrived at the hill from which the man had successfully escaped. He came to a standstill near his son's corpse, calmly and silently observing him without uttering a word or showing any signs of evasion. Reversing his steps, he observed a trail of blood leading into the distance and resolved to trace its path. The boy, pressing down on the wound on his shoulder and observing the man, found the man's reaction peculiar, especially for someone who had just lost his son. Squinting towards the distant figure, he attempted to discern whether they were truly related or not. Concluding that it was of no consequence, the man made a dash for the house, fortunate in the fact that the sole armed individual had decided to spare him. As he approached the house, he resolved that it mattered little to him whether they were truly family or not. To him, they meant nothing to each other. Gazing at the upper floors of the house with a wild look in his eyes, the man declared that he would indeed kill anyone who remained inside the house. After some time, he ascended into the man's office, carefully landing with minimal noise. He wore that wicked grin once more, the one that proclaimed his excitement. Meanwhile, the girl had successfully prepared something in the kitchen, much to her delight. Gazing at the object in her grasp, she smiled and remarked that the next day, with this item's assistance, she would effortlessly drive him wild. With a broad smile still gracing her face, she mentioned that she thought she heard gunshots outside, leading her to wonder if her father had opted to go hunting. The girl, harboring a desire to exert more effort, exited the kitchen. Humming a tune softly, she made her way to her room. After some time, a man emerged, giving her a scowling look and referred to her as a little brat. Glancing into the dining room, he realized that the table was still bare, indicating his tardiness in preparing dinner. The boy moved silently and with caution, passing by the table on his way to the kitchen, harboring his own intentions for her as well. All at once, he lifted his gaze and was struck with astonishment at the sight of the taxidermied deer that had been mounted on the wall of the dining room for all this time. One of the deer's eyes shone with a red glow, giving the impression that it wasn't the deer per se, but rather the location where it stood that was illuminated. It wasn't actually an eye, but a camera. However, the individual was completely unaware of this fact. Throughout the entire duration, the camera captured footage of the man who, looking in that direction with amazement, attempted to decipher what it actually was. Unconsciously, the man walked past, making his way to the kitchen while his gaze lingered on the deer. An intuition whispered to him that there was something amiss with the creature. Finally arriving at the kitchen, the man silently opened the door, scanning the room with a somber look. As soon as he arrived, his gaze was instantly drawn to the refrigerator by the side, which Pran had already earmarked for certain plans. With a happy smile, he noticed that it was open and unguarded, inviting to all rather than exclusive to some. As he opened it, his grin widened with madness, inspecting the contents for anything that could serve as a pesticide container. He concluded that incorporating it into the meat would be the best course of action. As he started to pour it in, he remarked, "This is the steak for tonight vd jala tim as dinner, and without the secret ingredient, it just wouldn't vjetmondi have the right flavor." Suddenly the sound of footsteps echoed from the direction of the stairs, indicating that someone was heading towards the kitchen. Unexpectedly, the man found himself rushing to heap everything onto his plate as swiftly as he could. Descending the stairs was a woman, her hands delicately cradling a bottle of perfume. After pondering for a moment, she spoke up, saying she had heard what sounded like gunshots, which unsettled her because she couldn't identify their source. Pocketing them, she opened the double doors to the kitchen and walked in, ready to prepare dinner. Without hesitation, the woman swiftly made her way to the refrigerator, silently opened it, and peered inside. While she was busy with all of this, she failed to notice the dark shadow lurking near the refrigerator. No sooner had she forcefully closed the refrigerator door than a wild smile spread across the man's face. He promptly emerged from behind and inquired of the woman about such manners, noting it appeared they had neglected to invite him to dinner. Without responding to his questions, the woman grimaced at him immediately. He looked at her in a panic and said, "I warned you, if you got free, I would kill everyone." With a loud declaration of his intent, the man swiftly swung a hammer toward the woman. In that instant, she whipped out her perfume and sprayed it directly into his face, almost as though wielding it as a weapon. The scent of the perfume instantly struck the man's nose as the droplets dispersed across his face. He experienced a peculiar sensation, akin to having stepped into another realm where his physical form no longer existed. It surpassed the dreadfulness of his hallucinations, undeniable as it was that this too could merely be another figment of his imagination. Blinded to what lay ahead, he was caught in a hysterical outburst, demanding of the person next to him what she had inflicted upon him, eager to understand the nature of his plight. He failed to see how swiftly the woman distanced herself from him, even as he began to swing the hammer, aiming to strike her. Through his tears, he urged himself to awaken and compose himself, realizing the necessity of opening his eyes. Eventually, he mustered the strength to compose himself, opened his eyes, and regained his calm. Yet the outline of the woman before him remained hazy, obscuring a clear view of her image. Rushing towards her, he yelled fiercely, demanding her demise and hurling insults. He brandished the hammer and swung it at her. Yet his hammer never made it to its target, caught by someone else's hand. The boy's eyes widened further as he glimpsed the person who had effortlessly intercepted his intended strike towards the woman. However, standing before him, he saw Mina, who was gazing at him with absolute calm, holding his hammer in her hand. His expression and visage clouded over instantly as he mentioned the man was dangerous, which was the reason he was destined to meet his end. Stunned, the man looked on, unable to fathom what was happening or why it involved him. He laughed while his tears continued to fall. He had personally taken Minu's life, crushing his skull, yet now Minu stood before him, intact and unscathed, as if no harm had ever befallen him. Without hesitation, he sprinted forward and headbutted him with full force. Immediately, Minu grabbed his head and effortlessly lifted him off the ground on which he was standing, and then, with force, sent him hurtling in the opposite direction, making him fall and sail through the air for several meters. With such force was he thrown that the man didn't merely fall to the floor. Instead, he catapulted through the door, coming to a halt only upon reaching the dining room. The man lay on the floor, twisting in agony, clutching his aching limbs while emitting groans of pain. Observing Mina's somber expression as she neared, he unexpectedly burst into raucous laughter, reminiscent of a madman who had forsaken his sanity. Laughing, he admitted that he's genuinely crazy and it's all in his mind. Glancing to his side, he saw a man approaching with a grim expression, now standing over him, a shotgun in hand. Laughing non-stop, he suddenly leapt up, glaring fearfully at the man, then abruptly sat down on the floor. With a smile, he admitted it was true, acknowledging his craziness, but noted he was ultimately okay. He then proposed that we simply go ahead and resolve the matter. Acting impulsively, the man hastily removed his backpack and brandished a pipe, menacingly warning all around him that he would attack and eliminate anyone who dared to approach. And should they rise again, he will vanquish them repeatedly with as many attempts as necessary. Suddenly, the man's smile seemed to become more forced, and the atmosphere around him turned peculiarly strange. The man stared at him in shock, unaware of what was unfolding before him. Sung Jin Hyuk was a notorious serial killer, and his actions cast a long shadow of prejudice as a result of the numerous lives he claimed. It unmistakably conveyed to him that the man standing before him was utterly terrified. The guy, giving the man a cheerfully mock-crazed look, inquired if there was something he was afraid of. Extending the pipe towards the man, the boy mockingly asked if he was truly frightened by something like that. The man didn't respond, but his trembling gave him away completely. He was truly afraid of it. A woman approached her husband and asked him to step back, taking the rifle from him. Then she stated that they simply needed to do it. Looking at them, the guy wondered why she had asked him to step away and what reason she had for doing it in the first place. Turning his head slightly to the side, the guy caught sight of the sullen Mina behind him, who was looking back at him in exactly the same way. He suddenly thought that if he just stood there like a statue, he would definitely catch some of the fallout, and that was his opportunity. With thoughts of having to blow himself up, the young man dashed towards the man, surprised by his nimbleness. Without wasting any time, he immediately swung the pipe towards the man's head, striking him directly in the face with all his might. At the moment of impact, the boy's face contorted, while Mino, standing behind, watched in frightened disbelief, as if unsure whether his father would rise again after such a blow. From the force of the impact, the glasses flew off the man's face, and he himself fell to the floor like a stone under the intense gaze of the young man. Frightened, the woman let out a loud scream of "no," and then continued to watch in horror as her husband fell to the floor. The young man quickly picked up the shotgun that the man had dropped on the floor and aimed it at Mina and the woman standing before him. He turned his head and looked at Mina with interest, who was sweating profusely as he watched what was happening. Then he returned his gaze to the woman who was standing and anxiously looking at her husband, lying on the floor. In the next moment, he turned to Minu, slightly startling him as he hadn't expected to be called upon. A guy with a wild smile asked if he wanted to know whether his mother was also immortal, like him or not. Minu's response he disregarded, and in the next instant he fired several bullets at the woman. Min was shocked as he turned to his mother, who had collapsed onto the floor like a stone, not knowing what to do next. After looking at her for some time, he turned back to the boy with a grim expression on his face. And he had already dashed out the door, not particularly concerned about doing so quietly. For a while, Minu gazed gloomily after him before lowering her eyes to the floor. Almost directly at his feet lay his father with a bloodied head, moaning, unable to assist himself in any way. Minu decided that the boy and his pursuit could wait, and tearing off a piece of his clothing, he immediately used it to bandage his father's head. Meanwhile, outside, the rain began to pour, drenching everything around, and lasted so long that it seemed as though it would never end. Gene Heck took shelter from the rain beneath that same rock where he had sought refuge from the last downpour. He decided against heading home, reasoning that it would be the first place they'd look for him. Bowing his head, he pondered over the fact that he had lost too much blood, and now he needed to bind the wound. Suddenly, feeling dizzy from the loss of blood, he sensed that he was about to faint. However, the boy knew well that if it happened now, he would definitely be found, as they must already be looking for him. Indeed, the entire family, armed with raincoats and flashlights, sought under the rain for the true hiding place of the young man. Lying on the damp earth, the man said it had been a splendid dinner, and indeed it was he who almost died. As thoughts of his hatred for darkness filled his mind, the boy's eyes gradually closed. As if sensing someone's gaze on him, the boy opened his eyes and discovered the same young boy before him, the one who had told him where his phone was. Taken aback, he was at first unable to say anything, only managing to tell him that it was all him. The boy remained silent in response to his words, continuing to pierce him with a terrible gaze. With a strained laugh, the boy remarked that he wasn't even wet from the rain, and then asked whether he was a ghost or not. Without waiting for a response, he began to rise from his seat, remarking on how the world had gone mad, and it seemed that this island was the epicenter of the madness. The boy remained silent, giving the other a sullen look as if he had done something wrong. Then, with a smile, the young man asked if he truly was a member of their family. And what had happened to him to end up in such a state? Had they killed him? He continued to ask questions, now intrigued by whether the sunken ship served that very purpose. And was it truly his desire for the boy to seek revenge for his murder? The boy remained silent, not responding to the questions, even when the other boy showed him pixelated images on cards and asked if it was his handiwork. After that, the guy exhaled and told him he could keep silent, but then let him say one thing. Looking the boy straight in the eyes, he confidently asked if he knew why they don't die and how to kill them. For a while, they both continued to look at each other, paying no attention to the rain. Deeply angered by the boy's silence, the young man clenched his teeth and shouted at him to finally say something, anything at all. What was so bad about that? He yelled that he wasn't asking for anything out of the ordinary, just an answer to his question VDJ why these crazy lunatics don't just drop dead. As soon as he heard the question about something he had already guessed, the boy opened his mouth in surprise, not expecting such an answer. After a short pause, still shocked, he asked what he meant. Meanwhile, in the search party, a man was suddenly overcome by an excruciating pain that he could not contain. He immediately fell to his knees, breathing heavily, drenched in sweat, and looking ahead with fear. Meanwhile, the boy mentioned that he almost killed a man but didn't finish him off, and that's why he didn't die. The guy questioned what he meant since he already shot him in the belly with a shotgun, and it was as if nothing happened. At that moment, a voice was heard from the side saying that its owner had found them. The boy and the young man immediately turned around in shock towards him, clearly not expecting to see its owner. Casting a grim look their way, Tae-hee aimed the gun at the boy. He looked back at him in shock, as if he had recognized an old acquaintance. Meanwhile, Tae-hee was deeply moved and said that searching for him everywhere in the rain was a real pleasure, and he called him Jinu. He fired at him under the surprised gaze of the boy, who did not expect this at all. The young man stared ahead in shock, gradually sinking into memories of the past that inundated him the moment he heard the name Gina. He recalled how he and a woman were driving on the road to a pig farm and they got a little lost. After that, the woman stopped and asked a passing peasant if she could ask him something. Leaning out of the car without waiting for a response, she stated that they were heading to the pig farm and inquired if this was the correct road to get there. Meanwhile, Sun Jin Heck calmly sat in the back seat, gazing out the window around him. Even when the villager confirmed that everything was as it should be and that they simply needed to keep going, he did not react at all. The car started moving, and his father began to speak to him. telling him not to worry because they were good people, and that there were also a few children his age there. So a few days in a quiet and peaceful place should do him good. Turning to the silent boy, he asked him what he thought about it. The boy replied, "Yes." Meanwhile, at the pig farm, the gate had already been opened and all the family members had gathered to welcome them properly. The woman told the boy to greet these people because they would be his family for some time. The boy bowed and said good afternoon, and another woman immediately noted that this boy was quite polite. Then, turning around, she called someone over and asked them to greet him, noting that he was, after all, his peer. As soon as a little boy in a pig mask appeared and ran towards Jin Hek, the woman immediately started praising him. Approaching Jin Hek, he extended his hand and greeted him. In turn, Jin reciprocated the greeting, and the boy, still holding out his hand without lowering it, announced that his name was Jinu. The young man snapped back from his memories to reality, where Gina had just been shot. Gazing upon all this with a somber expression, he tried to comprehend what had just happened and what on earth it was all about. Meanwhile, the boy, drained of strength, collapsed onto his back into a puddle, breathing heavily from the pain. Theho approached him, pressing the muzzle of a gun against him. Then he added that upon seeing him he almost threw up, so he would very much like to alter his disgusting face right now with the help of a rifle. He had already pulled the trigger, but then Jin Hek rushed up and struck the rifle with a pipe, changing the trajectory of the shot. Looking into his eyes, Taeho didn't hesitate and immediately grabbed his sore shoulder, pressing down on it forcefully. The young man grimaced in pain, staring directly at his tormentor who was pressing down on his shoulder, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Through clenched teeth, Jin muttered that he was nothing more than an ordinary laborer. Theho himself, with eyes blazing in fury, hissed through clenched teeth, warning Jin Hek to stay out of it and not interfere. However, in the next moment he was sent flying from a blow by a pipe, and in turn, the guy rushed after him. And, gathering his strength, he swung and struck him directly in the face, which wore an expression of shock and had not anticipated such a turn of events. Theki collapsed unconscious into a puddle, lying on his side, no longer able to resist. The boy clearly wasn't satisfied, so with his eyes ablaze in red, he took another swing at Taehi. He then methodically began to strike him in the head and face, thereby depriving him of life. When he finally stopped breathing, the boy, breathing heavily, moved away from his body and headed in a different direction. Clutching the pipe more tightly with a grim determination, the young man made his way towards the boy lying in a pool of blood. Approaching him, he mockingly asked if one could kill a ghost with a shotgun blast, then made jokes aside. After which, with a frown, he asked who he really was, a genie or a genie trick. Clenching his teeth, he thought that in reality it was impossible, but it was worth considering such an option nonetheless. Gazing into the sky with glassy eyes, the boy declared that in order to escape the island, he must eliminate every member of his family. The guy responded that they don't die and he had already tried, but if he tells him how to do it, then he will definitely kill them. He replied that he didn't know how to explain it and told the young man that he should pay attention to the fact that he was seriously injured, so he needed to treat the wound first. Without looking at the body, he mentioned that there is a medical kit in this person's house. In addition, there is also a basement, but under no circumstances was he allowed to descend into it, no matter what happened. Observing the somber expression on the young man's face, he stated that he, son Jin Hek, must remember that he was made into a monster, but it was not his fault. As he lay dying, he remarked that the boy now knows everything up to the point of what he himself does not know. Additionally, the manner in which he eliminates his pursuers, through whose demise he will leave the island. Suddenly, he ordered Jin Hek to listen to him attentively and pronounced that wine is poison, and under no circumstances should he let it kill him. Before the young man could respond or even extend his hand, the boy suddenly vanished into thin air. He looked around, but it was all in vain. The boy had definitely either died or disappeared somewhere. After some time, the guy arrived at Taehi's house and made use of the first aid kit that was there. Sitting by the table and leaning on it, he thought about having done everything necessary. He had dressed the wound and taken antibiotics, so everything was simply perfect. Now he was curious when this damned rain would end so he could go outside. Suddenly his gaze fell upon a cellar, the entrance to which was indistinguishable from the ordinary floor. He recalled how the young man had warned him under no circumstances to go there, but the words urging him not to descend no matter what only made the boy want to go down even more. He immediately did so, groping his way up the stairs and wondering why it was all so dark there. Turning his head to the side, he noticed a massive display covered with numerous screens that were all turned on. Frowning as he looked over it all, he asked what the hell all of this meant and what it was exactly. One of the cameras was showing a dining table in the main house. In his second treehouse where he resided, there was not just one or two of those cameras and monitors broadcasting everything in real time. There were a whole lot of them, which made the guy, upon getting closer, call Tae-young a goddamn bastard and tell him that he had been simply playing with him all along, following his every step. Staring at the monitors, he shouted loudly, "What kind of joke is this?" Oblivious to the microphone connected on the table, suddenly his gaze fell upon a trash can, which was filled to the brim with little pieces of paper. Approaching closer, he noticed that these were indeed the very packets he had thought of. Without much thought, he picked one up and noted that these were packets of heroin, though he was curious as to why they were sealed. He vividly remembered how the man, smiling, would slip those Taehi packets into his pocket, even from the first time he had come to him. But now, unfolding one of them, he saw that there was absolutely nothing of the sort, just an ordinary blank piece of paper. While he was occupied with his tasks in the basement, the hand of the young man whose head he had smashed and who lay on the ground outside suddenly twitched. Suddenly, in the basement itself, sounds began to emerge from the speakers positioned there, and someone called him from there, addressing him as Sun Jin Hyok, but this voice was entirely unfamiliar to the young man. After a moment's thought, his expression darkened and he began to carefully turn in that direction. The guy turned around. Another voice emerged from the speaker, stating that it seemed Sun Jin Hyuk had reached there too. A different voice declared that it was, in fact, Sun Jin Hyuk himself. The young man asked gruffly what they meant and who they were to begin with. The voices from the microphone asked what he himself thought, then revealed that they were those who had been attentively watching him all this time. And it was thanks to him and this family that everything happening on the island turned into an unforgettable show. The guy didn't dwell on what they had said about an unforgettable show. Instead, with a smile, he said, "Whatever it may be, if they can hear him, he begs them to save him." After he expressed his need for their assistance, the voices over the speakers suddenly fell silent. With hopeful eyes, the young man gazed at the committee members. He remained silent, yet his expression conveyed his anticipation of their agreement. Voices from the speaker began to laugh at him as someone remarked that this bastard even dared to ask them for help. After someone mentioned that he was very funny, laughter was heard again, which grew into a roaring chuckle. The guy forcefully covered his ears to block out the sound, and with his eyes shut, he yelled for everyone to be quiet. The sound of laughter indeed ceased around him, and suddenly the young man found himself sitting on the floor on his knees. From the speaker, a voice once again reached Jinhek, asking if it was true that he still didn't know who they were. Another voice remarked that how could he know, after all, for him their existence was confined solely to these columns. While the young man was trying to comprehend what was happening in shock, another voice echoed, agreeing with the others and stating that all he cared about was his family, and it questioned whether he didn't even know his own name. The guy loudly and fiercely asked what they were even talking about and whether it wasn't him who needed their help. He immediately fell silent when the voice called him an ordinary brash scoundrel. The image on the computers switched to a picture of a pig's head, and a voice declared that it was even further away than the pig's. Suddenly, this strange image of a pig's head appeared on all the monitors, and voices, in chorus, began to repeat that he was even more pitiful than pigs, saying the same thing over and over again. The guy, horrified, covered his ears with his hands and trembled, trying somehow to hide and shelter himself from all this terror. Covering his eyes and ears with his hands, he repeatedly begged for it to stop as it was driving him insane. In the next moment, the voices indeed ceased their speech and the monitors returned to their prior state. Suddenly, on all the monitors, a photo of his girlfriend, whom he had killed, appeared, pieced together from pixels. The guy immediately burst into tears upon seeing her, something he could never have anticipated. Suddenly, the picture spoke up and asked if he remembered it or not. Jinhek immediately recalled all their photographs and the walks they took together. The image suddenly contorted into a wide smile that gradually became wider and more terrifying. And then she continued to smile and began to speak in a ghostly voice, saying that it was he who had killed her. While the boy watched her in horror and tears, the light in the room suddenly went out, and then a voice was heard asking if he really was afraid of the dark. The boy, stunned, began to look around, trying to find the speaker from which it emanated. Once again, a voice was heard, saying that since it had come to this, it would turn on the light. And immediately a red light was switched on. In the next moment, the boy found himself standing among pigs with human bodies, and in terror he began to look around, wishing to find some place where these monsters were not present. But to his horror, they were everywhere. Wherever he looked, they were there, all covered in blood, whether their own or someone else's, he couldn't tell. In the next moment, unable to withstand such emotional pressure, he began to fall, and with a loud crash, he collapsed to the ground. He didn't lose consciousness. He couldn't afford to lose it after all. He was being hunted, and those monsters were also there. Therefore, he continued to resist until the very end, never taking his eyes off them as he watched them approach closer and closer. Despite this, his eyes gradually closed and he fell into the world of dreams, returning once again to the memory where the woman told the boy to greet these people because for a while they would be his family. The boy bowed and said good day, and the woman immediately noticed that this boy was quite polite. Then she turned and called someone, asking them to greet him as they were peers after all. As soon as a little boy in a pig mask appeared and ran towards Jin Heek, the woman immediately began praising him. Approaching Jin Heku, he extended his hand and greeted him. In turn, Jin Heku greeted him back, and the boy, still holding his hand outstretched without lowering it, said that his name was Jinu. After this, Jin Hek finally shook the boy's hand and held onto it for a while, and then with a smile he softly said his name was Jim Hek. The man, clearly the head of the family, said with a smile that he was very pleased to meet him. Smiling, the woman also said that she thought they would get along, especially now that Gina wouldn't have to feel bored either. The young man greeted him and, with a slight smile, introduced himself as Minu. He added that if the boy ever needed anything, he should simply come to him. The girl in glasses smiled just as amiably and introduced herself as Romy, then kindly asked to be looked after. The girl with the ponytail let out a breath and said her name was Yumi, and she hoped that they would get along. All this time, the boy was smiling back at them but said nothing. In reality, what captivated his interest was the toy in the younger boy's hands, and he was absolutely certain that he wanted that pig. After a while, they all gathered at the table, folded their hands, and sat down to recite a prayer before the meal. Jin Hek sat silently, immersed in his thoughts, not reacting to their actions around him. He remembered how, in his childhood home, he endured beatings from a father who was indifferent to his age. The last time this happened, his father called him a little scamp and asked him how many times he had told him not to cause trouble. In response to all his apologies, he was asked whether he was still a child and completely lacked understanding. Throughout this, every word he uttered was accompanied by lashes from a belt upon the back of the boy, who was curled up on the floor. After all of that, he would always leave him to lie in a dark place, reflecting on his behavior. That's precisely why he hated the darkness so much. Returning from his thoughts once again, he lifted his head and began to survey the people around the table. Unlike his father, the patriarch of this family at the dinner table with his household was kind, laughed, and joked. Around the table, a warm and cozy atmosphere prevailed among everyone. Smiles were exchanged genuinely, and their emotions were sincere. Looking at them with a brooding gaze, the boy thought about his desire for a kind, caring family. A woman sat with a cup of coffee, conversing with a man about the boy who had been brought to him. She said that his father indeed often mocked him and brutally beat him regardless of anything. The man was at a loss for words to respond, so he simply expressed, "How terrible that this has happened." Following this, he inquired if she knew what had caused such behavior. The woman, hesitating, mentioned that it seemed like he often attacked his classmates. He said he was doing it only because the kids were really getting on his nerves. With his hands clasped together, the man closed his eyes and murmured that it was merely a vicious circle. With a touch of sorrow in her voice, the woman mentioned that this child had faced quite a few adversities, and thus she hoped that the man would offer him help. The young man abruptly opened his eyes only to find himself still alive on the basement floor. He stood up, looked around, and then stared at the computer monitors in front of him, which were displaying their usual broadcasts. With a frightened look and recalling what had happened, the boy thought he needed to get out of there. He didn't waste time pondering. Gripping his head in agony, he made his way to the exit and the staircase. All of a sudden, voices from the speakers suggested to look at him, indicating that someone mentioned he would pass out. The second voice, oblivious to his darkened expression, remarked that it seemed this delicate creature was even more timid than he had anticipated. And ultimately, the third voice stated that it bet they eventually became tedious to him. They only place bets, which is not as amusing. The guy frowned. It was the last straw for how he had been enduring them and their annoying voices. With a loud curse, he grabbed a chair and hurled it at the pillar, demanding those jerks to finally shut up. After breaking and disassembling one speaker, he grabbed the second one and, without any regrets, threw it against the wall, all the while demanding they shut up. Having finished that, he started to breathe heavily, overwhelmed by the strong emotions. Clenching his teeth, the young man glared furiously at the articles, internally branding the people involved as assholes and wondering what the hell was going on. Everything happening to him now might well be the retribution for his past and present sins. Suddenly he remembered how the boy had told him that wine was a poison, and he should be wary of being killed by it. Looking at the column, the guy remarks that it's simply amusing, and apparently they're all expecting him to do the analysis himself. The young man VDJTM's face turned somber and indifferent as he uttered in a cold voice that he simply didn't care. Turning to face the other direction, he gestured with his finger toward the monitors in front of him. And then, with a crazed smile, he screamed that they had perished because they deserved such a fate. They were all damn trash and should have died. They all perished by his hand, yet now they dare to bark at him for no reason. But should they catch the eye of the guy, he would unhesitatingly and without a second thought finish them off again. The guy continued to claim that he wouldn't let them toy with him, stating that they were nothing but cowards, mere bastards. Having finished speaking, he placed a chair and sat down in it, remarking that blessed silence had finally arrived. Turning his head slightly to the side, he noticed the newspapers there, and apparently there was something written in them. He was greatly surprised by this, remembering how the first time he had opened Romy's book, all its pages had been blank, and he remembered how, in a panic, he had taken the man's Bible, only to find that all its pages were blank without a trace of ink. Therefore, his interest piqued, his eyes widened in shock when he thought that it must indeed be a real newspaper. Grasping it, he immediately began to read, paying no further attention to the cameras or anything else in his world. Before he had even read half of it, he was already starting to get angry. Aloud, the young man asked what kind of nonsense this was and why the news of some unknown artists breaking up had made it to the front page. Next, there were reports that cries finally erupted at the press conference, and America unexpectedly strengthened its positions in Korea. Afterward, he read some nonsense about Korean cars being the global standard and something about BM products. Frustrated by the lack of anything significant, the guy angrily crumpled up the newspaper like a piece of paper and threw it on the floor. After saying that it was indeed time for him to make his exit, he truly headed towards the exit. Suddenly, the voice that emanated from the speaker made him stop. Someone was speaking about her being alive. The guy turned towards the broken column from which voices could be heard discussing what had surprised them and what was actually happening there. On the screen, two silhouettes in raincoats were indeed visible, emerging from his little house and descending the stairs. While the guy was shockingly trying to comprehend what was happening, someone asked if he hadn't shot her with a shotgun. Another voice responded, asking what was so significant about it, pointing out that one couldn't simply go around killing one after another, especially since it was just a shotgun. The young man looked at the screen with joy. The truth was, the woman was still alive. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a man standing next to the woman whose head was bandaged. With a surprised expression on his face, the young man realized that the wound on the man's head had not healed. In his attempts to understand why, he was transported back to the moment when the boy told him that he had nearly killed him. The guy forced himself to think that what he did that time was something he hadn't done before. At the moment he picked up the pipe, the man's face changed. It was evident that he was afraid of him. A man who seemed to have no feelings didn't even flinch that time he was aimed at with a shotgun. And it was then, in that moment at the hotel, that he truly became afraid of him. As the boy stood lost in thought, not moving an inch, a voice was heard stating that these people could not die. Unmoved by claims of their immortality, the young man remembered the moment he struck. Realizing everything he needed and finally arriving at the essence and solution, the boy smiled. Approaching the speakers that were emitting laughter, he stepped on them, this time definitely breaking and getting rid of them for good. After a while, he finally emerged outside, back to Taehee's little house. Approaching the pipe on the ground, with his eyes glowing with a fiery red light, he picked it up and declared that it was the reason for his fear. In the next instant, he thought of the man himself, mentally telling him to wait for him because this time he would definitely kill him. Sometime later, the boy approached Taehee's corpse and took the rifle from him, calling him a damn pig. And with the words that perhaps he would borrow it, he set off along a familiar route far away from the deceased. In the clearing around Taehee's body, a white mist that had previously been present on the island began to gradually gather and surround him. A man and a woman were still near the guy's cabin, shining their flashlights around as they searched for him there. Suddenly, both of them heard a sound and turned in its direction, instantly surprised by what they saw. Directly before them stood a guy holding a pipe, but until he stepped into the light, all they could see was a dark silhouette. Looking at him, the woman, frightened, reached out to her husband and suggested they simply leave and not get involved in anything. The guy flashed a wild smile, and turning to face them, he aimed a rifle in their direction. He declared that no, indeed, they were not going anywhere now. Pulling the trigger, he fired at the woman without warning, instantly causing her to fall dead. The man showed no visible reaction, the only indication of his response being the surprised widening of his eyes as he looked at the young man. The one with a crazed expression on his face approached him and said that he had shot his wife with a gun, to which he didn't even raise an eyebrow. While one was asking him about what he was talking about, the young man made his way towards the woman's body, and continuing to smile wildly, he said that now, perhaps, he should answer his questions. If he is satisfied with her answers, he will not bash her head in. Then he asked if that was the case, to which he definitely shot him with a shotgun on the beach. The man declared that he had indeed probably lost his mind and did not answer the question. Then the young man struck near the woman VJTM's head with a stick as if to warn her in such a manner. He immediately stated that this was a first warning and it would be better for the man to start answering. And then he once again recalled that scene on the beach and said that he had shot him in the stomach with a shotgun. In response to the question of whether this was indeed the case, the man paused for a moment before confidently replying that it was not, and such a thing had never happened. The guy asked again what he was saying, and the man replied that nothing like that had ever happened. Angered by his responses, the boy shouted loudly, demanding that he not play games with him. The man did not respond, and turning towards him, called out his name. He then said with a mad smile that people who survive a shotgun shot don't exist and never have. The guy asked if that was truly the case, why then did he shoot at him from the window? The man casually mentioned that he mistook him for a wild animal. He then clarified that his entire family was at home and that he had been locked out, which led him to mistake him for a wild animal, for which he apologized. The guy mentioned that during his entire time on the island, he hadn't yet seen a single wild animal. The man responded that they aren't always visible. The boy stated that at that time his son was outside. The man refuted his claim, asserting that Minyu had been home all along. With a slight smile, the boy exhaled and asked if he truly meant to say that all of this was his hallucination. Holding a stick above the woman VJTM's corpse, he asked if this were the case, then could his wife also be a figment of his imagination? Without looking at the man standing opposite him, he stated that he had already shot his wife twice that evening. The man asked in surprise if he was actually seeing his wife there. Then he mentioned that his wife had left the island towards the evening to run some errands. The young man laughed and, glancing sideways at the woman, asked if this meant that it was indeed a hallucination of his. The man replied that it was all the result of him hitting his head during the accident. He mentioned that the human brain isn't as perfect as they believe, so both hearing and vision are susceptible to hallucinations. The young man responded well and inquired why, then, he had been locked in that basement. The man retorted by asking if it wasn't he who had assaulted his daughter Yumi. The man explained that Taehi said he simply had no other choice. Seeing him running with such a terrifying expression, they concluded that his mental state was completely out of control, making him a danger to others. The guy inquired about the drugs that were being administered to Tae-young, to which the man replied they were merely painkillers. This was necessary since Tae-young was responsible for most of the manual labor. In response to the young man's inquiry about whether he knew who Tae-young was, the man replied that he seemed to recall him being an idol at some point, and that his wife was utterly smitten with him. The young man grimly replied that it wasn't the case and that scoundrel Taehi was watching over the entire island from the basement of his shack on the rocky hill, and there were cameras everywhere. The man responded that there was nothing on the hill. There might be cameras, but he didn't know, and Thaki's cabin was located somewhere else. Frowning, the guy wanted to catch him out and said that Yumi herself had said that nobody knows where Taehi lives. The man replied that he does not tell his children where he lives because he believes in the need for personal privacy as well. He then shared that Taehi lives in a room hidden on the roof of the house. This room has its own entrance so that none of the family members would stumble upon him by chance. The man mentioned that he could call Taehi, and if there was any doubt, Taehi would confirm his words. However, the other person replied that Taehi had passed away. He had, in fact, been killed a little earlier when his head was struck with a pipe. The man asked if he was dead just like his wife, who only he can see. The boy did not respond. Then, shaking his head to dispel the intrusive thought, he declared that he would ask one final question. The guy said that he doesn't want to tell him what the island is or where it's located. Furthermore, he considers him insane. The The question from the boy asking why he won't let him leave the island took the man by surprise, but he quickly collected himself and replied that they were killers just as he was. Looking the young man straight in the eyes, he stated with certainty that he knew he was a wanted murderer. He mentioned that Romy had told him about it when she went to the town. She saw a wanted poster at the entrance of the club. He knew for certain that the guy on the outside, despite looking ordinary, was a devil incarnate on the inside. Reaching out his hand, he asked if he was being followed and then stated that they were exactly the same. He explained that this was precisely why they lived quietly, hiding in this place. And with a smile, he said he wanted to make a proposal for him to stay there. And for him, there will be nothing terrible if he is not as useful as Taehi. Let him do what he wants. He also mentioned that sometimes, among the visitors arriving, he would choose one specifically for himself. After some time, his mind will return to its normal state and he will allow him to leave. However, every time he leaves, he must promise to come back. The guy grimly stated that he had somehow become too relaxed, even though he had struck him on the head. The man closed his eyes and remarked that the Bible says, "If someone strikes you on the right cheek, turn to them the other cheek also." The guy replied that he liked it and without much thought struck him on the head again with all his might. The man collapsed to the ground, trembling and moaning in pain, while the young man standing over him mockingly said that he actually liked the island. Following the man crawling towards the tree, he tapped the pipe against his palm and spoke of the place as marvelous, nearly perfect. It was practically a theater of madness. Unperturbed by the man's trembling, he spoke with hope that everything he said was true. But still, approaching him, the guy leaned in and smiled sweetly, saying that he had just mentioned that he shot at him with a shotgun, but didn't say it to his face. And observing the man's face and his behavior overall, he thinks his guess is correct. His face took on a crazed expression as he demanded the other to stop spouting nonsense about living with them. Without much thought, he dispatched him to the underworld with a cry of "Die!" In the end, the man's corpse remained sitting by the tree, and now the boy looked at it with a mad gaze. Continuing to stare at him as if possessed, the young man uttered that he didn't know why, but it seemed that right now he could kill him. Approaching closer, he burst out laughing loudly and declared that they were all just mere rejects, nothing more. Suddenly, the boy's head was pierced by an incredibly sharp pain that spread throughout his entire head like fire. Overwhelmed by the pain, the young man doubled over and, clutching his head with both hands, began to scream loudly. Images began to appear in his mind of the man telling him to simply try to forget what his father had done to him. And now they were his family. The young man continued to sob and scream in agony as the pain tormented him with terrible intensity. Images kept appearing as the guy loudly questioned who he was at all and what he was doing in his head. Suddenly, the picture in his mind began to assemble differently, overlaying the old image of the man with a new one. Ultimately, it just became a picture of the man he had killed who, according to his memories, had amiably said that he could live there. And he, carrying a backpack, responded with the same smile, saying yes, and thanked them for their hospitality. Even after the headache ceased, he couldn't stop crying, burying his face in his hands into the ground in front of him. The guy himself didn't fully understand what was happening or why he suddenly found himself crying. Clutching his chest, he forced himself to calm down and stop crying in this situation. Suddenly, the image flashed in his mind again, where the man told him that if his heart was overwhelmed with emotions, he simply needed to place his hand on his chest and take a deep breath. Choking back tears, the boy did just that, saying that he didn't know who this man was. Raising his head, he spent some time looking at the corpse of the man he had killed, who was sitting before him. He then raised his head to the sky, tears unabated, pondering how, after browsing through his phone, memories of his past had flooded back. And it was precisely through it that he realized he was a serial killer. Yet, the young man continued to cry as he spoke, saying that his memory had not fully returned to him. If he is now Sun Jin Hek, a wanted serial killer, then who was he before? He remembered playing with Gina when he lived at their house. Whenever Gina was called, he would always respond, wishing to grow even closer to that family. After checking for bullets, the guy mentioned they were all gone. Then he stated that this could temporarily disable them, but it certainly wouldn't kill them. Placing the rifle by the entrance of the cabin, he remarked, "What a pity that things have turned out this way." After a moment of silence, he found himself contemplating the memory he had lost following the crash. In any case, his memory had not fully recovered, and he could not recall anything from his childhood or adolescence, and he couldn't understand why this hadn't seemed strange to him until now. With a smile he exhaled, uttering that what one does not know, but sooner or later all will be remembered anyway. Then he descended into the basement once more. Descending, he turned the chair with the woman seated on it and remarked that it seemed they had switched places. The woman remained silent at his joke and, frowning, asked what kind of place it was. The young man smiled and asked if she was pretending once again to know nothing. Her husband used to say it was as if she didn't exist, until he was forced to abandon such thoughts by a pipe. Ignoring her twitching and screams, the boy continued with a smile, saying that he had hung it like a toy on that tree. He thinks he's a genius. Showing her the perfume, the guy cheerfully stated that perhaps he would keep this little thing for himself, thus thanking her for the gift. Ignoring the expression on her face, the guy suggested that she should ask a couple of questions, like who they really are. Could they be supernatural beings such as vampires, zombies, or ghosts? Or perhaps they are aliens from outer space? The woman frowned again and said that he had indeed gone mad. Smiling, the guy turned his chair back towards the screens and said that in that case she should just enjoy the show. He whispered into the ear of the wicked woman while gazing at the screens, threatening that next he would put an end to her dear son. And the woman herself will grow strong there, watching over everything that happens, powerless to intervene. Then he himself looked at the screen, searching for Mina and asking where he might be wandering. He noticed that one way or another, Minu was gloomily approaching his cabin. And now, if that was the case, he was curious to see if he would notice. After completing the countdown, he happily told the surprised woman that the surprise was a success. Approaching closer, Minu froze in shock as he laid eyes on his father's body, hanging right before him where a swing used to be. He continued to stare, shocked and immobilized, unable to do anything or aid his condition, which had befallen him upon witnessing the scene. Meanwhile, the woman who had been observing this shuddered and declared that he would most definitely regret it. Turning to the guy, she said that he would regret it if only for the reason that he had definitely angered them now. The guy quickly turned the chair she was sitting in so that she was now facing him. Then, looking down at her, he asked, "Is it really true?" and sprayed perfume from his bottle into her eyes. Meanwhile, Minu had already managed to take his father's body down from the chain on which it was hanging. And now, with clenched teeth, he sat in anger, deciding what he should do and what he should not. Seated with his back to the forest, he didn't even notice someone approaching him at great speed. The young man quickly approached him, and before he could understand what was happening, swung a pipe at him in that same instant. Then he struck forcefully, causing the recently stood-up young man to fall again, this time unconscious. He then methodically began hitting Mina on the head, trying to ensure that this fool did not survive. While he did all this with a crazed smile, he thought to himself that the real reason he was doing any of it was because it had been driving him crazy from the very beginning. In the meantime, Minu had already managed to take his father's body down from the chain it was hanging on. The guy quickly ran up to him and, without giving him a moment to grasp what was happening, swung a pipe at him instantly. And then he struck with force, making the boy who had just stood up fall again, this time unconscious. He then methodically began to hit Mina on the head, making sure that the fool wouldn't survive. And all the while he was muttering that he wanted him dead, proclaiming that now he would surely die. With a smile gazing upon Minu's smashed skull, the boy, breathing heavily, exclaimed that it was all simply splendid. He then turned around, lifting his hands in the air, joyfully stating that he had finished off the craziest of those bastards. In the midst of his exultations, he failed to notice how Minu rose behind him, swaying slightly but without making any sound. Hearing a rustle, the guy turned toward Mina, who was quietly getting to his feet. In the next moment, Minu quickly approached him and grabbed him by the throat, dragging him a few meters in this manner. And then he flung it to the ground, causing it to forcefully hit the ground with its back. With a terrifying gaze, Minu stated that he was doomed and would be hanged from that tree, left to watch as decay overcame him while still alive. The guy couldn't find an answer, clenching his teeth in frustration as he tried to understand why this was happening in the end. While pondering how he had survived, the boy grabbed a fistful of grass, which, to his fortune, grew abundantly all around. And then he flung it right into the eyes of Minu, who was surprised by such a turn of events. As he was trying to clear the dirt and grass from his eyes, the boy quickly made a dash toward his pipe. In a panic, he swiftly ran up to her and grabbed her, loudly cursing under his breath all the while. Standing up, he smiled and suggested that maybe he just hit too softly and it would be worth trying again. However, turning around, he realized that there was no one else alive on the clearing but him. In the next instant, Minu appeared behind the shocked boy who couldn't comprehend where he had vanished to this time. Min swiftly punched him in the stomach with such force that a single blow broke several of his ribs. From the force of the blow, the young man was sent flying forward, powerless to resist him and his strength. Frowning, he tried to understand how and why the heck he was so fast. Suddenly, as he was still falling to the ground, Minu appeared before him and grabbed his face, holding him in midair. Then he rushed towards him, holding him in place and forcefully headbutted him in the face, causing him to fall again and lose his balance. The young man fell to the ground again, some distance away from Minu, who was already rushing towards him. Throughout this time, a grim expression never left Min's face, and he did not utter a single word towards Jin Hek, which now lay on the ground, twitching with trembling hands and feet, searching for something to grasp in order to stand up. Despite the looming threat of Minyu drawing ever closer, he forced himself to rise and fight because he simply couldn't resign himself to such an end. He told himself that he could not die on an unknown island at the hands of someone about whom he knew absolutely nothing. The guy had swung to kick another guy in the face, but the latter was quicker and headbutted him in the leg instead, thus breaking the bone of his leg in half and forcing him to remove it. Minyu hadn't expected this, so he merely gave a dark look without saying a word or making a single sound. Meanwhile, the guy, with eyes glowing red, grimly asked if the other truly wished to kill him, and if so, why did he think he would surrender so easily? At that moment, Jin Hek, noticing Minyu's hesitation, instantly leaped at him and brought him down to the ground. They fell together and rolled down the slope they were on. From the boy's pockets spilled all the pieces of paper with pixels. But ultimately, when they ceased, it so happened that Mina ended up sitting on top of him, pinning him to the ground. He then began to strangle the trembling young man lying beneath him, who was trying to push his hands away from his neck. Throughout this time, Minyu repeatedly wished for his demise, as if by doing so he would indeed perish. For some time, he continued to sit on him, forcefully choking him, relentlessly uttering only the word, "die." For a while, the boy endured it, but suddenly his hand stumbled upon a chain lying nearby. He grabbed it and immediately swung it at Mina, who was sitting on him. Wrapping a chain around his neck, the young man grabbed it with both hands and began to press down forcefully. Then he crossed both ends, pulling the noose around his neck as tight as possible. The guy tightened the noose around Minyu's neck more and more, causing the veins on his face to bulge and his complexion to swiftly turn blue. Understanding that he too might die, Minyu increased the pressure on the boy's neck just as much, now causing him to start screaming in pain. For a while, this continued, and at one moment it seemed as if the young man's face was returning to its normal state. Jin Hek immediately looked at him in fright and tightened the chain even more, urging him to just die already. After a while, Minyu's eyes rolled back and his body fell like a stone onto the boy lying beneath him. Removing his body and hands from him, Jin Hek closed his eyes and started breathing heavily, trying to normalize his breathing. Suddenly his head was pierced again by a terrible pain that this time washed over him in waves. Overwhelmed by the intensity of the pain, the young man curled up, writhing on the ground with screams, unable to find any way to alleviate his suffering. The excruciating headache didn't let up for a moment, and the young man continued to scream loudly, clutching his head. He recalled how Minyu had played with him back when they were at their home, smiling as he told him to take a good look. They played a game where the host hid 5 cards in 5 locations within the picture. Minyu said that if you add the numbers written on the front side of the card, he could retrieve a transparent filter from the storage. After knocking on the safe, he continued with a smile, saying that it could then combine the filter with the pattern, printed on the back of the card. With these words, he showed him something transparent in his hand. Pulling another card, he pointed to a tiny figure and announced that the participant of this round was Professor Morris. In response to his request to borrow a game to play with Gina, the guy replied that he could lend it to him. Suddenly the image changed, and instead of the Mina he knew, he began to see the Mina whom he had killed. In response, he told him that he would have to help with the household chores in any case. Only then would he definitely give his approval. Immediately, the young man, with a wild expression on his face, agreed, saying he would do everything he was told. Suddenly the headache ceased, and he found himself still sitting in that meadow. Turning to Min, he thought that this sudden headache and memory lapses were just like that time. And this means that Mina is now most certainly dead. Suddenly he became thoughtful. The iron pipe and the iron chain were something he had absolutely seen before. He recalled finding a piece of paper in the pipe that hadn't been there before. And when he found the note in the chain, it was precisely this that made him freeze in shock on the spot. Looking at the scattered cards, he wondered if that was all they were, indicating who to kill and how. Approaching them, he stared in surprise at those that were pixelated and the 2 that were upside down. He clearly remembered finding the number 3 card in the iron pipe. Number 6 too was inserted into the link of an iron chain, and he remembered that as well. Lifting the cards with the numbers he needed off the floor, the guy stared at them in shock, unable to comprehend their meaning and what this was all about. Among the cards he was holding, the one labeled number 3 featured an image without any pixels. The guy knew for certain that the corpse depicted there was indeed the body of the man he had killed. In the second image, however, there was a white silhouette of a body, but its face was not visible. But for the boy, it wasn't difficult to guess that the picture actually signified Minu's corpse. Observing all of this and understanding its meaning, the guy couldn't comprehend if what he was seeing was truly a nightmare. Suddenly tears streamed down his face. He couldn't comprehend if it was a nightmare. Then what was this odd sensation haunting him? Why does he cry in the end, and who are those two to him if their presence causes him to weep? Hearing some noises behind him, the boy quickly wiped his face of tears and blood. He then turned his head back, noticing how the remaining daughters of the man were shining their flashlights on him. They both went around inspecting every bush without straying a step away from each other. They reached the clearing next to Gene Heck's treehouse where the bodies of a man and his son lay. From this sight, the faces of both, the young woman and the girl, darkened, but they did not say a word about it. The guy had been hiding behind the trees this whole time, keeping an eye on their actions from there. Closing his eyes, he thought that the more he reflected, the more it seemed to him that all of this was a trap, and everything happening did not conform to logic. Clutching his chest near his heart, he thought it didn't matter whether this was hell or merely a bad dream. He will find a way to kill them, those girls and the woman, and eventually leave the island. Suddenly he realized something that darkened his face. The items where he found the cards, they were the weapons that could kill them. All that remains now are those very darts at his treehouse. The man's laptop was at their home, which should still be there if he wasn't mistaken, and the mailbox by the sea where it all began and in which he found the first picture. Watching the girls who never left, he thought he needed to return all these things as soon as possible. Gazing at the house, the guy recalled how through the cameras he witnessed a woman and a man leaving, yet neither of them carried anything in their hands. Reflecting on this, the boy concluded that it meant they hadn't taken anything from the tree hut at least, and he thought that meant the darts were still there in the treehouse. So now he needed to quietly make his way inside and retrieve them. He attempted to quietly and inconspicuously dash from one spot to another and hide there. Suddenly stepping on something, he created a rustling noise, thereby instantly giving away his location. The girl leading the way suddenly stopped and turned around, her gaze meeting his with an alarming intensity as she scanned their surroundings. Romy also stopped and asked what happened and why she suddenly stopped and began looking around. Yumi asked her if she really hadn't heard anything, continuing to look around with a frown. Romy replied that she hadn't heard anything. Both girls quickly approached the spot where the boy was hiding behind a rock, uncertain of what to expect. Romy moved closer and began to shine a flashlight ahead of her, searching for whoever was hiding there. The guy slightly turned around but immediately regretted doing so and turned back. After all, Romy, standing with a knife and glaring ahead, resembled a spawn of hell more than a girl. She paused, looked around, then turned to Yumi, confidently saying there was nothing there. The girl responded, saying it was strange. Romy told her that they are unlikely to find a boyfriend right now. First and foremost, they should take care of their father and brother. Upon hearing Romy tell her to go home and bring back everything necessary, Yumi asked if she really had to go all by herself. Romy, with a somber gaze, figured something was off VDJ. Was she really afraid? And if she was, perhaps they could go together. Yumi didn't reply, but merely gave her a grim look in response. Then she turned around, began to walk away, and said that she should take care of herself and just be careful. Romy asked her if she really was worried about her, but Yumi just brushed her off and continued walking without looking back. After waiting and watching until she had left, Romy turned towards the rock behind which the boy was hiding, and finally commanded him to come out. The boy immediately did so, and without wasting any time, he stepped out from behind the rock. Approaching Romy, he asked in a grim tone if she already knew what he had done. Romy replied with a smile that everything there had been drenched in the scent of blood, wondering how she could have failed to notice it. In response to his question about what she wanted, the girl replied that she wanted to compliment him. In response to the boy's question about why this was so, she answered that he had done a very good job. Then she suggested going into the cabin for a little talk while we waited for Yumi to return. Entering the room, the girl mentioned that she had often visited there in her childhood and that it was a long time ago. Walking past the darts lying on the ground, she mentioned that she used to write poems about this shanty. Following her inside, the guy noticed that Romy paid no attention whatsoever to the darts. Thus, he was intrigued. Could she really be unaware of the harm that darts could cause her? Watching her undress, the guy asked what she was doing. She replied that, to be honest, she wanted to suggest they do something else. Throwing the knife to the ground, she said that, once again, this was definitely not fishing. Unaffected by her words and actions, the guy declared that he had killed her father and brother. Showing the cards, the guy asked what the photos actually were and where they came from. In response to his question, asking if she didn't see what was depicted in those photos, the girl replied that those items looked like cards from a board game. Approaching the guy, she told him that she had felt it from the very first moment she saw him, that he was the knight in shining armor destined to rescue her. The guy wearily asked if she had really given him that pesticide to kill his family. Romy brought her hand to her mouth and said that in a past life she had to endure a great deal. She trembled as she began to recount how her father yelled at her mother couldn't care less, and her brother always looked at her with a peculiar gaze. And then she approached the guy, kissed him, and suggested they run away together from this god-forsaken island. Looking him directly in the eyes, she asked if he truly wanted this, urging him to confirm if it was so or not. The guy simply gave her a gloomy look and, looming over the girl, replied that he didn't want that. And then he pushed the girl, causing her to fall to the floor with a loud cry and a thump. Pulling out a dart, he headed towards Romy, accusing her of turning off the washing machine and even the lights, leaving him in distress. And that alone was reason enough for him to want her dead. With tears in her eyes, Romy pleaded with him to wait, expressing her regret for what she had done but claiming she had no other choice because they were always watching her. With a smile, the guy responded that, judging by her reaction, it seems that it is indeed true. Taking her by the head, he said that her acting skills were of the highest order. Not everyone can so skillfully pretend to know nothing. Without uttering another word, he thrust a dart into the girl's head, causing her to fall to the ground. Her body heavily dropped to the floor, and the guy thought for a moment that she had already died. Lifting his bloodied hand, he declared that although he had claimed he would kill her last, it appears he won't be able to keep that promise. Warming up his hands, the young man stated that now all that remained was to eliminate Yumi and her mother, and then everything would definitely be resolved. With the words, "Finally, this long and exhausting day comes to an end," the guy slammed the door. For a while, Romy lay unconscious on the floor, as if she had indeed died from his dart hitting her head. But suddenly she stirred and a wicked grin appeared on her face, as if she had been expecting this all along. Suddenly the door burst open again and the young man re-entered. The smile instantly disappeared from Roma's face and she feigned death as if nothing had happened before. Meanwhile, the guy sat down in front of Romy again with a wild expression on his face and began to watch her thoughtfully. Looking at the cards, he said it was very strange. His head didn't hurt and the cards hadn't changed. Having said that, he continued to sit and silently pierce Romy with his gaze as if compelling her to confess. She did exactly that, opening her eyes and stating that he must be quite sensitive given the circumstances. Then she quickly jumped up and grabbed the knife from the floor, which she had left there, immediately hopping away from the guy to keep her distance. Observing her and her actions, the guy remarked that she was indeed a little devil, and then he pondered that if it weren't for the headache and the cards, she could have tricked him. All this time he was mistaken, having taken darts to be a weapon against her, and he made a futile attempt to kill her. Looking into her eyes, the young man said he couldn't kill her right then, but he would never forget how they had locked him in the basement. The girl, pulling the dart out of their head and extending a knife towards him, asked if he really didn't think it was amusing. Jean Heck responded by asking if she often amused herself in such a manner, first seducing him and then planning to kill. He then stated that this approach wouldn't work on him. Without ceasing to extend the knife towards him and looking into his eyes in response, Romy said he was so self-assured. She screamed, "Even more so, I'm unarmed," as she lunged at the boy with a knife. Barely managing, he positioned a dartboard as a shield against her attack. Gazing at her and continuing to shield himself from the darts, he asked if he was truly unarmed. He stated he didn't think so. Then he took out a perfume bottle and sprayed it right into the surprised face of Roma, who clearly did not expect this. As soon as the girl inhaled the scent of this perfume, she instantly felt compelled to pull out a knife, all under the astonished gaze of the boy, and began to brandish it, demanding everyone to back off. The guy picked up the darts lying on the floor and slipped one of them into his pocket. And then, with a smile, he said that he was absolutely not sure, but it was either for Auntie or for Yumi. At that moment, the door behind him swung open and into it flew a beehive that had been hurled by someone. Gene Heck turned and looked down in shock at the hive beneath his feet. Suddenly, a bee flew out from there, making it clear that it was full of bees. The door slammed shut with a creak. It was not hard to guess who had just caused all of this. Hearing the girl drive nails in and lock him inside, Jin Heck internally let out a string of curses drenched in cold sweat. And then he shouted at the girl in the costume, pounding on the door, calling her a damn little brat. Meanwhile, the girl quietly mentioned that she too had smelled the scent of blood. And now, all of this and these bees, it's her revenge for the murder of her brother and father whom he killed. The guy couldn't hear her, fending off the bees with loud cries as they stung him anywhere they could reach. Shielding his head with his hands, he gradually made his way through the swarm closer to the window that led outside. After a brief moment of hesitation, deciding on his next course of action, he jumped out of the window, concluding that it was his only escape. With a loud shout, declaring he would surely finish her off, the boy grabbed onto the horizontal bar in front of him with his hands. Looking up at him, the girl marveled at his strength and how agile he turned out to be. She showed him the gun and said that, in any case, if he fell from such a height, his leg bones would break. And then she would simply press the button and insert this thing into his head while he, with tears, clutches his leg. Then, with a mocking smile, she asked what he felt and what it was like to see his life hanging by the thumb of such a little girl as herself. In response to her question about how exciting it was, the guy yelled that she was just being a bitch and should shut her mouth. Still looking at him hanging there, the girl remarked that it had been harsh. Then she asked how much longer he would be left hanging. With a smile and a wink, the girl said that she had been waiting for him already. The guy swore at her again and hurled insults, realizing that his hands were beginning to shake and his strength was waning. Suddenly, he sensed some movement on his arm, and lifting his head, he saw a bee sitting on his finger. This bee was perched on his finger, and judging by everything, it was already gearing up to sting him there. Looking at her, the boy loudly exclaimed that she shouldn't do it and that he didn't want it. The girl laughed loudly as if everything happening was truly amusing to her. A gunshot rang out, and the girl, who was standing with a pistol, immediately collapsed to the ground. The young man first looked at it, then turned toward the direction from which the shot had come. And to his horror, he discovered Taihi standing there with a rifle in his hands, staring at the body in front of him. Thickie was there with a bandaged head and an amusing hairstyle, but it was indeed him. The guy continued to look at him in shock and then tried calling him by name, not believing his own eyes. However, in the next moment, the bee did indeed sting him, causing the boy to experience such intense pain in his arm that it involuntarily opened. As the young man began to fall, he had already resigned himself to his fate, no longer expecting any help to come his way. At that moment, Taehai quickly dashed to the spot where he was falling and extended his hands in front to catch him. However, they both fell upon each other with loud expletives, and only after some time did they part ways, each trying to catch their breath. Theiko turned to the young man who was getting up and told him that he had decided to use him as a mattress and that he completely lacked manners. The guy didn't respond to his accusations, asking in shock why he was still alive instead of dead. He responded that he was quite strong and had succeeded, and he was not a creature like them. Looking at the girl who had already risen to her feet, he added that these creatures could not be killed. Approaching them, Yumi asked Taehi what he had done to her and if he too had gone mad now. Theiki, in turn, once again lifted his rifle towards the girl, aiming. When the guy asked why he had been saved, Taehi responded that after he had lost consciousness, the other had locked the ant in the cabin's basement. And after that, he managed to kill both the master and Mina by himself. He believes that he is the only one who can succeed in this world. The guy, in shock, asked, disbelieving his own ears, what he had just said. Thexy turned and said that in reality he was already on the verge of giving up, but perhaps he might still succeed. The guy, still understanding nothing, asked what exactly he could achieve and what the other person was talking about. Theiki asked in return what was meant by that and stated that perhaps he himself might be the one to successfully escape from this island. Observing the girl, the boy remained silent for a moment before stating that he needed to ask her many questions and learn a lot from her. And then, without taking his eyes off the girl, he said that first, they needed to take care of her. Taehi asked how they were supposed to finish her off if she couldn't be killed. The boy remained silent, but as soon as he said that they needed to strike first, Taehi immediately shot the girl a second time. However, she did not stop, even as she watched her wound quickly heal and become invisible. Then, darting towards Thay with a pistol in hand, she loudly demanded to know why he had suddenly decided to betray them. The guy looked at her with fear and instructed Taehi to aim better instead of shooting blanks. Taehi aimed and fired again at the girl, this time with better aim than before. From the impact of the shot, the girl was sent flying backwards and crashed to the ground, unable to resist the force. Meanwhile, the young man quickly dashed after her, not wasting time on unnecessary deliberation about how to proceed. His eyes glowed red, and his face was split by a malevolent smile as he chased after the girl before she could come to her senses. Grasping her head, he immediately pulled a dart from his pocket and swung it, thinking his chances were 50-50. The girl, too, did not waste any time, and as soon as he got close enough, she jabbed one end of the pistol into his leg. The young man let out a loud cry of pain and then clenched his teeth tightly, trying not to scream even louder. Meanwhile, with a malicious smile, the girl looked up at him, already savoring the thought of how she would kill him. The boy was indeed on the verge of losing consciousness, but he managed to gather himself in time and flung the dart towards the girl. The smile instantly faded from the girl's face as she realized the fate that awaited her and that she wouldn't be able to kill the boy first. The sound of a skull being pierced by a dart was heard, and then silence fell just as quickly as it had happened. Struggling to catch his breath amid a panic attack, the young man gazed at his trembling hands, doubting whether he could truly go through with killing her. Continuing to shiver, he stood up and walked towards Taehi, paying no mind to his bloodied leg. He looked at the girl's corpse in shock, saying that it was just an ordinary dart. Meanwhile, the guy pulled out a card, which changed its image to indeed display Yumi's corpse, and he exclaimed that they were lucky. He pointed out a wound on the guy's leg, drawing his attention to it. He froze instantly when he noticed how the guy, with a loud scream, doubled over and cried out in pain. Ignoring Taehi, the boy continued to scream in wild pain, sinking into his memories about how Yumi had asked him if he'd never considered the idea that everything in this world is a counterfeit. It could be that someone is controlling them, observing and monitoring their every move. She also mentioned the deer mount on the living room wall and inquired whether there could be a camera in its eye. The girl suddenly asked if the bird perched on the branch was, in fact, not real. She asked the boy who, in his opinion, could have done such a thing. Ignoring Romi's words about not saying such things to little children, Yumi asked if he had ever heard the term older brother. Yumi spoke and answered herself, mentioning that such concepts had already appeared in movies like The Crow of the Dark City or The Matrix. She always pondered if this world might just be a pitiful imitation. Upon hearing Romi tell Jin-hee not to listen to her, she turned towards Romi and retorted that it would be better for Romi to keep quiet herself. Then she turned back to Jin-hek and asked what he thought and whether he believed her. Suddenly, the image before the guy's eyes began to change. The figure of this Yumi was overlaid by the image of another Yumi. Eventually, he recalled how she had asked him what he thought about who would win if a stag beetle and a rhinoceros beetle fought. The guy, with a wild smile, replied that he didn't know but thought they would find out as soon as they made them fight. Standing over the guy, Taehi asked if he really remembered everything and what happened to him. With tears in his eyes, the young man replied that he didn't know what it was, but he also couldn't understand why his heart hurt so much. Without ceasing his tears, he hysterically inquired what this feeling was and what was happening to him. Taehi did not reply. He himself didn't know the answer to that question, but it greatly surprised him. Averting his gaze from the boy, he looked towards the treehouse where bees still buzzed around the room. Turning his gaze back to the young man, he said they couldn't return to his cabin because the bees were still there. He also mentioned that Yumi's specialty suit would clearly not fit them. The young man remained silent, yet he could not rise due to the pain in his leg and the blood that was gushing from it. Taehi silently looked at his leg and suggested that under the circumstances it would be best for them to retreat for now. When they reached the house, the guy shrugged off his arm and said that he could manage on his own. He acknowledged the help, but added that even so, he shouldn't approach him so suddenly. Taking his hands back, Taehi said, "Fine," and sat down in his spot. After silently observing him for a moment, the boy contemplated whether or not to reveal his cards. However, in the end, he demonstrated and asked what he could see there and whether he saw anything at all. The cards depicted the corpses of Yumi, Minu, and their father, each having been killed in different ways. Taehi stated that he could see everything, locking eyes with Jin-hyuk, and mentioned that among them were the bodies of Minu, their father, and Yumi. The boy looked at him as if he were his hope, and then gradually began to laugh. Gradually, his laughter became crazier and crazier, and he said that indeed he sees it, which means he is not mad. Taehi interrupted him, his expression clouding over, and asserted that it was not the case, and he was, in fact, insane. He had already killed people, and Taehi believed he was aware because the memories had returned to him. The guy reminded him that he had indeed shot that boy with a shotgun, to which Tae-hee responded that it was different. The guy yelled out, asking what else it could be, to which Tae-young responded that he's not as much of a psychopath as him. Disregarding the indifference displayed on his face, the young man pointed at Tae-hee and claimed that he had been watching him from the basement. He found it intriguing. He so earnestly wanted to ingratiate himself with these zombies to preserve his precious life. The boy kept asking if all of this was really just for the drugs that the family had provided him with. He asked where he had been and what he was doing when that couple arrived at their island for a vacation. The guy also mentioned that the boy definitely knew something, but he just killed him. Grabbing Tae-hee by his clothes, he asked if Tae-hee would now call him crazy after what he had done. And, upon reflection, the greatest mystery was Tae-hee himself. After a short pause, the young man reminded him that on the first day he arrived there, he had told him to prove his worth to these people. So he finally replied that it was indeed so, and he had indeed told him as much. But he believed that the essence was that if he wanted to survive, he needed to make these people like him. The guy continued speaking, looking into Tae-hee's eyes, saying that if you really think about it, from the very beginning he knew who he was, and it was only now that he understood what the other had meant. What he had wanted to tell him BJJ that he needed to prove himself valuable as an assassin. And this means that Tae-hee wanted him to kill this family and prove it in such a way. Tae-hee gave a light smile and replied that he had hit the nail on the head, giving the guy a wild look. Gene Heck, infuriated, loudly questioned how he dared to claim he was not a bad person after all that had transpired. After being called a damn druggie, Tae-hee rolled up his sleeve and showed his arm to the other person. His hand was completely clean, without a single trace of injections or anything of the sort. The guy looked on in shock, unable to comprehend how tracks, especially such tracks, could have disappeared. Tae-hee suddenly spoke up, saying that he only sees what he wants to see, and that's how it's always been. He told him to look at that trash bin, mentioning it was overflowing with packets of drugs. With irritation, the guy asked who he then was, and if he was really that idle. Tae-young responded that if this is indeed what he wants to know, then he should first prove his usefulness. The sun was already gradually rising from beyond the horizon, driving the veil of darkness away, and the woman continued to sit in the basement, bound to a chair, unable to move or do anything. Descending there, the young man approached her and asked if everything was all right with her, all the while maintaining a silent smile. Then he asked with care whether she had been watching closely and if she had seen how he was slowly killing her children. The woman started twitching and saying that he would die while she would tear him to pieces. To his astonishment at how energetic his aunt had become, the young man turned her towards the screen and told her to calm down and look there. On the screen, you could see how Romy was gradually emerging from the treehouse through the window. However, in the end, he fails to control his body and falls to the ground. Looking at this, the guy remarked that it must be very painful. With a wild smile, he continued to say that it was unlikely she would die from it. After all, she couldn't just die like that. After a while, the girl who had fallen from the tree and lay broken indeed rose from the ground and walked away. Gazing at her, the guy grabbed the walkie-talkie and relayed to Tae-hee that Romy had made her way outside, so he should quickly grab the laptop and try to avoid crossing paths with her. Then he fixed his gaze on the woman who was muttering a question about why it was Tae-hee and not someone else. However, the boy was not at all interested in that. She reacted so calmly as if it wasn't the termed a laptop at all. Approaching her, he remarked with a mocking tone, "I told you, you're a fan of mine. That's kind of sad, isn't it?" And then he asked what was going on, and if it was really possible that Tae-hee had betrayed her. In the end, she, just an ordinary mother, found herself fond of a drug-addicted idol. Not waiting for the answers to his questions, he said that if she's a true fan, then she should open her eyes wide. The woman said nothing, and in response merely frowned, gazing at the floor. Immediately the guy turned the chair to face him, disregarding her look of surprise, and then he declared that he was now giving her a choice. Looking into her eyes, which glowed with a fiery red light, he asked what she desired: to witness Romy's death and then follow her into the afterlife, or for him to take her life first. The woman looked at him in shock, yet despite this she remained silent, as if it all mattered little to her. Looking at her, he smirked teasingly and asked why she had suddenly fallen silent. After all, she had claimed she wanted to tear him to pieces. Throughout this conversation, the woman listened with a frown. Meanwhile, the man kept explaining what had happened to her, and after all he had shown her, she suddenly realized she had lost. The woman, without removing the grim expression from her face, said that he himself liked all of this very much. The guy asked what she meant. The woman replied that if he truly wanted to escape the island, finding a boat would have been his first priority. The guy was in shock. To some extent, she was right. Despite this, the woman kept saying that this was not his initial goal at all. One way or another, she knew perfectly well that his primary intention had indeed been to kill them, after which she called him a monster. The guy swung at her and asked what she was even talking about while the woman suggested making a deal. And she said that if all this truly made him uneasy, then he should agree to the deal. The guy asked again, his face filled with surprise, what the deal was. The woman replied that she would tell him where the boat is. As the young man listened with a look of surprise on his face, she told him to leave the island and take her with him. However, she had but one request, to leave them undisturbed. The young man froze in surprise, remaining silent and yet still poised to strike, his fist clenched. Then, to his surprise, the woman shouted that they simply wanted to live in peace on this island, and it was he who had come there and disturbed their tranquility. She screamed, asking him to forgive them because they had lost and he had won. In response, the boy didn't know what to say. Hearing her words, suggesting that he simply needed to stop, the guy grimly inquired about the location of the boat. The woman immediately frowned and replied that she was standing in a pigsty. The boy asked again where she was, thinking he might have misheard, and the woman repeated once more that she was in the pigsty. In the pigsty, the guy saw pigs with human heads that closely resembled all the people he had killed. On the television, he saw his girlfriend, whom he also had killed, and who kindly reminded him of this fact with a wide, eerie smile. He also remembered those pigs he had seen right before he passed out. Under the woman's astonished gaze, he suddenly shook his head and began to tremble in fear. Then he looked around and fixed his gaze on the corner, smiling as he looked there and remarked that they were definitely not there at the moment. In response to the woman's inquiry about whom he was referring to, the guy replied that she didn't need to know. He then reached out his hand and, without much thought and with a smile, said that he agreed to the terms. The woman responded with a smile and a thank you, then said that she, indeed, could not extend her hand to him as it was bound. The guy smiled and replied that he completely agreed with her and had somehow even forgotten about it. Then he turned toward the staircase, having heard a creak coming from that direction. Thexy descended into the basement and grimly called over the boy, requesting him to bring the laptop. The guy asked if Romy had seen him, but he replied that she hadn't seen him, and then inquired if he was sure that a laptop was indeed what he needed. Jean Heck responded confidently, yet his aunt didn't react at all when she heard what he had asked her to bring. The guy cut himself off and turned to the woman, whose condition, to put it mildly, surprised him. He gazed intently, focusing solely on this without distraction, paying attention to even the smallest details. Suddenly, the man noticed a slight tremble in the woman, which she tried too obviously to hide, but to no avail. Approaching the woman, Jean Heck looked at her with wild eyes, called her over, and asked what was bothering her and whether she truly feared death. The guy asked what it meant that in such a case they were not mistaken, and the tool indeed turned out to be a laptop. Swinging a laptop at the woman, the guy declared that since it had come to this, today was indeed his day. Suddenly, the woman stopped him and shouted that they had just made a deal. The guy responded that she herself had said that he liked it. And even so, why does she think that he will leave her alive? A woman approached Tae-hyung asking for his assistance and stating that she had always treated him well. But upon her words about always having helped and protected him, Tae-hee averted his eyes and said that he was truly sorry and had no choice in the matter. A woman who was looking at him immediately received a blow to the head from the corner of a laptop, leaving a dent on her head. Holding the laptop, the young man uttered that he was asking one last time who to kill first, her or her daughter. Immediately she trembled, and lowering her bleeding head, she said that even if he were a devilish monster, he should just kill her. Jean Heck smiled and told her to ask him to do it again, only louder. The woman immediately screamed, calling him a bastard for taking her life instead of her daughter's. To her surprise, the guy responded with a bored expression, indicating he didn't really feel like it. The woman asked what he meant. With a grim expression on his face, Jean Heck replied that simply killing her would not be fun. And then with a smile, he said that he had finally met the person who couldn't die. So, did she not think that one time would be too little? Approaching the trash bin filled with bundles of drugs, the guy picked it up. He approached the woman, remarking that she hadn't eaten because of him, and suggested she say, ah. Tears in her eyes, the woman pleaded with him to stop and not go through with it. However, the man refused to listen. Thexy placed his hand on the guy's shoulder and told him to stop and not to do it, but simply to kill her instead. The guy looked back at him grimly and asked why he should do that and what it was for. Theki anxiously asked, seemingly not at all interested in hearing his advice. The guy looked back at him grimly but said nothing, as if in agreement. In the next moment, he placed the bucket under his feet while looking directly into the woman's eyes. And then, with all his might, he swung at her a laptop with eyes ablaze with red light. Subsequently, with all his might, he lowered his arms and struck the woman with a laptop, completely fracturing her skull with a single blow. He did not stop there. Heavy thuds continued to emanate from the small house for quite some time, sometimes accompanied by other sounds. The guy recalled seeing a woman watching a performance by Tae when he was still an idol. Looking at them, she commented on how energetic and cool they were, stating that her son should definitely become just like them in the future. A man approached her and remarked that it was simply ridiculous. Then he inquired how she could be of her age and still be obsessed with some idol, suggesting that people like him probably don't even know she exists. The woman replied that this was the reason she liked him more. Then the man asked whom she preferred more, him or Tae. There was a moment of hesitation, and for a while the man and woman silently looked at each other. The woman then laughed and said that, of course, she would choose him, paying no heed to her husband's question about what the long pause was for. The woman turned her head and asked Jin Haek what he was doing there and why he was standing there. In response to his words about being thirsty, she gently sighed and extended a cup of tea for him to drink. Suddenly, the image began to distort, and instead of that woman, another started to appear. The woman he had just killed, who was offering him tea with the words that it was his tea with cherry and herbs. The young man, gazing at him with a wild smile, remarked that he somehow strongly resembled blood. The laptop fell to the ground from the hands of the boy who was holding it right after he killed the woman. The young man had been kneeling on the floor all this time, clutching his head as he tried to catch his breath. After a while, he brought his hand to his face and said that it was just excellent. Then he mentioned that only Romy was left, and he was very curious about her whereabouts. Sometime later, Chehe sat outside near the cellar, guarding it with a rifle, periodically glancing at the entrance and wondering what was happening there. But since there were no sounds coming from there and the guy seemed to have calmed down, Tae remained silent. Meanwhile, the guy was checking the cameras, trying to figure out everyone's actual location and where Romy might be hiding. He sat gloomily in front of the monitors, not knowing how to search for and find what he was looking for. The guy recalled how the woman had told him where to find the boat, mentioning that it was located in the pigsty. Then he immediately looked at the camera that was pointed at the pigsty. Inwardly, he somberly asked his aunt not to worry, as he would find the boat after he had dealt with Romy. Suddenly he looked in surprise at Romy, who had appeared there, walking towards the pigsty. She quickly approached, looking around to make sure no one noticed her before she slipped inside. The guy first looked at her, then asked again if it was really Romy or not. She flung the barn doors wide open, eager to quickly deal with her tasks. The guy looked at her angrily, not understanding what she was doing there and what she was planning to do. For a while, Romy seemed to vanish, invisible to the cameras. And then she reappeared, dragging a boat behind her, seemingly heading towards the sea. At that moment, the young man understood everything, and therefore, with a wild expression on his face, he looked at her and asked if she really had thoughts of running away. Prin immediately burst out of the basement under the surprised gaze of Thaiki, who did not expect everything to happen so quickly. Noticing how he dashed towards the door, the other asked in shock why he suddenly became so sprightly. However, the door slammed shut behind the boy, and he did not respond to the question. Thaiki was silent for a moment, then decided to go down to the basement to understand what had caused the boy's behavior. Descending there, he immediately walked towards the screens, paying no attention to the corpse sitting by the wall. Looking at the screen, he noticed Romy towing a boat and asked, "Has she really thought about escaping?" Suddenly, the speakers came back to life, and Tae realized this, turning towards them in shock. Voices from the device were debating whether this was their final bet or not. If the guy really kills Romy, then they won't know what to do. The voices asserted that in any case, Jin Haek must die, just as it had happened up until now. The sight of Thexy standing there shocked them with their bloodthirstiness. They proclaimed he must die, and not just any death, but a horrendous one. Turning his head towards them, he said that it would not happen, and everything would be over. In response to the disgruntled question about what he was talking about, he replied that he had said the game was now over. The speakers blared with a question asking what nonsense this was, while another voice asserted that it would never accept it under any circumstances. Thaiki grimly inquired if they hadn't had enough fun already, and if that was still not enough for them. The voices responded that it wasn't time yet, and in that very moment the room was engulfed in red and people with pig heads appeared within it. They immediately yelled at Tae, saying that it was actually Jin Hyuk who had killed them and then simply forgotten about it. hearing the words that he didn't care and that it was he who had locked them in the abandoned place. Taehyung clenched his fists tightly, and then, looking at them grimly, he said that while he sympathized with them, he was forgetting something very important. All he forgets is why he is there, what his true purpose is, and why he has come to this place. He continued to say that they were not bad people at all, and nothing like those who would make revenge their life's purpose. He said that Genie Heck only thinks about them, and that's why they are still there. Taeki finished speaking, expressing that they simply needed to wait, and if Jin Heck was a human being and not just a wild beast, he would surely meet with them. Romy stood on the seashore watching in horror the person before her whom she least expected to encounter there. He stood opposite her leaning on a mailbox, silent the whole time as he attempted to catch his breath. When the girl asked how he came to know, Jin Heck replied that there was a surveillance station in the cabin of Ihehi, and he inquired if she was aware that he had always been keeping an eye on them. Romy asked what nonsense he was spouting this time. The guy didn't respond to that, but thanked her for saving him the trouble of retrieving a spoon from that barn. Looking into her eyes, he confessed that in truth he had been afraid to go in there. Romy asked if he could just let her go. The guy responded, asking if there was any point in doing so. When Romy asked what he was saying, the boy responded by asking if she truly wanted to leave the island, as he suspected that she might not actually want to. The girl did not respond to his question and, with a frown, said that he was simply crazy. He responded by saying that they would only find out if he was crazy or not after he had killed her, and he began moving towards her. Romy began to retreat, loudly screaming for him not to come any closer with that thing and to keep his distance. The young man grimly stated that he did not remember her, but it seemed they had met before. The girl continued to cry and beg him not to come closer or kill her. Gene Heck simply said he was sorry before taking off after her with a mailbox in tow, running down the beach. The girl was running fast, but the boy was even faster, and thus he quickly caught up to her before she could escape. After that, a loud scream was heard, followed by the sound of a spine being snapped. With tears brimming in his eyes, the young man gazed at the picture in his hands, paying no attention to the body lying in front of him. The image in his hands depicted the exact same scene he saw before him. Watching it, he suddenly burst into laughter like a madman, all the while continuing to cry. And then, spreading his arms wide, he cried out that he had killed them all, every last member of that family. Suddenly, a terrible headache pierced his head. Although it made him scream, it was expected. The boy lost himself in memories of Romy telling him how she wanted to build a treehouse and spend time there reading books. And with the words that nobody would stop her, she smiled and asked him, "Isn't it cool?" Suddenly, her image began to blur, and in its place, the image of another Romy began to emerge. She called him over and mentioned that, if he wished, she could refer to him as her brother. The guy, with a wild look on his face, immediately agreed, saying he would like that and wouldn't mind at all. Lifting his head, tears streaming down his face, the boy looked around and, with labored breath, asked if this was indeed all, and if it truly was over. And then, once again, he spread his arms wide and joyously exclaimed that he had done it, killed them all, and proved to them that he was right. He then shouted that his name was Sun Jin Heck and that he was, in fact, a killer. Suddenly, he stopped and thought about what he was doing because it seemed to him that the sea was about to split in two. Hearing a certain sound, he lowered his head and finally looked down at his pocket. Apparently, there was a phone ringing inside it, which had been there all along. He pulled it out and took it in his hands, looking surprised at the incoming call from an unknown caller. Staring at the ringing phone, the young man continued to cry, terrified at what it could truly be. A call from an unknown number came through on his phone, though he didn't know how long ago the connection had been made. Pondering whether the phone was broken or not, the guy quickly pressed the answer button, not allowing himself to second guess. He pressed the phone to his ear and said, "Hello." But as he listened to the voice on the other end, he couldn't help but ask, "Who is this?" Suddenly, he found himself mentally transported back to the classroom in the school where he had once studied. The realization of where he was didn't hit the guy immediately, but as soon as it did, his eyes widened in surprise. Turning his head to the side, he saw a few boys discussing the food their mothers had prepared for them, and how well one of their moms could cook. The second boy asked the first about his situation, to which he responded that his mother had never been particularly skilled in cooking. Under the astonished gaze of the boy, the other boys began to discuss what they had seen near the vending machine. And there, as one of them pointed out, appeared to be a dead cat lying. The guy looked further and noticed that Jin Heck was grimly watching the boys chatting among themselves with keen attention. His face at that moment looked as if they were saying something bad about him. The guy watched the boy, unable to grasp if this wasn't Jinnu whom he had seen on the island. But in a moment it finally dawned on him. It wasn't actually Jinnu, it was himself, Sun Jin Hyuk. Suddenly, one of the boys felt his gaze on him and turned around, looking at him questioningly. And he said, turning to Jin Haku, that if he too wished to eat, then he should simply take his bowl. Jin Hek didn't respond, continuing to look as if directly through him with an unseeing gaze. He saw the boys discussing him and saying that one shouldn't pay attention to him because he never brings anything with him. The second boy also turned to him and asked if it was really true, and if so, whether his mother hadn't prepared anything for him. He saw both boys teasing him, saying that essentially he had no mother at all. In reality, however, both boys were smiling at him amicably, and one of them said that everything was fine and they could simply eat together since his mom had made a lot of kimbap. The boy handed him a box of tuna rolls, mentioning they were delicious. Yet Jin Hek continued to gaze at him with an unfocused stare. He then swallowed and said that they all knew, yet they still spoke that way. The boys looked at him in surprise, clearly not understanding what he was ultimately getting at. Glaring at them with resentment, the boy stated that they were aware he had a mother. And then he immediately attacked the boy who was offering him food, smiling at him in a friendly manner. Seizing him by the throat, he began to strangle him forcefully, with no intention of stopping at what had already been done. Throughout this time, he kept repeating just one phrase with different intonations, stating that he already had a mother. He continued to strangle the boy while crying, and then the young man ran towards them in fright, intent on stopping it all. Taking Jin Heka by the shoulder, he began urging him to stop, admitting he himself did not fully understand what he was actually doing. Rather than stopping, the boy turned his head towards him, and with eyes brimming with tears, he glared at him fiercely. This caused the boy to recoil in surprise. Of all things, this was something he did not expect to see. In the next instant, everything vanished, leaving the boy sitting with his hand outstretched, his mouth opening in surprise. After a brief silence, he stood up, looked around, and asked into the void, "What was that?" Hearing some noises, the guy turned his head in surprise in that direction and moved closer, to see his father and another man, possibly someone important, discussing something. The man said that he found it very difficult to talk about it and regretted having to discuss it at such a time. Nevertheless, Jin Hek is suffering from a paranoid type of mental disorder, and that is precisely why he always felt as though his classmates were mocking him, when in reality that was not the case. The boy's father sternly and angrily inquired what mental disorder meant. The man hastened to calm him down, saying that there was no need to worry so much because things weren't as bad as they seemed at first glance. Nevertheless, he should undergo an evaluation by a specialist. At the moment, his behavior merely suggests paranoia, but there's also a chance it could escalate into schizophrenia. Enraged by what he heard, the man slammed his fist on the table, causing the other man to immediately fall silent. And then Solchik's father said that something important would happen to him next month, and this whole situation might backfire on him. Tossing the envelope full of money onto the table in front of the man, he said he believed it was certainly enough to buy his silence. Watching the departing man, he said that this wasn't a problem that could be solved by buying someone's silence, and he needed to seek proper treatment as soon as possible. He responded, letting him rest assured that he would take care of it. Meanwhile, he himself would keep everything under wraps, at least for the time being. The young man watched as his father put on his coat and walked away from the place where he had been sitting with another man. Then the image changed, but the location did not, and the man, with a grim-faced expression, began to take off his belt. Then, taking it, he began to approach the trembling guy who felt that he certainly couldn't resist this man. After some time, the location finally changed, and the young man, lowering his eyes, saw standing beside him a small version of himself, who also looked at the father with horror. Hoping for a lighter punishment, the boy began to cry and pleaded for his father's forgiveness. The boy stared at him in surprise, himself terrified by what was about to happen and by the fact that the boy had started talking about his mother. His father was greatly angered by this and began to beat him relentlessly, saying that it was for him to finally understand. After a while, he finally finished and began to look down at the boy lying on the floor. He then asked in a rhetorical tone why the other could only understand things through pain. Casting one final glance at his son, he turned towards the door and began to walk away, uttering words that it would have been better had he never existed at all. After he began to gradually lock the door, the basement, along with the boy lying in it, slowly descended into darkness. The guy felt as though he were lying on the floor, beaten and scared, in place of his younger self. Lying on the tiled floor, the boy quietly whispered that he simply hated the dark, As soon as he stood up, he immediately saw the light, and his eyes widened at the sight that met him when he looked up. Once again, the memory surfaced, the one where his younger self was being taken to the pig farm. Except this time, clearly, it was he who was in the old man's place. Just like the last time, the car slowed down and came to a stop beside him. The guy, in shock, tried to comprehend what was happening, but no coherent thoughts came to mind. Then he turned and looked at the car, trying to find evidence that this scene was repeating. Indeed, a woman emerged from there and, with a friendly smile, asked if she could ask him a question. While the guy was looking at her in shock, the woman was asking for directions to the pig farm, much like she had once asked the old man. Watching this entire family, the boy thought about how he also wanted to have such a close-knit and loving family. For a while, he ignored the boy's outstretched hand, who wanted to greet him, and he only looked at the piglet in his hands, thinking about how much he wanted that toy no matter what. Upon entering the room he shared with his new friend, the boy immediately placed his backpack on the bed and began to unpack his things. The second boy sat on the bed opposite, clearly wanting to start a conversation but not knowing how to best do it. Noticing his discomfort, the boy asked him how he was, prompting a surprised question of "how what?" from the other boy. Gene Heck explained that he was asking how to share a room with someone. After all, it must pose certain inconveniences. He was also informed that the other person had previously lived there alone, but because of it, his room probably became a bit cramped, making him feel awkward. The boy, with a stutter, responded that everything was all right and he thought there was nothing really wrong with it. Gene Heck asked if he was having developmental issues since he seemed so nervous. Scratching his head, Gene responded that it was not the case at all. Gene Heck released a mocking sigh and said that he understood him, so there was no need to worry. Approaching the boy more closely, he inquired if he was being bullied at school, not realizing he had hit the nail on the head. Watching him, he remarked that his parents must be unaware of this and must be too occupied with work on the farm. But for the boy himself, everything becomes clear upon closer examination. Swiftly waving his hands, he stated that he didn't mean to say his parents were bad or anything like that. After all, they seem like decent people. Looking down at Gina, he stated that it turns out even such a good family has its problems. After a moment of thought, Jin fiddled with his sleeves and ultimately apologized to him, saying sorry. Meanwhile, Jin Heck leaned towards him and asked what to forgive for, then immediately stated that there was nothing to apologize for. The boy who watched everything through the window began to wonder who Jinnu was, the lad in the pig mask. However, the main question remained. Why does he constantly wear something resembling a hat on his head instead of something normal? Minyu stood on the street, monitoring the crusher to ensure it was functioning properly. In the next moment, amidst the noise, he heard someone call him from below in a child's voice. It turned out to be Jinnu, who asked if he had seen his toy. Minyu asked which toy he was referring to, wondering if it might be a pig. He responded that it was a pig, and Mino said that in that case he saw Jin-hyuk playing with it. After some time, Genie was finally found by Gin Heka, who took his toy and stood opposite him. For a while, they exchanged silent glances. Then, finally, Jin admitted that it was his. In response, Jin Heck noted with surprise that he hadn't even realized it belonged to him. With a stuttering voice, Gino expressed that he always carries it with him and how he could not have known this. Gazing into his eyes, Jin Haka asked in response, "Vidi-jan, does it really bother you that I've taken something of yours? JKJ." And he said that in such a case he would have to complain to Mom. But then he didn't think he would be able to sleep in his room anymore. Then he asked if he got so angry because he took his toy, how were they going to share a room? The boy opposite him didn't reply, but instead sternly told him not to call her that. Gene Hack stood in stunned silence, no longer speaking and staring at him with his mouth agape. And then, continuing to look intently in response, he said that he had no right to call her that because she was not his mother. Watching him, Gene Heck continued to stand silently, doing nothing in response, showing no signs of being offended. Meanwhile, back in reality, Gin asked in a stuttering tone why he suddenly started calling his mom his mother. Gene Heck sadly mentioned that he had even forgotten the absence of his mother. Everything seemed so perfect that he imagined his real mother being there with him. Afterwards, looking at the disappointed Jin, he apologized for it, saying sorry. Stuttering, Jinnu asked what it was, and then told the surprised boy that he should be forgiven because Jinnu was in the wrong. After a little more arguing about whose pig it was, Jinnu told Jin Heck that he could call her Mom anytime he wanted. Jin Heck beamed brightly and thanked Gina for all that she does for him. Gin responded with a please, and they both, holding hands, made their way back home. After some time, Jin encountered bullies who pushed him to the ground, paying attention to nothing else. One of them, evidently the leader who had pushed him, asked if he had anything or not. The other two began mocking him, intentionally speaking with a stuttering voice and laughing at him. The leader decided not to waste much time on him and, grabbing him by the clothes, said that he reeked of pigs, and because of his stench, he couldn't concentrate on his lessons. Looking at him, he said mockingly that he had even heard that their entire family reeked of pigs. After that, the whole crowd began to snort and mimic a pig's nose, mocking the boy. He didn't respond, and after some time, without saying anything, he began to cry out of hurt. Suddenly, Jim Heck appeared at the spot and gruffly asked the startled people who he had just called a pig. And then, looking at them with contempt, he declared that in comparison to Jinu, they themselves resembled pigs more. Upon hearing him say that they even snorted like pigs, the leader loudly asked who he was and if it had been a while since he'd been punched in the face. The lad did not respond, but merely scoffed, insinuating whether his parents were also swine, just like him. With a look of surprise, the boy asked what on earth he was doing and saying. Responding to the inquiry about whether he has any older siblings, he replied that he has an older brother. Gene Heck's response, revealing that he too was a pig, left the entire group in shock. The leader asked the others if that snotty kid really just insulted his family. Nobody responded, and Gene Heck commented that his dumb little head was merely an ornament. And it was no surprise that he simply stood there while the other insulted his family. The leader approached him and asked if he really wished to die, speaking in such a manner. The boy responded in a somber voice, saying that they have a crusher in their yard, and asked if the other knew what it was for. He then answered his own question, stating that the crusher grinds up everything that enters it. The leader looked at him in fright, while the boy himself spoke about how if they were to fight now, their side would lose since they were outnumbered. However, there are numerous other methods, such as slipping him a sedative into his food, or ambushing him after school to resolve matters with the help of a cobblestone. In any case, he was confident that he would knock him out and then drag his body to the crusher. The boy continued to say that then his tender flesh would be torn into thousands of tiny pieces and his bones ground to dust. But if he leaves now, the boy promises that he won't do anything to him. As the leader spoke, his anger grew more and more, and ultimately, by the time he finished speaking, he was struck in the face. After some time, the tousled boy sat with his friend who was sitting beside him and looking at him discontentedly. Looking at him, Jin expressed his gratitude for standing up for him. The boy responded with a nonchalant, "Yeah," but after a while he mentioned that someone had smashed his glasses, he had bruises under his eyes, and his head was splitting with pain. However, it seemed they did not take his words seriously. Gin chuckled at him a bit, and then Gin Heck, rising from his resting spot, asked if he was laughing at him. Gin changed the subject and asked in a stuttering voice how he could be so brave. He replied that he wasn't brave. He simply hated it when bullies picked on those weaker than themselves. Suddenly, he experienced hallucinations again, and it seemed to him that Gina asked when he would do it. After thinking it was just his imagination, Jin Heck turned around and noticed that everything around him had turned red. And Jen himself, with a broad, crazy smile, asked whether he would ultimately introduce these kids to the crusher. A young man shockingly covered his eyes, and when he reopened them, he noticed that the red light had vanished from everywhere. Gina asked him what it was and what he was saying there, not understanding what was happening. After Jin Heck gave no response, he asked if Jin was joking about what he intended to do with those guys, because he was hoping that was the case. For a moment there was silence. Jin Heck didn't reply, but simply looked at Gina, remaining quiet. And then, he said that if it's about the crusher, he doubted that he would be able to pull something like that off alone. And when Jean laughed, he told him not to laugh because it was true. After some time, Jin Hyuk and Gino were walking along the road out of the school. Holding his test in his hands, Gino said that it was no good. Gene Heck turned to him and, stating that his words were unlikely to change anything, said that he had absolutely no talent for studying. Gina, agitated, told him that it was hurtful and asked the boy, who had stopped in surprise, if he really got all 100 points. Without saying anything, he continued to stand opposite the man he had encountered on his path and whom he knew. Looking at him with tired eyes, the man greeted him and said that it had been a long time since they last saw each other. The boy trembled fearfully and asked why Mr. Khan was there and what he needed. Mr. Khan stated that in the end, he was there to tell him in person because he believed it would be better that way. Bowling his head, without making eye contact, Jin Heku confidently stated that his father had died in an unfortunate accident. While still in a state of shock, the boy asked if he would accompany him to the funeral. Gazing at his father's photograph in his memories, Gene Heck thoughtfully said, This man, my biological father. Frowning, he said that despite this, he couldn't see his face, only a part of it, while the rest remained hidden from him. Turning his head in the other direction, he noticed his younger self sitting there on the floor with a hunched back. Gene Heck sat there as if trying to prove something to himself, staring intently at a photo of his father and burying his face in his knees. After a while, Jinnu, who had already changed into all black, approached him and talked to the parents. Kneeling beside the boy, he addressed him, calling him by name, and asked if he was all right. Without looking at him, Gene Heck asked what he was saying and what it was all about. Jin was about to say something about his father, but Jin Heck quickly and sternly interrupted him, stating that he was not his father. Jin was surprised and approached Jin Heck, asking what it meant and what he was talking about. Gene Heck did not bother to elaborate on what he meant and simply stated that he does not recognize the person in the photograph. Then Jin reached out to him and with a trembling voice tried to touch him and call out. But then footsteps were heard, interrupting him and causing Jin Heck to lift his head in surprise and look at those who had entered. A man in whose home he was staying immediately approached him and inquired about his well-being in a voice filled with concern. When he did not respond, the man asked how they could extend their condolences to him. In response to his words about how he could comfort him, Jin Heck beckoned him and called him father. He raised his head in surprise and watched as the boy began to rummage through his backpack, wanting to show him something. Meanwhile, the boy approached him and showed his test results, looking at him with wide eyes. Then, with tears in his eyes, he said he had scored 100 points, as if he himself couldn't believe it, and asked whether he was intelligent. For a while, the man simply gazed at him and then, without a word, embraced him, paying no mind to the test. And then, with tears, he began to say that Gene Heck is a great guy and that he is actually the smartest of all. The rest of the family sadly watched him from a distance, hesitant to come any closer or say something to him or offer their support. Suddenly the boy noticed a red light flashing behind him and stopped crying. He began to hear in a gruesome voice that the man was telling him how smart he was, and the man wished he could be his son. The man let go of Jin Hak, who was surprised and had stopped crying, placing him on the floor in front of himself without taking his eyes off him. The boy couldn't tear his amazed gaze away from the face of the man in front of him, which contorted as he expressed his wish for the boy to be his son. Gino observed all of this action and his friend's face, seeing how everything truly was, and he marveled at his friend's expression. Gene Heck turned around and also looked him in the eyes with a surprised expression, as if he was seeing a different person or an obstacle in front of him. Everything in the room was bathed in red light, and this was exactly how the boy saw it as he continued to look at the man in wonder. The young man, observing all of this, furrowed his brow, insisting repeatedly that it was all untrue, merely a hallucination. The image suddenly transitioned to the moment when they, along with Jinnu, were playing a game they had borrowed from Minnu. The father loudly called for Gina, wishing for him to respond and come over. However, at that moment both boys turned around and almost in unison replied with a yes. Jin turned to Jin Heku and, with surprise, looked at him before asking why he was addressed that way, given that Jin himself was the one being referred to. The boy sitting in front of him darkened and became immersed in his thoughts, listening to how Jin was asked why he had responded. He had already begun to think that he had replaced Gina, becoming her himself, delighting in the thought that everyone adored him and that he had a mom and dad. Yet in the distance there was someone, his friend, Gin, who was gradually drifting further and further away from him. Maintaining hope that he was also loved in return, Jin Hyuk ran to him, offering to play together. Suddenly, the boy walking ahead of him came to a halt and turned his back to him, standing still in the emptiness. Turning towards Jin Heck, he gave him a fearsome look, and everything around them was once again cast in a red glow, stating to Jin Heck what he did not desire. The boy stopped in surprise and looked at him, not understanding what he was getting at. Meanwhile, looking into his shocked face, Jin said that he was a liar. He wasn't Jin because Jin was the very one who was speaking. The entire person of the boy twisted in Jin Hyuk's eyes when he said to him in a ghastly voice that he was nothing more than a child abandoned by his own family. Looking into Sun Jin Hyuk's eyes, Jin declared that it was he, Jin, who said this. Sun Jin Hyuk is just a child abandoned by his own family. Angered by his words, Jin Heck tersely told him to shut up through clenched teeth. To his horror, he wouldn't stop talking, and his hallucination with a sinister voice continued unabated. He inquired if Jin Heck wanted to know why he was abandoned and mockingly answered his own question, attributing it all to madness. With eyes brimming with angry tears, Jin Heck lunged at him and with fierceness commanded him not to dare speak like that. calling him a damn stupid stutterer. After that, he pushed him back towards the pens with all his might, behind which the pigs were. The toy pig slipped from the boy's hands and rolled down the road for a while. The boy himself, having stumbled upon a nail, fell down and showed no signs of life or that he could be okay. Gene Heck watched in shock. It was only now that he truly understood the gravity of what he had done. His hands trembled, and he found himself unable to utter a single word as he gazed upon the scene that unfolded before him. Gene Heck attempted to call him several times, trying to convince himself that everything was okay, but things were far from it. He fell to his knees when his inner voice suddenly told him that he had just killed his only friend. Grown-up Gene Heck watched it all with his mouth wide open in amazement. Still, it was a shock for him. It so happened that a nail, driven there, struck the boy directly in the neck, causing him to instantly perish. And all of this unfolded right before the eyes of the pigs who, with their red eyes, approached the edges of their pens. Suddenly they began to speak in human voices, proclaiming he was the one who had killed his friend, and they kept repeating it over and over again. They continued speaking in the same voices, saying that they had seen everything, that he was such a good boy, and this is what happened to that poor child. The young man, with a trembling voice, attempted to defend himself, explaining that it wasn't what it seemed and that he never intended for things to turn out the way they had. He insisted it was not deliberate. The pigs kept talking and asking him questions, wondering if he himself did not wish to become a genie. They asked the trembling boy, also hoping Jin's family would love him. That was precisely why he was envious of Jin, and that's why he killed him. With tears welling in his eyes, the young man cursed under his breath in frustration and declared that he never wanted to be this way. The pigs were indifferent to his justifications. They continued to call him a murderer, saying that he should rot in prison. They continued to stare at him with red eyes, taunting him with words that no one would love him now, and so on. Listening to their words about what they were watching, the boy clenched his head tightly and covered his ears as he sank to the floor. After a while, tears streamed down his face, and he said irritably not to look at him like that. As soon as he said that, the pigs, who had previously been quite talkative, immediately fell silent in surprise, all the while continuing to stare at him. Enraged, the young man yelled at them to stop looking at him that way, continuing to shout until he was hoarse. Sometime later, the adults set out to search for Jin, and now were walking under the rain looking for him. Everyone around, regardless of their initial indifference, joined in his search, looking for him even under pouring rain. They reached the hazardous area, marked by a sign that warned this territory was inhabited by dangerous wild boars. A man approached Gene Heck, panting, and asked if he had indeed seen him, and if Gene definitely went into that area. Gene Heck responded that he was confident, despite the fact that he had been warned about the danger. The search continued further with hopes of finding Gina in that area. This continued until the morning, until the rain had stopped and the morning dew appeared. The male police officer brought the parents a damaged piggy bank, the only thing they managed to find at the location described by Gene Heck as the place where Gina disappeared. While observing the scene, the woman immediately fainted and her husband barely managed to catch her, as they listened to the police officer express condolences, lamenting the unfortunate fact that Gina was dead. The man jumped up and asked with bitterness what they were carrying because he was certain that Jin was still alive. Turning his gaze away, the police officer responded that he understood his feelings, but it had already been 15 days. Ignoring his words about having no other choice but to accept his death, Minu grabbed him by the clothes and ordered him to shut up. And then he spoke loudly, looking him in the eyes, saying that they would find him and everything would be all right. Immediately, the man leaped towards Minu and began to pull him away from the police officer, telling him to stop. Gene Heck observed everything from the sidelines, neither intervening nor leaving the scene. Without much thought, he turned his head towards the grinder and looked at it, clearly understanding how he had disposed of Jinu's body. Turning his back to them, he told them not to worry because he would now become their new genie.